56 world. Anyway, we're not. Anyway, if we were in Final Fantasy IX, Terra would be correct, but I don't know the exact location. Some sort of a snowy landscape, riding a bunch of mechs that seem to operate with magic here in the Final Fantasy VI world. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to be. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere, or in a bottle. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of a ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, however, and whyever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on youtube.com, twitch.tv, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. I barely made it. I barely made it. My phone went to sleep. That's my excuse. My phone went to sleep. My phone ran out of juice, ran out of battery during the night, and so the alarm did not wake me up. I woke up at like 4 this morning, but then I got back to sleep, right? Which is sometimes a challenge when you wake up in the wee hours of the morning. There we go. Is that better? But yeah, anyway, I somehow got it all together. And we're going to be talking about Graham Platner once again, more about some of the supporters of Graham Platner and the criticism coming in from all sides. Many people able to say, we told you so. Now, I'm not going to say that, even though, yeah, I was ringing the alarm bells when the totem cough gate happened. I wasn't really following the kind of the upsurge, of the Platner campaign. I just remember seeing, oh, there's like an oyster guy in Maine. He's gonna run for Senate. Yeah, by the time I did, it was to cover the covering up of his totem cough tattoo, and just like the tenor of his response to that, it reeked of somebody that's got more to hide, and that's not what you want to see. That's not what you want to see from a candidate, especially if you're counting on this person not just to, defeat a long-term Republican incumbent that deserves to be, defeated, that is, basically keeps on getting reelected by being like, oh no, I'm not with Trump, and then voting with Trump over and over and over again. But don't worry, she's very concerned, chat. She's very concerned. Yeah, not only that, but also people were counting on Platner to be the new Bernie Sanders, to lead the movement. People are talking about Graham Platner for 2028. When you really think of it in the large scope of things, even though this timing is not ideal, it is, probably better than, were Platner to, were we to get into 2028 primary season and with Platner. So, yeah, I guess, better now than then, but it still does suck. It still does suck because a lot of people, got really hopeful. The reason that Platner hits so hard, chat, and I understand this too. I understand why people defend Platner, is that he is able to talk to Maine voters in a way that most Democrats are not. He's able to relate to Maine voters in a way that most Democrats are not, even though he is not like, working class. He's not from, a poor background. Like his whole oyster thing is not like a family business that he took over. It is kind of something that was bought for him after consecutive tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, and then going back for more fun with Blackwater, even though it wasn't called Blackwater at the time, chat. Let's just skip over AOC. Let me see something here, right? Because there's one person in chat that has more of an ability than almost anyone else to put something on my agenda. And I wonder if, or even on my thumbnail. And it's a little surprising to see them saying AOC is a movement leader Okay, I see. You're making a connection between AOC and Graham Platner as people desiring a messiah, or even people wanting a left-wing Trump, right? That's what I think a lot of people have talked about with I think a lot of people have talked about in terms of Graham Platner, that in fact, when you get to the point where Platner's got legitimate red flags going on, from the multiple tours of duty to the, ending in Blackwater deployments, and also the like people are kind of like I'm hearing a lot of responses from people that are basically like, look, Trump is allowed to like rape everyone, okay, children included. Why cannot we not have why is that why somehow like Graham Platner not being worse than Trump is like the is like the defense at this point. But yeah, AOC is definitely one example. Bernie is an example, right? Of a person that people wanted to be a messiah. Now you could understand the Bernie thing, right? When that happened, you could understand that Bernie really was a watershed moment. The fact that somebody like Bernie is anywhere close to in contention for the presidency, for the primary, for the Democratic nomination, the fact that that's even a possibility, right, was sort of a new thing, right? And then when it came even closer in 2020, and felt like it was just taken away, pulled away at the last minute. That's not a very valid bar to clear. Oh, the rapist thing, yeah. I caught you all live. You caught us all live. Yeah, we do a live thing from time to time, and then I get Does anybody know? Does Discord do this sometimes? Does it get sticky? Do you know what I mean by sticky? Like you want to scroll down, and you hit the scroll down, and it doesn't do it. So you scroll down again, and then it does double scroll down. So like trying to check with messages is there's something about AOC that I've missed. Yeah, was AOC super involved in putting the patina of respectability and sort of granting that revolutionary torch that was bestowed on her by Bernie on to Graham Platner? Is there something I'm missing here? But yeah, AOC is another example of we don't need another hero. And I don't mean to say that to shit on AOC. She might be the best option in the 2028 election, right? So I'm not trying to pour cold water on a candidacy, even of a candidate who has disappointed a lot of people, who has, herself, even without anything that she might have said about Graham Platner. AOC did dodge that bullet, yeah. But no, but by herself, right? AOC, has... some of the same stink on her from playing the inside game, essentially. And, there's a real question about that, right? A lot of people that start off playing the inside game, what I mean is you go along with the caucus a little bit. You go along with the speaker a little bit, right? Even Zoran does this, right? Zoran does this a little bit, right? There's people that he could have endorsed against incumbents that he did not endorse against incumbents that... I don't think AOC should ever run because I do not trust this country and its people. Wait, okay, so that might sound like more like a problem with the, democratic process in the United States of America than a problem with oh, you're saying she'd be ruined by the process of running? But yeah, do not trust this country and its people. I mean, that's a real problem, right? That's a real problem. Why didn't she tell Graham to get out instead of going to the bedroom? I'm sorry. Oh my God. Okay, you're talking about in the incident. Yeah. Oh my God. Let's try to figure out what's... Oh my God, my chat's like... No, the chat sticking is normal. The multi-chat sticking is normal. Let me try this really quick, chat. Just bear with me. I want to... I want, oh my God. All right, where are we at? 100% CPU, 92% CPU. Task Manager is responsible for 26% of that. Fuck you, Task Manager. God damn it, Windows. Your tool for trying to get control over a system that's running out of resources, it takes resources. That sucks. Okay, Discord's not actually doing much of anything, like in terms of 0% CPU, just very very little memory as well. I don't know why it is having a problem. I'm gonna end it and then try to taskmonger. Yeah, pretty much. What else is going on here? Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna kill Firefox and maybe bring it. Okay, this music is fucking with me. It's like marching music. Maybe this is better. There we go. Marching music's got no flow. Discord uses so much bandwidth when live streaming. I don't know why. Bandwidth? You're talking about the actual connection to the internet? The victim isn't a person who needed to do something differently. You never know how you are going to react in a moment. Yeah. Like, she didn't think she needed to lock her door, right? She didn't think that she needed to, like, say anything other than, like, you know, no, don't come over, right? Because for most people, right, that would be enough. But yeah, she, I guess, found out, you know, too late what kind of a person Graham Platner actually is. I used to listen to that exact Final Fantasy music while in university for personal atmosphere music. I mean, that's great walking music. I guess, right? Something like walking would work really well with Final Fantasy VII. There we go, chat. It was the music. It was the music that was throwing me off. But yeah, that's a good question, right? How much is the, I don't know, electoral tax, if you will go with me with that, you know, just like the pink tax, like the way the same razor blades are turned pink and sold at a premium, same razor blades that men used to shave their face are sort of repackaged to be like, oh no, like, you know, or like the pH balance, well, I don't know, is the pH balance real? It sounds like advertising. It sounds like advertising, right? It sounds like something that they're kind of playing up to be like, no, you need this deodorant, not that deodorant. I don't know. Maybe that one's real. But you know, the pink tax, we're all familiar with that, right? Is there like a pink tax for running for public office, right? Is you know, how much does it cost you? How many votes does it cost you being a woman? How many votes does it cost you not being white? And obviously we don't want to like let this, you know, make us reinforce the bigotry, but by just like the assumption of low expectations, or the something of low expectations, the bigotry of low expectations, right? But at the same time, yeah, I am worried also that like if AOC, that maybe AOC wouldn't get out of a primary, because there's stuff that sticks to her that doesn't stick to anybody else. If she fumbles in a speech, that becomes like she's too stupid to do anything. She should, like, she's just a big dummy, right? And we've got a president who is the most profound and profane moron in maybe in political history. Another good tune that comes from early Final Fantasy is one called Awake. Which one is that? Which Final Fantasy? Did it F for other people? Look, if it's Fing, it might be a system resources thing. Anybody else get Fs? I need to know. I also need to try to bring Discord back. Oh, shit is still looking kind of... Yeah, the bigotry of low expectations. Wait, why is Firefox running? What the fuck? What happened? Is it running in the background? I don't know, chat. I don't know. What else can I kill? Windows Explorer, probably don't need you. We're not using the Ducknado today, so... And the... Oh no, I did it again! Fuck me! No! This is bad. This is bad. This happened before, and we fixed it somehow. Okay, I see what it is on CPU. It's this Windows provider host. I'm gonna kill that too. This is really bad. Okay. Oh my god, I can't remember how it works. I can't remember how it works. Does anybody remember when this happened last time? The Explorer, because I look, when I killed the Explorer, I'm just thinking, the folder, right? There's a folder open. It's taking system resources. There was like a way. Fixed my, okay, great. I'm glad your connection issues are good. We might have a problem for the stream chat. A real big problem. I don't need to tinker. I don't need to, like, there's a very easy solution, to this, right? And is it a command line prompt or something? I fixed this once before, like while I was on stream, and it took a long time. I'm hoping that somehow either I can remember or somebody in chat can remember how this works, because like I lost my bar, the Windows bar. When I press the Windows button, it does nothing. Oh my god! Anybody in chat? Anybody in chat want to hazard a guess, or anybody remember? He's not walking on eggshells. He's running on oysters. Ouch! That aren't oysters kind of sharp on the edge? I don't remember who was here last time. I don't remember. Wait, is there something from Task Manager? Can you run like a command thing from Task Manager? Restart Windows Explorer. How? Like there's no window, there's no like thing at the bottom. The taskbar is gone. The taskbar is gone. If you're still in the Task Manager, you can right click, restart the task. Right click. Okay, but the task is gone from the Task Manager. Yeah, but where do I do it? How do I do it? Is there a way to find apps that are not running? Let's see what we got here. Run new task, right? Run new task. That's probably it. Explorer.exe. Oh my god, it remembers from last time. It remembers, chat. Run new. Oh, so good, so good. What the fuck? Why is it so easy to fuck up your computer? I don't get it, chat. Okay, we're good. We're good. Thank God. Yeah, that's the one good thing it did is like, you know, under here, run new task. If you open it, it will just, whatever you ran last is like the default thing that's just in there. And yeah, I would have tried to type Explorer, which doesn't work, or File Explorer, which I'm sure doesn't work. It's Explorer EXE. It's the name of the actual program. Windows 11 sucks farts. Well, this is Windows 10. I'm not even, I'm not even rich enough to upgrade. I've got an old computer and it doesn't run 11. It does not run 11. We're good though. We're good. We're so good. We're so lucky. Yeah, luckily, Pepperidge Farms remembers. This is a weird start to a weird stream, and it should be an easy stream because we're just talking about more about like what we talked about yesterday. Yeah, Rob MC, you had the right shit right there. Like, I mean, I found it just as you said it, but you were there with the right answer. Never get 11, really? Okay. Well, what? No. Aren't they discontinuing? Like, what's something goes on in October, right? For 10. Like they're discontinuing. Like I thought the absolute date of you can't, like it's not safe to run 10 anymore was like this October. Hang on to 10 as long as you can. Okay, so 11 really sucks. 11 really sucks. Well, I've got 11 on my laptop. I don't know if I've run into the suckage yet, but yeah, CPU 62, memory 69, and the task manager is actually behaving for once. The only thing that's not like behaving is Google. Is there anything more that I can do to like manage this? Chrome. I sorry, Google. I'm saying Chrome. I meant Chrome. Really? Oh no, it brought shit back in the wrong order. Is there a way to? Oh my god. there a way to okay, I'm just gonna deal with this. It's doing the thing now where it reorganized the instances, the windows of Chrome, right? And I have it in a very particular way so that I know which one is for the YouTube stream stuff, which one is for the background where I'm bringing stuff up, and which one is for the foreground where I'm bringing stuff onto TV. But I think we should be good for now. That was a shit. Okay, so yes, we're going to be talking more about Graham Platner. We are going to be talking about the hero complex that the Democratic Party seems to have fallen into. Look, I feel like it is a type of learned helplessness. And also, thank you for everybody that tried to help me in chat, all right? 10 lost support, but many people are still on 10. Don't let what do you do to protect yourself? Is there like a special program that you can get of like, don't fuck me? That would be what I would call the program. Like, you know, don't own me. Don't, like, they can't ditch 10 if too many people stay. Okay. Windows 10 got another extension for the updates because many people refuse to upgrade. So, okay, well, I mean, I guess I'm lucky. I'm lucky. I think it's called communism. Well, the learned helplessness that I'm talking about, right, is what I think causes us to think that we can only proceed in making our lives better and making our material conditions better if we've got, you know, and even, you know, even Marxism, you know, might have a little bit of that dog in it, in the sense of, you know, the Marx, you know, talked about a vanguard, you know, it is, and look, and that's, you know, understandable, right? That like not everyone, can have the time to study and to understand and to, you know, to be able to look at the bigger picture. A lot of us are just like, we're in the big picture and it's so hard to, we're trying to deal with our lives and we're trying to, you know, stay alive and we're trying to work and feed a family and all that kind of stuff, right? More like I Googled the answer in the same amount of time as Irene managed to figure it out. Yeah, because I think somehow I Googled it last time, maybe, or somebody Googled it. But yeah, that's the secret right there, is to, you know, that's crazy though, that it lets you kill a process. Yo, if I was making this program, right, if I was the dev, I would have made it so that the second that you try to end task like Explorer, because like this is the problem this has always been a problem for me. There's File Explorer, and then there is Windows Explorer. Like, please, for fuck's sake. Also, didn't there used to be, wasn't that the old name? The old name of their browser was Explorer, right? Like the original before Chrome, the Windows browser I think was called Explorer, if I'm not mistaken. The Vanguard a Vanguard where we have the say though. Yeah, what am I trying to say, chat? What am I trying to say? We've got learned helplessness that, and it comes from this great man theory of history, right? I know that sounds wild because I'm talking about a historical theory, and I just said that most people don't have a lot of education, so you're not learning, but most people in the US, you're not learning what the great man theory of history is. And sometimes if you're learning it, I have heard the great man theory of history, like, I can't remember who it was, some chud, right, was like mentioning it. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Conservatives know about like this too, and are skeptical. It's like, nope, not skeptical. Fawning. The great men of history. They unironically, chat, we're talking about the great men of history as like, this is the shit right here. This is how you understand history. You, me, your neighbor, your dog, your mom, your uncle, they don't matter. Fuck them. We're all void meat. We're all just fucking garbage. You know, we're all complete, like, we're non-actors. We're the scenery. We're the background, right? We got to get ourselves out of the background. We got to stop thinking of ourselves as the background. And no, chat, I'm not, you know, imploring you to, you know, adopt some sort of a main character syndrome. Obviously that's fucked too. But there's got to be a way to, sort of disable this programming that we seem to have absorbed without trying to, right? I'm not saying it's like from the historical theory, the great man of history theory, but it is something like that, which is a paradigm which a lot of us have, including myself, have unconsciously absorbed. And we got it running like a background process. And it turns out this shit is malware. This shit is malware, okay? It's taking up too much system resources, and it is not. It is reinforcing the learned helplessness, right? That I am just, and look, on the bigger scope of things, of course, right? We're just all specks in the universe, right? Nobody should, take on airs and think of themselves as some sort of a main character, but you got to think of yourself at least as an active force, because I think a lot of us don't. And the only people that we consider active forces are the people that have got the sort of rhetorical skills to be able to tell us a narrative, which, is in some way empowering, but only empowering through following, not empowering through like, look, you got this in yourself, right? I don't know how to fix it, and I probably shouldn't spend the again, considering how late we are today, I probably shouldn't spend the remainder of the stream opening talking with chat time for that. So yeah. Platner is going to lose all endorsements. He is almost there. Oh, Michael Tracy. Mygot, thank you so much for reminding me about that. I haven't checked this out. Does anybody know about this? Michael Tracy, right? Michael Tracy is, what was he? He first appeared as he was like a reporter on the ground for the Young Turks, I think, back in the day. He got into some fight with TYT and left and claimed cancellation. I think he actually didn't have I can't remember, chat. There were allegations against Jordan Sheridan, which I think did not pan out. And then maybe, if I remember correctly, there were allegations against Michael Tracy that did kind of seem like concerning, legit, etc. I don't remember exactly. It's been so long. We're talking about like 10 years ago or something. But yeah, Michael Tracy is still out there and he's still defending creeps, right? Including Epstein. This is like the last Epstein defender that has now become the last Platner defender. That's crazy. Michael Tracy is always there to defend some freak or weirdo. I heard his staff are already quitting. This is Platner's. Oh yeah, no, he's gonna have to drop. So here's the deal. Okay, let me just update you. Thank you, chat, for saying this, for making me think of this, right? Because I do want to take a look at what is going on with Michael Tracy. Michael Tracy is hilarious. He's a clown. He's a first class clown. In addition to being a creep. Or a creep defender, or whatever the fuck he is. But here's the deal. So where is Platner at right now, right? All indications do point to him dropping out, but he hasn't dropped out yet. And I'll tell you why that is, at least in my estimation. He wants to pick his successor, right? And he's got a little bit of leverage. I believe that the kind of deadline, for taking his name off the ballot is next Monday. And then, when is it? Maybe sometime in August, the main Democrats would be able to hold a convention. They'd be able to bring in delegates, delegates based on the voting that happened in the primary. So they would be mostly Platner delegates, but obviously not people that have loyalty. I don't think any of the Platner delegates are, going to try to bring him back in or draft him or whatever. Right, but they would be the ones to choose, since they were the majority of the delegates picked in the primary. The delegates would be the ones with the ability to choose, in multiple rounds of voting. I mean, this is a convention, right? This is what could have happened in 2024 instead of just the, kind of Biden putting his hand on Kamala Harris and saying she's the one. So yeah, he wants to choose his successor, right? Maybe in his mind, he, is just like, I don't want them shoving a Janet Mills. I think he wants Jackson too, from what I have heard. So anyway, he's got leverage because if he doesn't drop out in time, it fucks everyone up. But he also probably doesn't want to go down as the guy that fucked I mean, he already kind of is the guy that fucked everything up, right? He's gonna go down in history with a pretty, as a cautionary tale, if nothing else, right? But yeah, he's got, he's trying to use the leverage that he has by the fact that people need him to drop out to exert some pressure on who is picked as the replacement, right? And I think if we've learned anything from the 2024 election, it is that as messy as it could be to like hold a convention with multiple rounds of voting, and you know, conventions are knockout, drag out fights, and they're often not perceived as particularly legitimate in their own right. Now, is it more legitimate than just kind of, you know, saying it's Kamala Harris? Yeah, probably so, right? There's some kind of democratic process that goes on there. I mean, people were talking about holding another primary. I don't think there would have been time to do that in 2024. And there was a need, given that like Kamala's book was called, what was it called? Like 111 days, 112 days, however much time that Kamala had to actually run was the name of her book. And that was partially her saying, look, I was kind of, you know, put at a disadvantage. Usually have a lot more time to campaign, right? My campaign was, you know, truncated. So don't blame me for losing. All right. I was in an uphill battle, which is cope that nobody wants to hear, honestly, from Kamala, especially with her trying to run for president. Again, I don't think that's going to get very far. I don't think there's a lot of people wanting a Kamala campaign part 2. Who would want to support a person a rapist considers his successor? Yeah, that's probably another aspect of it as well. So yeah, but like, you know, like it's understandable on one hand, right, that you know, he's not the only one who doesn't want like a centrist lib, and if you just have it so that somehow the party is picking, right, you know, you're going to end up with exactly that. I mean, Janet Mills, would she have some claim to it? She did. No, maybe not. She dropped out. She suspended her campaign, but did not drop out. Is that correct? She suspended her campaign before the primary. I don't think she, like, you know, I think she somehow, I mean, not that it makes a difference, right? And suspending your campaign is pretty much, you know, feels like dropping out. I want Troy. Yeah. Well, that's who Platner wants. And I don't know if Platner stating that is actually a good idea, because like somebody said, you know, the patina of, you know, Platner says, this is my replacement is not great. You kind of don't want that Platner endorsement. Besides any moral outrage, he's a target for blackmail and manipulation now. Oh, no, he's absolutely got to go. He's absolutely got to go. And I don't think he's trying to stay. I think what he's trying to do is exert some influence based on the power that he has, based on the you know, he's playing chicken, right? Because I don't think that he wants to, you know, be the rapist running against Susan Collins and getting like 15% of the vote, right? I don't think he wants to be that guy. I think he wants for people maybe to stop talking about him, right? That would be I'm sure that's what his family wants. I'm sure that's what his wife wants, right? Get out and keep your head down. Maintain a low profile. Don't say anything. Don't do anything. Get out and end this, right? But he does seem to be playing chicken with that in terms of having not dropped out yet. And yeah, tick, 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 right? The time is ticking away. And, you know, the sooner that the main Democratic Party solidifies around another candidate, the sooner that you can actually begin, again, a truncated campaign with, you know, all of the momentum that Platner built up being absolutely frustrated. Now, he did build a team, right? Or rather, a team formed around him. Let's start saying this stuff in a less great man of history sort of way. Instead of Platner built a team, I think it's more, you know, it's more appropriate way of seeing it to say that these, you know, these volunteers that he's got, they were there because they're excited. They were there because they are concerned. They do not want to keep on reliving the same bullshit over and over again. Is the deadline the 14th or the 12th? I don't remember to drop out. I heard it was Monday. 13th to drop out, 27th for the ballot. Okay. Wait. Deadline, yeah, that's Monday, right? Monday the 13th. Wait, is it? Feels like that's... It's either Monday or Tuesday. I don't know, chat. I'm getting distracted. I'm all over the place. I'm all over the place. Oh my god, chat. Remind me not to start off with the Final Fantasy VI as the... oh no, oh no. Okay, that's just me opening up Discord and Discord making the music pause. Hopefully not causing the stream to crash. That's not good. I just want to see if Discord can behave any better after I have closed it and reopened it. That was really all I was trying to do, and then it turned into this whole ass thing. There was a little glitch there, a little pause, a little hiccup, a little freeze. Emma Vigeland gave an if apology. Oh, like if I did blah blah blah, I apologize, kind of. We're gonna look at that. We're gonna look at Emma's you know, statement, right? That some people are not happy with, apparently. I guess do not worry has done content, has you know, has made some commentary about you know, Emma's response. Ryan's response, I haven't seen anything, but I would guess we're gonna watch some Sean today, and I would guess that Sean might... Oh my god, it's still doing its it's still hiccuping. It's still slow. God damn. Did I spell allegations right? God damn, it looks weird. Okay, so I think, yeah, this is the area. This is the area. Oh, okay, so yeah, for the progressive victory bonus goal, I think we're gonna add, I think, wait, what did I say that we're gonna add for that? There's something similar. Oh my god, what was it? Fuck. I had it in mind a second ago. Now, oh my god, oh my god. Is there like a, never mind, I'm not gonna, I wish there was like a mode, like a text-only mode for Discord or something, right? It's just like, you know, please minimize. Just let me read the text. Just let me have my links, please. Just let me be able to read it. Like anything, just reduce everything. Get rid of all the icons. Get rid of anything. I watched a lot of the Do Not Worry stream. He had a righteous rant. It's under. Well, maybe we'll watch that. Wait, was that the thing that I wanted to pair with the progressive victory thing? Was it Do Not Worry's response? I can't remember, but there was something. There was something else to go with that. And also the other thing, if they're ever, oh my god, chat, I gotta get, you know, get my, oh my god, okay, no, I gotta restart freaking Firefox. Great. It would have been a really good thing to restart the computer before starting stream today. Okay, and stream elements, that's what I wanted to open. I don't know what I'm gonna do, chat. But yeah, we need to have the time going. Look, in the future, I'm gonna try to start the timer right when stream starts. Okay. That seems like the smartest thing. Streaming tools, elements. Edit. Yeah, so we looked a little bit at Troy Jackson yesterday. I mean, you know, if you're looking for charisma on the line or speaking ability, competence as a speaker on the level that Platner has. It doesn't seem like, Troy Jackson, he is, I think what people want him is that he's fairly similar to Platner on the issues, right? The things that, the policy priorities that Platner has stated that he has are similar to those that Jackson has, but yeah, just, not the most charismatic dude in the world. Yeah, we're starting with 4 hours again, chat. So this is the new thing that we're doing. All right, 4 hours. Oh my God, gotta change that. It's only Discord that's really giving me trouble though, as far as being slow and not responding. It's only Discord. I thought maybe rewinding it. So we are at 3 out of 100. All right. This is the new way that it works. I've had to change things so that I can stream 5 times a week. At 6 hours maximum a day. How do we get to those 6 hours though? Okay, well, you got the little goal right here. We're at 3 right now. If we can get to 100, I'll add an hour. We'll stream for 5 hours. We're gonna get more stream than I bargained for anyway, just because I was so slow on getting this all together and the hiccups and everything. I think I've been giving FD credit for clocking that a lot of folks on the left let themselves get emotional about Platner. We should watch FD too. In fact, that might even be the first thing to watch. Although we should probably take a look at those new accusations, because we do have new accusations, chat. More stuff is spilling out from Platner's past, from X's past. So I'm going to make sure to... I love Troy. I think boring can be marketed. Well, yeah, Biden won a presidential election. I guess there's something about boring, maybe in the face of COVID and, Trump trying to shoot people in the street for protesting. I guess maybe boring was appealing in 2020, right? People wanted to get back to boring. Can we please get back to boring? I would love to get back to boring. But yeah, we should definitely look at the FD stream. I can't believe I didn't put that on the agenda already. What did Graham Platner do? Are you really coming into this new of completely one of Platner's ex-girlfriends came out with a story about how he called her drunk or texted her drunk. Thought that he could come over. She said, "Don't come over. I don't want you here. I'm not okay." Right? And she's like laying on the couch, maybe even trying to sleep or something. And he just comes into her house. Gets on top of her, starts doing stuff to her. She's like, no, don't, get the fuck off. And he doesn't listen. And he even apologizes while sexually assaulting her, and she goes into the bedroom to try to get away from him. He follows her and rapes her. And yeah, there's confirmatory statements from her friends, her therapist, an ex-boyfriend that she told other people about this at the time before Graham Platner was involved in politics in any way. It is pretty fucking ironclad what he did, and I think he wants to drop out. I think he's trying to use the only power he still has is that maybe he won't drop out, right? So the reason he hasn't dropped out yet, again, I think Monday is the deadline. Somebody said the 13th. He could end up in jail. Yeah, possibly. Well, Janet Mills technically suspended her campaign. I don't think she actually dropped out, but because she suspended her campaign, I mean, I don't know what kind of numbers that she got. Would she be the second place candidate? There was another person that was running. Yeah, she's suspended, so. He kind of looks like Dr. Robotnik. Yeah, a little bit. Telling them to vote for Janet Mills. Yeah, that's not gonna get you very far. Yeah, I don't know if Janet Mills could be. I don't know. I mean, look, it's not who people want, right? And it's definitely not anybody that's going to carry the flame, carry the torch. Sorry, for the. I don't know if Janet Mills carries the flame for Charlie Kirk, but she doesn't carry the torch for the issues that got people excited about Graham Platner in the first place. So there is something, you know, to what he's saying about not wanting to be replaced by a establishment dimbot, but also, you know, him, you know, giving an endorsement is not helpful at this point. It's probably harmful. And the idea of him like exerting his power to pick a successor is pretty probably objectionable to most people. So yeah, they're in a pickle. I'm team Janet Mills, the Pills Mafia in chat. Chatter, are you for real? Wait, I think Chatter might be joking. You wanted to vote for Miss Rachel. Okay, yeah, Chatter is joking. He won the primary. He is the nominee. Only the party can change it after he drops. Yeah, but the thing about the party changing it, right? Yeah, technically the party can do whatever it wants. You know, parties are not democratic in the way that the total U.S. democratic process is, and we've seen that before with super delegates for Hillary. And remember, the super delegates, if you don't know, that came from the 1980 election between Jimmy Carter and Ted Kennedy. I'm trying to distinguish him because there's so many Kennedys, right? But one of the Kennedys that was, I believe, a senator that has since died was running against Jimmy Carter, I think from the left, in 1980. And some of the Democratic Party establishment blamed him for the loss to Ronald Reagan. In reality, it's the Supreme Court that fucked Jimmy Carter. It is also Iran-Contra that fucked Jimmy Carter. And in some ways, it is Jimmy Carter that fucked Jimmy Carter. But a lot of people wanted to blame the primary. And since 1980, and you've noticed, right, the Democrats, when there's an incumbent, they try not to have a real primary, even if there's just somebody that's kind of got next. Like, I was the vice president under a popular, you know, administration. I'm Al Gore, right? In other words, there's a lot of deference, right? There was a real primary run in 2000, but there was a lot of, you know, kind of thumbs being placed on the Al Gore side of things because of that. Because the Democrats just they're afraid of contentious primaries, right? And it was, you know, it was an angry primary. Also, the convention process, I think, is something that people didn't like. This is on the heels of the 1968 convention to you know, replace LBJ, right? The was another you know, process that really pissed people off, and indeed there was like a riot going on outside. I would say a police riot, right? But there was a riot that they literally tried to bring like Allen Ginsberg, Bobby Seals. There was like this thing called the Chicago 8? There was like 8 people that had come to town during the protest, and they tried to like hold them responsible for the damage caused. And which was mostly just cops beating the shit out of hippies, right? Just beating the crap out of the protesters. Susan Collins made some kind of deal with the devil or something. Yeah. This is an ongoing attack. No proof. Oh my gosh. This sounds like, actually, I don't know. Lolo round here. I think you may be further over your skis than even Ryan Grimm. And even Ryan Grimm's not quite, you know, this is, there's no proof. Read her text. There's no proof. We don't have video of Graham Platner raping his victim. So let's run him. Let's run the rapist. Hell, the Republicans did it. If they get to run Trump, why can't we run Platner? Jesus Christ. look, you got to get your head out of your ass, and you got to get your head out of Graham Platner's ass, and you got to get your mind out of this mentality that you need a great man of history with like a generational, charisma in order to, run a movement that is really just about like improving all of our material conditions, right? It's really should be about solidarity. It should be about us. What did Bernie say? Not me, us. And not that Bernie's like... Not that Bernie's any kind of hero either, but yeah, I think we all have it, including me, right? So I'm not being too critical. I sort of understand to some degree where you're coming from. Although I really do think you ought to think about what you're saying, what kind of standard of proof that you are demanding from victims of rape, and whether we really want a Democratic Trump. Anyway, chat, very long intro here. I should probably get to explaining the stream. So like I said, we've changed things up, all right? I do 4 hours a day, no matter what, all right? 5 days a week. And I will, we can raise that number to 5 hours if we hit 100. Oh my God, I got to change the goal thing. All right, so the goal is 100 to make this. Oh my God, fuck. The goal is 100, not 1,200, to add an hour of time. If we hit 200, we will add 2 hours of time, and I'll do a 6-hour stream. That is going to be the limit. And I need to figure out something to do to reward the chat for when we go over the limit. I haven't figured out what that is just yet, so... but anyway, the things that make this number go up: super chats, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, which is where I'm trying to really, in fact, I should just like bring on a throne. I should have a throne thing on the screen, like a meter or something like that, because that is the most important thing right now. I am trying to fund going to Vietnam and reapplying for another year of an educational visa to Thailand, the same thing that I did in this last year, and it's really coming up. I'm actually coming up to the limits of time that I'm going to need to make this happen. So if you want to support that, you can go to throne.com/nocommentchick and do so. And really what I'm worried about here is the ability of me to continue. See, the problem with Vietnam is that last time I was there, I was not able to stream on Twitch. I might be able to figure out a way to do it. I think it depends on the ISP that you're on, and it depends on if you're on like a VPN or something like that. I think there is a way to stream to Twitch, but I can't count on it, right? And that kind of it sort of fucks everything up. So, if I don't get this sorted in time, I will be, maybe quasi moving to Vietnam or staying there for up to like 3 months or something like that. Let me see. So I'm gonna really encourage people to support me on Throne. The other thing about Throne is that it makes a nice little sound when you support me. There's a cool sound that happens on Throne. And also more of your support actually gets to me, because YouTube takes a chunk out, Twitch takes a bigger chunk out, and it's only Throne and Patreon that do not take a chunk out. They do take a chunk out. It's just a smaller chunk. I'm sorry. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm massively distracted today. So yeah, super chat, super stickers, getting yourself a membership, gifting memberships. Oh wait, somebody already did that. Let me pull that out really quick. But yeah, chat, I'm just going to explain how this works, explain how the poll works and all that, and then we will get to our content of, we want to watch, we got a lot to get through, so I better hurry up. Hope you have a great time in Vietnam. Well, I mean, it's kind of a thing. So my current visa is for a year. So regardless of anything, I got to be out of this country come a year from when my visa started, right? So that part's set in stone. There's going to be some, I don't know if it's going to be disruption, you know, possibly like a day, I'll miss a day streaming due to travel. But last time, I don't think it was much more than that. But the question is, you know, will I be able to come back in 2 weeks after the visa has been renewed, or am I gonna have to like wait for longer because you got to apply ahead of time and all this shit? So I thought it was a response to the McGovern election that the McGovern won the primary despite having basically no institutional party support. Oh, the super delegates, maybe I'll have to look into that. I just know that like it's somewhat related to Ted Kennedy. Maybe it's a combination of the two, right? Because you're talking about McGovern 72, and then Kennedy in two election cycles later. All right, yeah. So the other things that makes this number go up, besides supporting me on Throne or on Patreon, is Twitch, right? If you support me on Twitch, it makes the number go up. Even if there's even a way you can get it for free, right? So subs on Twitch cost $6. That's twice as much as YouTube memberships cost, but people still get them, I think, because of the animated emotes, and probably because they can rewind the stream, and they will never get served an ad if they have a sub. You can get one of these for free if you are a Prime user. If you have Prime, then you can hook up your Amazon account to your Twitch account, and you will receive what's called a Twitch Prime sub. Use it on the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, then yeah, you'll make the number go up, and you will support, a little bit of that support goes to me, and you also get, all the benefits of being a sub on YouTube. It does cost, like I said, $6 to get yourself a sub. And so if you're a person that can't get either of those things, and yet you enjoy watching the stream on Twitch, never fear, right? There is some chance that just by being there, being active in chat, you may receive a gift sub, because from time to time people come by and they gift subs to people in Twitch, and they get to pick who they gift to, unlike YouTube. So your best bet, if you want to be chosen, if you want to be lucky, if you want to benefit from somebody else's generosity like that, it's just to be active in chat, right? Then people will see you and be like, oh, hey, you don't have a sub. Let me fix that for you. So yeah, that's how that works, and that's how the time works, and that's the thing that'll give me enough time to get to bonus content. What do we have for bonus content today, though? Let me look at this. All right, we got Adam Friedland, U.S. World Cup elimination. Adam Friedland talking about soccer, talking about football. Talking possibly about Trump's attempt to cheat, which he was successful at, right? Somebody in the U.S. on the U.S. team got a red card, and Trump was able to just talk to his friends at FIFA, the people that gave him that bullshit. They created a peace prize for him when he didn't win the Nobel Peace Prize, because that's fucking insane. And chat, I don't know that they won't give Trump the Nobel Peace Prize. The actual Nobel Committee is pretty fucked up and pretty corrupt as well. So there is, have I considered living in Mexico? It's a little bit more expensive than where I'm living right now. But yeah, it was it was on my list, along with I'm gonna pronounce the name wrong, Uruguay. I'll just say it in the American way. It was a maroon card for totally cool. Iran got crushed pretty quickly after looking good. They were fucked over, though. Like, Iran really does have, they weren't able to perform up to their actual abilities. Oh my god, anonymous gifter coming through with the 5 gift subs to illustrate exactly what I am talking about. Mothra Elite, you just got jellyfished. Oh Schmidt, need a tutor, you just got jellyfished. Undying Machine, you just got jellyfished. Noon Mail, wow, these names are like interesting. You just got jellyfished. And Wolock, you just got jellyfished. What is Noon Mail? I mean, guys, sometimes the mail comes at the exact same time of day, and if it comes at noon, you got noon mail, I guess, and you just got jellyfish, and that's a good thing. And anonymous gifter, thank you for the gift, anonymous gift subs. That red card was BS. Oh wait, he shouldn't have got the red card. I don't know. I guess I don't know enough about football or soccer or whatever you want to call it. Wherever you call it in your part of the woods. Your part of the woods? Your neck of the woods. What am I saying? I'm being folksy, chat. We're being folksy. I don't know enough to really argue with you, Davy. You might be correct. I don't know. I'm not a referee. The red card association soccer. But anyway, let me so yeah, that gets us to 33. We're at 33 right now. If we get to 100, I'll add an hour. If we get to 200, I'll add 2 hours. That is unfortunately the new rate of exchange. I do not like dropping the rate of exchange, but I do like coming to you 5 times a week at a fairly regular hour. We will work on that, chat. Again, my phone kind of fucked me over by dying in my sleep, right? Which was crazy because I grabbed my phone at 4 o'clock I woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning, right? And I just naturally reached for my phone, and I could feel that it was not dead, right? It made a little haptic thing, you know, it did a little haptic because it was happy to see me or something. You know, the little buzz thing, the little thing. Yeah, it did that. So my phone was, but I resisted the temptation to actually turn it on, which maybe was not a good idea, because then I would have realized that it's on like it's on very low battery, and I would have plugged it in. So I didn't get woken up on time, and I had to make all of my food this morning. But I've got the food, I've got the drink. Oh my god, watermelon juice. It is unbelievably fantastic. And yeah, we're gonna make this say 33. All right, so 33 out of 100. We're a third of the way there, chat, towards adding an extra hour, going up to 5 hours. If we get to 200, I'll add 2 hours, and we'll get 6 hours, right? And that's the limit for now. But I am looking, because there's the last few streams, or the last stream, really, we busted right through that, and I got to do something for you based on that. The Knicks victory was not rigged. Oh my god, Trump is saying this thing where, yeah, he was like, well, if the United States loses, I'll, you know, he said it was rigged. Like, wait, should we get that? We almost need that. But anyway, yeah, get over and vote if you haven't already. We've got 4 items for you to vote on. 48 of you have voted so far. So make sure to get your votes in if you haven't already. And make sure to like the stream too, chat. Apparently I don't bully you enough. Because, like, you know, after thinking, hey, we might have hit 100 likes yesterday, I was disappointed. Legit disappointed to see that it was only 70. So you're going to be hearing a lot more about liking the stream until we get to 100 again. Because that is maybe the magic number. I don't know. It feels magic for me. But what's magic for you, chat? In terms of the content, we got Bad Empanada on Graham Platner in first place. All right. We have Adam Friedland, Team USA eliminated in second place. We've got the Michigan Senate debate. Syed, it is Dr. Syed versus Haley Stevens. Valerie McMorrow has left the race, has left the building, has run away in shame. So it's going to be, you know, it's a two-way race now for the primary between Syed and Stevens, and there's a huge difference between those two. There's a huge difference between those two. Valerie McMorrow was trying to kind of split the difference, although people, you know, sniffed out, you know, what she was doing kind of as a stalking horse for the Democratic establishment. But yes, you know, Stevens is the incumbent, I believe, in that race. So important race, especially considering how the Michigan, the Minnesota, no, not Minnesota, the other the Maine race is not looking good now, right? I hope something comes out of nothing. I hope that they can put it together, because there is a lot of energy there. And you got to understand, chat, that energy's not from Graham Platner. Graham Platner's not a magical oyster man who sprinkles his oyster powder all over you and turns you into little oysters and feeds you to a walrus, all right? He's not the carpenter. He is in fact the walrus. No, Graham Platner is, there's nothing magic about dudes, whether it's Barack Obama, whether it's Bernie Sanders, whether it's AOC, or whether it is Graham Platner, right? There's nothing magical about, Zoran Mamdani, all right? If he is awakening anything, he is awakening something that's already within us, and that thing is called solidarity. And at the end of the day, it's not me, it's us. So yeah, 50 of you have voted so far. Make sure to keep on voting, or get over there and vote if you haven't already. Even if you're watching on Twitch, feel free to come over to YouTube. You just got to click on my channel. That's No Comment Chick on YouTube. You click on the stream, and then you can click on the chat. And then within the chat, that's where the poll lives. And that's where you can vote, and you can affect the outcome. The other way that you can affect the outcome, chat, again, is through super chat, super stickers, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, supporting me on throne.com/nocommentchick, or on patreon.com/nocommentchick, or even if you got a wild hair up your ass, on twitch.tv/nocommentchick. Any of these things will make this number go up. If we get to 100, then we'll add an hour. If we get to 200, we'll add 2 hours. It also gives you the ability to put your thumb slightly on the scale if you want to, right? If you are, okay with participating in, the kind of money in politics operation that the United States is notorious for. Probably should be more notorious, because I feel like I talk to a lot of people not from the United States that don't know how bad it is, that don't know how corrupt our system already is, and are making recommendations, or bad empanada, on a busted understanding of how corrupted U.S. politics actually are. You can when you donate, you can put your money where your mouth is just by letting me know, hey, I want to see the Adam Friedland thing. Hey, I want to see what's up with progressive victory. Hey, I want to see that Minnesota Senate debate, which is kind of underrated, chat. I feel like that's a sleeper. It's only at 19% right now. It's half of what BE on Graham Platner is at. But from what I've been told, that's a really interesting debate, and the outcome of that Senate race is pretty damn important now. Even more important than before. Even more important than before. But it's in third place right now. If you want to go over and vote, you can help it out. You can vote for whatever you want. And remember, when you support the stream in any of the ways that you can let me know in the chat which of these topics appeals to you. I will put your money where your mouth is. I will turn it into a percentage and add it to the topic of your choice up here. Or look at what's down here. Look at what's down here. Look at what we got down here. Vox Populi. All right, what is this? This is if you donate and you're like, I don't like the idea of other people deciding what we watch. I think the chatters should decide what we watch. I think the poll should decide what we watch. So really, when you say Vox Populi, you're voting for the poll. You're voting for the chatters. You're voting for direct democracy facilitated by YouTube.com. Where democracy lives or dies. I don't know, chat. Well, the jury's out on that one. But anyway, you can say Vox Populi as well, or you can, if you are a gaming frog, many such cases, right? If you're a gaming frog, if you are here for the Friday streams, which I'll be doing again on Friday, right? Not next stream, but the stream after that, right? Oh, I should mention the freaking schedule again. I don't think I've mentioned the schedule enough. I got to mention it all the time, chat, because, chatters come in at different times, and I want to make sure everybody knows what the new schedule is. Schedule starting 7 p.m. Pacific time in the U.S. or 10 p.m. Eastern time in the U.S. That is my starting time. That is the ideal starting time when I don't have a freaking phone. My phone dies in the middle of the night and does not wake me up at 6 a.m. Yeah, we're starting at 7 p.m. Pacific time, 10 p.m. Eastern time, and I'm going to be streaming 5 days a week for 4 to 6 hours at a time. The 4 to 6 hours is all dependent on the support that the stream gets. We're at 33% already, so we're a third of the way towards getting at least another hour. The extra hours are really helpful. They make it more likely for me or maybe, assure that some kind of bonus content will get watched. We only do the bonus content if we have time for that, and the only way we have time for that is through the support of viewers like you. But yeah, my schedule as far as the days, right? So catch this, right? And I'm talking about US times here. This doesn't correspond to my time. This doesn't correspond to Australian time or anybody in Southeast Asia. Anybody that's in my neck of the woods, these times are going to be, these days are going to be different for you. But for the US audience, it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, skip Thursday, all right? Because that's when my Thai class is. We skip Thursday, we do Saturday, we do Friday, we do Saturday, we skip Sunday. That's my other Thai class, right? So yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, skip Thursday, Friday, Saturday, skip Sunday. Those are the new days, and I'm gonna try to be consistent with this as much as I can. Got hurt. Gonna hurt myself trying to stand on my desk. Oh, you're standing on your desk. I thought you were saying standing desk, chat. I really want a standing desk. I had one when I was in the US. Had to leave it behind because it's way too heavy and way too big to bring with me. Actually, I don't know if I left it in the storage unit or what, but unlike Zoran, Abdul can actually lift. Yeah, and we're going to see that in the debate if that gets chosen. So make sure to go over there and vote for that Michigan Senate debate if you have not already, because it needs your help right now. And you can help it either by voting for it or when you donate in through Super Chat, Super Sticker, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, supporting me on Throne or Patreon or on Twitch. You can put your money where your mouth is and let me know. I want to see that Saeed versus Stevens debate, because it is apparently a banger. Standing desks, yeah, are awesome. I don't know, something about standing up like makes me like more like it helps my brain think. I don't know, it's weird. Standing desks are great, especially the one that you can do the swap. Wait, do you mean the ones that you can lift it up and then you can put it back down? Yeah, that's what I had. I had one of those that you just go in and I love my standing desk. Yeah. I had a standing desk, and I had a rebounder, like a small trampoline, right? And so we would even have like, sort of trampoline streams and get the butt out of your butt. Oh, the blood out of your butt. Yeah, maybe that's what it happens. But anyway, yeah, that's what we got going on for bonus content today. If you want to help me to get to that bonus content, again, we got to get this number up. If we get to 100, we can add 1 hour. If we get to 200, we will add 2 hours. And beyond that, I got to think of how to thank people for yesterday, because we did actually hit 300. I didn't expect that, but it happened anyway. And yeah, I got really appreciative of that, especially as I am trying to make this Vietnam thing actually happen. Okay, so what did we say we're gonna add? Let me just put this on here now. Wait, I gotta somehow... Okay. Oh, that's the Do Not Worry podcast. Wait, do we have like a pinned? I kind of want to add something to the pinned. Okay. Got all of those items. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I want to remember this, right? I need to remember this. FD Signifier. One of the people that can credibly say I told you so, along with I guess Bad Empanada. There's a few people out there that told us so, including me in my own way. Like, obviously, I was not advocating for voting for Mills or for Collins. I didn't see, it would have been nice if Michigan Democrats could have put together like another candidacy that maybe has all of the policy, priorities that Platner's campaign had without the baggage, but it didn't happen in time. And so, I was like, there's a lot of red flags. The guy seems like a liar. It seems like something. What I said, remember saying was, it seems like another shoe might drop. And it turns out I was right. I do not want to be right, chat, but I was right anyway. Wait, FD Signifier and you can add that. Okay, if you can add that, that'll make it quicker for me. I'll just erase this. I was gonna try to add it myself, but Discord is not working as well as I want it to. But yeah, we got to get going now, chat, because again I've something just happened. Omega Star with the gifted sub to Please Call Me Blue. Please call you Jellyfish. And oh my god, isn't that crazy? Wait, how come? Okay, now you start a hype train. There's a hype train going on, chat, on Twitch, and you can support me anytime you want on Twitch. But if you support me during the hype train, which is going to last for the next 4 minutes and 44 seconds, you get something special for your trouble. You get exclusive emotes for supporting the hype train. You get a little engineer badge. If you like to collect badges, that's a badge that you can collect. So just letting you know that for the next 4 minutes and 30 seconds, there's a hype train. So if you got a Twitch Prime that you want to activate, or if you want to, you need to resub anyway, great time to do that now. You can drive that hype train forward and get that going. All right, I got to get this going. So I think I've mentioned everything. I also mentioned my, oh my god, that's not where I expected that to be. I also mentioned, what? Okay, wow, everything is just like out of place now. There we go, there's the Patreon.
At Devicliff super chatted $9.99. I love the standing desk, but I do despise every person who sits on yoga ball at their desk. They are filth and shouldn't be in a professional setting.
Yeah, no, I feel you. It's weird too, chat. When I was on my when I had a trampoline, people don't think that you're at a standing desk, and they can't really tell. They're not seeing whether there's a chair there or not, so they just see you. But when I was on that desk, or when I was standing on the trampoline, and just kind of bouncing around, the idea, chat, is that look, sitting is the new smoking. Sitting is not good for you. It's not good for your circulation, not good for your cardiovascular, right? Sitting for too long, like I do right now, is probably not great. I guess a yoga ball could help that, but Davy is just commenting on how silly that you end up looking with a yoga ball. Make Irene bounce. Yes, indeed. That's a great time to remind me of what I lost. Remember those days? God damn it. God damn it. Look, that's one thing I'd like to bring back from those days. I've grown, and I have actually, Narwhal, I think we're at 49 now. We're halfway there, almost. We're almost living on a prayer. I feel like I should have a little Bon Jovi thing that pops out when we get halfway there automatically. That's why I smoke and stand. There you go. There you go. It takes away the negative. Although I feel like more people in the office now popping a Zen rather than smoking, because you don't have to go out for that one, and you don't have to spit into a cup either. Wait, do you have to spit into a? I don't think you have to spit into a cup. But yeah, we're at 49, so we're getting off to a great start, chat. I gotta get us into this. So like I said before, Patreons, if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I read out your name at the beginning and end of every stream. Let me do that now. Shouts out to Neopergos. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Mix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel Siverud. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, Crystal Saphira, and Xerix. There we go, chat. There we go. I smoked for 20 years, but a vape hits better when you get used to it. Yeah. I would love for more research to come in to, I'm thinking vapes are probably better for you than smoking. Maybe, I don't know. They need more research around that, and maybe even they could figure out if there's anything bad about the vape, replace it. I don't know. Replace it with something else. I don't know. I would love to see more research on vape, on Zen, on any of the alternatives, to see exactly where you're at. Hassan is not spitting into cups. I think his mother would murder him in the stream for, well, if he did it, he'd do it real low key, right? Although that would still be bad. You pick up a cup of soda and you're just, let me take a little sip out of Hassan's soda here, and it turns out it's not even tobacco juice, chat. 30 seconds left on that hype train. Vapes can be slightly better than smoking or much worse. That's what I'm thinking, right? My experience with vapes was with the THC and CBD, the vape pens, right? Okay, first thing, those things are powerful. Damn, they're powerful. They kill your tolerance. it's hard to get like a little bit. I've noticed. Maybe you can. Maybe other people have had experiences. They like know how to just take a micro hit or something. There's the hype train coming in at level 1. All right. I don't know why it didn't activate when Anonymous Gifter gifted those 5 subs, but for some reason you didn't get credit for that. I don't know how it works, chat. I can relate with the weed vapes, yeah. But what I noticed is I started feeling like shit. I don't know what it was. I don't know if the stuff was coating my lungs, or if there was something, you know, weird in the medium. What do you call it? Like the substrate, the stuff that they extracted into, which I thought was like glycerin. But is weed legal? You know what's not legal in Thailand? Vape pens, right? And it's, at least yet, right? They might look in the legislation and change it, right? But for right now, you know, vapor pens, or whether it's tobacco or weed, not legal. In Thailand, it's in a very particular place right now, right? They're transitioning to a medical-only system, which is not as bad as it sounds, right? Basically, it would mean that if you go into a cannabis shop, well, they want to have less cannabis shops, because that was one of the things that, look, the guy that's in there right now, the Prime Minister, Anutin, he is Mr. Weed. He's, you know, was responsible for the original policy where they changed the rules, and it was the Wild West. There was like no regulations. Thai people did not like it with no regulations. There was a lot about the implementation that people didn't like. The biggest thing is, like, you know, if you walk around Thailand anywhere, the most common shop, the most common store that you'll see is 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven, you can pay your electricity bill. You know, they've got, you know, they'll you know, they got food that you can get there, and you know, you could get hot food for pretty cheap from 7-Eleven. They'll even warm it up for you in the microwave if you want. I mean, I guess that's not that different than gas stations in the US. But yeah, you know, the 7-Eleven's pretty cool. Now the most common type of shop in Thailand is actually a weed store. And I think Thai people just didn't like seeing everything turn into a weed store. It's understandable why it does that, though, because if you compare the amount a farmer earns, you know, growing cannabis versus melons versus rice versus anything else, right? It's a lot more. It's very lucrative. And, you know, these businesses have, you know, taken a lot of people and improved their financial standing, you know, if you could, you know, get in when this was happening. But yeah, there's the other thing people don't like is that, like, everywhere they go, they smell marijuana. They don't like that. All right. They don't like people smoking in public. They don't like, especially like tourists, you know, getting like way too high and acting crazy. And god damn, tourists are just, you know, there's every week I hear about something awful a tourist did, including a murder that happened, I believe, in Pattaya. And so yeah, so they voted, or they voted. They want, a lot of Thai people want it not to be, to either have the policy ended or something. But the compromise that got made is like to turn it into a to transition towards a medical only model. And you know, it's the same. Maybe you've seen this in the US, right? You go into a store, they ask you, do you have a permit? Do you have a license? Do you have whatever you need to do this? And if you say no, they'll say, okay, let's call up this doctor on Zoom. And there's a doctor that's just waiting there at their computer to be like, insomnia, you say. Well, that is one condition that marijuana can treat, so I will sign off on this. Nausea? Yes, nausea. You know, like, right, there's, you know, they kind of know the list of things that we can help. And if you come in there and say, hey, I got this problem, you know, you will get your license. I think pretty cheaply too. The thing that it is, though, is it makes those shops slightly less profitable. And I think that's on purpose, because I think they want slightly less of those shops to exist. Because again, Thai people just do not like to see their, you know, familiar, you know, street, you know, turn into something where every other store is a weed shop, right? It's just not something that people are used to, not something that people want, and they don't want to be bothered by it, right? It's understandable. They don't want to, you know, have to, you know, smell it. They don't want to have to. Jesus Christ, I don't know what's going on in chat, but let me see if I can fix this. Bless the Zoom doctor, yeah. Okay, I was detecting a little bit of weirdness from chat. There we go. All right. Chat. Don't be weird. Don't be weird. Don't be a fucking weirdo. Yeah, there definitely are laws like that, JJS. There definitely are laws like that. Right, especially right when we're trying to get to the content, which I am trying to get to right now. I'm trying to figure out what exactly we're gonna watch first. Probably the new allegations, or all right, there we go. That's a good thing to start off with. Now that everything is moved around because the Windows Explorer crash, all right, so like I told you, oh my god, wait, never mind. Fuck. Washington Post apparently does not let you read their articles. Let's start off with this. I thank you, chat, for reminding me of the... We're gonna get to the new allegations, maybe, if somebody has a Washington Post subscription and can send me a free article, because yeah, I can't use this one. But yeah, I guess we're gonna start off with FD Signifier here.
I'm putting all white leftists in time.
Oh wait, this is the this is a video from actually a month ago. I don't think that FD Signifier has done a like a gloat stream. I don't think he's done a like you were wrong stream, or he hasn't done a what do you call it, like a I told you so yet, but you know, he can if he wants. We gotta get started with this, chat. I am so sorry it took so long to get this everything going, but here we go. FD Signifier, living in the Matrix. Oh, he did a stream today? Well, maybe we can check that out. I don't know if we have time. I can get behind the paywall if I know the title. Oh my god, do I know the title? Do I know the title? Ex-girlfriend of Graham Platner something. Oh, it says he removed condoms without consent. I guess I just spoiled it for you, didn't I? But I mean, look, I'm not trying to remove paywall. I'll try that. Is it as easy as that? The FD streams channel. Okay. We'll just start off with FD Signifier. And again, chat, sorry for...
I'm out until further notice. I've been hanging around y'all too long, and now I have lice. And black people, I'm putting all white leftists on timeout until further notice. I've been hanging around y'all too long, and now I have lice. And black people shouldn't get lice. That it doesn't work like that for us. Lice in America cannot survive in black hair. Y'all probably don't realize that because a lot of y'all don't be knowing shit about us, but we already off topic. And the fact that I be explaining black people shit is kind of why I have this problem in the first place. We're going to start out talking Graham Platner a little bit because he's a great framing tool for everything I want to get off my chest.
Oh, is that an extension?
Really clear, I'm going to say that a lot in this video. I don't like this dude. He feels like a seasonal villain from a prestige political drama like House of Cards.
So chat, are people talking about removepaywall.com? Is that what we're talking about? Is that the good site? Does that site work and not, you know, rape your computer or
a scandal or something? I'm not saying he's a Nazi, but he's at least like Hydra or Order of the Cyclops for those of you that watched Watchmen all those years ago. He just is that guy, and it's incredibly obvious to anyone who isn't some of y'all. And this isn't just taking issue with his military service. I don't have a purity politic toward anything, really, if you know me, but definitely not ex-military people on the left. I am anti-American military.
Talking about an extension.
Military, like I don't want to misconstrue that, but there are also Black Panthers who were ex-military. The American military spends billions of dollars marketing and propagandizing young people across this country. So I try to hold a nuanced position for how that works. But I wouldn't apply this to Platner. 4 tours and Blackwater and a Nazi tattoo is a lot. And I know that's not a hot take. I know even more moderate folks would agree with that. So I have to wonder, why and how is Platner being pushed so hard by the establishment and the online left in general? Platner is the latest project out of the Fight Agency. The Fight Agency is a political consultancy that was started by some ex-Bernie Sanders, ex-John Fetterman folks. And in recent years, they've been behind the success of Zohran Mamdani, as well as people like Dan Osborne, Bob Brooks, etc. And aside from Zohran Mamdani, you kind of see what's happening here. All we're missing is Hank Hill. Like, the main...
Yeah, I know that the new stream is on FD Streams. I'm just trying to show for anybody who hasn't seen. I know a lot of you have probably seen this, so we won't watch the whole thing. The Blackwater thing was too easily dismissed. So I agree. I think out of all that we knew that was confirmed, certainly from the first drop of allegations, right? The Blackwater thing was like the sleeper thing that people weren't.
Super chatted $5. I just sent you a link in chat.
Oh, thank you.
If it doesn't work, I'll share on Discord. There should be no paywall, though.
No paywall on that. Thank you so much, Narwhal by Nature. So yeah, like I just wanted to address, this is actually a good point that you're making here. Yeah, like there's no excuse, right, for signing up for a, an organization like Blackwater. The excuses that people usually use for military service, like I was a victim of the poverty draft, right? That's a very real thing. Doesn't apply to Graham Platner. And yeah, not only did he do multiple tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, he also came back and worked as under a PMC that was Blackwater. He claims he didn't because they had changed their names. That is the excuse Blackwater uses, right? They get a bad name, they get bad PR, they change. They're like, oh no, now we're XI, whatever that was. I think they even changed their name another time, and that was the company, the version of Blackwater that Platner served under. I will caution though people in understanding that if that's going to be our standard for the Senate, for the House, for voting for somebody, there's a lot of people in there already that are like voting for this shit, right? So by U.S. political standards, the Blackwater thing does not make him worse than like 90% of the people currently serving, right? Although, yeah, it's a red flag, and it should have been seen as such. But yeah, that's essentially you've got somebody promising to vote better than 99% of the people in the Senate or Congress, right? I think that's what people, why people overlooked that, or if they believed his, cope about it. Like, see, he said he didn't do Blackwater, so I guess he didn't do. Yeah, a lot of people wanted a hero. You're exactly right. Because, so yeah, I think we're gonna get the new Washington Post article about the new allegations in just a second. I just wanted to recap the beginning of this FD video. And again, FD is one of the people who can say pretty validly, "I told you so." Also going to watch Bad Empanada, who I guess shares that distinction. Variant node, I was proud of Emma this morning for not pushing back against the story that came out. Sent you the site, it was under in general. I think I've got, I think Narwhal sent me like a paywall free version of that. But yeah, good point. Good. Like, I mean, this is crucial. Of all of the accusations, I think the Blackwater, the previous accusations, right, chat? I think the Blackwater one was the worst. And now that we know that this guy just doesn't give a fuck about consent, it's not too late, but it is pretty fucking late. It is late. It is late in the game. All right, so I think I've got There we go. Thank you so much, everybody. That it's a team effort. Like a whole bunch of people were working to get me this article, and to stop me from crashing out. No, I mean, I don't know. Like I've had a lot of fuckery this morning, but
Mostly valid
no excuse for crashing out.
argument that I will get about Platner is that he's one of the few folks amongst the Democrats that vows to pull military support from Israel.
Not a single taxpayer dollar should be spent on arming and defending a country that commits a genocide.
And that is extremely important for Palestinian liberation. But I do have to ask, why are we being asked to not just tolerate Platner for that reason, but to see him almost as the future of the Democratic Party and maybe even the left? Why?
Yeah, this was disconcerting to me, right? I'm fully on board with the argument of like, you know, reducing the harm of a Collins re-election or a Mills election, you know, with a character, you know, that it has, you know, really kind of, you know, compromised in a lot of different ways, including that fucking tattoo. But yeah, making him into a hero, you know, projecting that onto him, I think was a mistake.
Why has he become the darling of the online predominantly white left in this time frame? Why did the fight agency scout him in the first place? It's because the fight agency knows that this image of white American exceptionalism and especially masculinity is still highly valued amongst the white masses. He's doing a reskin of the Marlboro Man, or better yet, like Don Draper, Joel Miller from The Last of Us. Literally, he looks like Walter White. And I want you to remember, all of these characters were villains. And historically, it's always straight white men that fail to realize that fact about those characters. And when you're not a straight white male, you always take note of those types of fans. They may not be the worst people in the world, but they're people to observe. But the left falling for the same trick like this is not surprising when you realize that white leftists in America have never consistently had a halfway decently developed racial analysis. And this is just a historical pattern at this point. Again, shout out to a book I've been reading from Brian Quoba, Hubert Harrison, The Forbidden Genius of Black Radicalism. Hubert Harrison was a lesser known black socialist who worked and wrote in the same eras as Booker T. Washington, Du Bois, and Garvey, and was to the left of all of them during that time, including Du Bois. But in this, he also found himself
Talking about the, I mean, with Washington, the later 19th century, and with the rest, mainly the early 20th century.
Confounded by the challenge of organizing with white socialists who at the time could not see past their anti-blackness to form effective solidarity and build a functional coalition. And this pattern has never stopped repeating, which is illustrated by this excerpt from Eugene Debs that's in the book. In capitalism, the Negro question is a grave one and will grow more threatening as the contradictions and complications of capitalist society multiply, Debs allowed. But this need not worry us. Let them settle the Negro question in their way if they can. We have nothing to do with it, for that is their fight. Debs here exemplified the way in which even radical white people who called for a working class revolution against capitalism could simultaneously distance themselves from the specific challenges facing the most oppressed segment of the working class. I'm bringing this up because I want to show that this is an infinite loop at this point. White leftists with little to no racial analytical frame can't help but censor their sensibilities, even in the face of obvious red flags, or clearly better options if they don't appeal to their aesthetics and need to censor themselves. Why have we centered Graham Platner when we have Chris Robb, who, from what I understand, is the furthest left candidate the Democrats have ever had in any political race?
Didn't know he did Taekwondo. How did I miss that, chat?
And he low-key still fits the gruff leftist daddy kink that so many of y'all seem to like. Another face that I haven't seen on my feed at all and I had to get from somebody else.
Now, I got to point out the thing that might be holding him back, right, is that you do have people, and again, this isn't me complaining or canceling, all right? I do value Ryan Grimm's work as a journalist, right? I do value the stories that he breaks, right? But we saw that interaction between Crystal and Rob when she was basically, you know, asking him to support Platner, and his explanation of, you know, why he could not do that, or why, you know, like it was something that stuck in her craw, and it would have really stuck in Ryan's craw. It's something that he would have called woke, right? Ryan's got that anti-woke dog in him. Ryan sees wokeness as an impediment to, I don't know, some kind of a class reductionist, agenda that he's gotten brainwormed into. And so, you will have people in the left, right, when they hear Rob just standing up for, marginalized people, or even using language like that, right? There is you've probably seen it, the eye roll, right? The, oh God, are we going back to 2020? Oh God, right? I thought we got past this. I thought we were in woke 2.0 now, right? You will see this from a lot of people. We're going to be covering some Ryan Grimm today.
Is Charles Booker. Booker has as progressive an agenda as you can have in mainstream politics, and isn't a very vulnerable red state that could use a lot more attention and support from the online left. And it's not there. Booker's not just anti-sending weapons to Israel. He's Medicare for all. He's for universal basic income, stopping data centers, decriminalizing poverty, and reparations. Is everything you can want from a mainstream politician, but he's invisible compared to Platner. I don't follow elections much unless it's local, but I have seen Platner's face a million times more than either Rob or Booker. Rob did spend some time with Hassan. Booker, he's got nothing as far as I can tell. Meanwhile, Platner has tons of interviews, Majority Report, Mehdi Hassan, New York Times. Why is this happening? Why is that viable? From my perspective and experience, a lot of white leftists understand that it's bad to be racist, but they don't actually understand why racism is bad or how it works. The absence of a critical understanding of how
Grimm isn't always weird about women, but he is weird about women enough that it's noticeable. I don't know if I've seen that. I've just seen his whole thing, Sean pointed this out, right? When, he was do we have to go back to that? He was saying that one of the reasons, oh my God, and this is Ryan Grimm, I think is the one that I might kind of worry about today, right? Because he is acknowledging, that Platner needs to step out, but with a caveat of I wish this wasn't how society works. I wish that we didn't do this rush to judgment, right? And it's not so much a rush to judgment, it's that Ryan is kind of slow to making a very obvious judgment, and it's because of this whole sort of anti woke specter that is possessing him and haunting him, and that's why I call it brainworms. When I say somebody's brainworm, chat, I'm not saying they're stupid. All right, please don't mistake that. I'm not saying you got worms for brains, right? I'm saying that you got an unexamined part of your thinking process that's not clear to you. You're not seeing it, but it is affecting things, right? I am saying that you picked something up without realizing it, right? That's what brainworms means.
How whiteness works is why a lot of them fall for the same trick over and over, to the point where the fight agency clearly has this type built out just for y'all. If you want to vote for Platner as an odious candidate that will help end military support to Israel, go ahead, but it should be treated as a tainted compromise for the sake of a free Palestine, not a vision for the future of the left. He should not be in our faces as much as he is. He should not have the defenders that he has that I know will show up in his comment section. He should be the online left's sneaky link that you never see in the light of day and never talk about in public. And the fact that so many white leftists don't feel this is sadly par for the course. The red flags that he has don't bother some of y'all because those red flags have never been weaponized against you. But when you're someone who's historically been targeted by this archetype, you pay attention to those patterns. You don't compromise with that. For reasons I won't get into, I've had to spend the last few weeks arguing that normalizing Nazi terminology, but wokely, is bad and that no one on the left should be doing it. And I've had some, not many, I want to be clear, but plenty of white leftists try to argue that nobody cares about Nazis, as if a couple of Nazis didn't just shoot up a mosque in San Diego just a few weeks ago. Or the fact
I have heard that too, right? That they're basically look, anti-Semitism isn't a serious threat. I mean, you heard this from Baden Bonata, who, like I said, he's one of the other people that has the legitimate ability to claim that he told us so. But yeah, when it comes to he's just I don't know, he's flipped his he's got a different kind of brainworms. But yeah, as far as Ryan, the problem that I have is that he's accepting this based on, well, this is how society works. Maybe this is not how society should work. Maybe we should, have a trial or allow Graham Platner to face his accused. I don't know. I don't want to put words in his mouth. Like what kind of process Ryan thinks would be ideal if this was not how society worked. But there's that, and there's also the fact that there's no, at least from what I've seen from his tweets, we'll look at and from what watching a little bit of his stream with or his video with Sagar today on Breaking Points, right? There is nothing approaching accountability. There's nothing approaching, hey, I kind of messed up on this one, right? When you had Ryan lecturing marginalized people that you got something against white straight cis men, don't you? So somebody like Graham Platner, somebody that looks like Graham Platner, somebody that talks like Graham Platner, somebody that acts like Graham Platner hurts you, and you're projecting this on this, and this is getting in the way of what we need to do. So sit down and I know he's not trying to say this, right? But that is the effect of what you're saying, Ryan. Right, when you lecture people like this, and there's no sort of, from what I've seen, accountability for that shit. The people that I really have a problem with are people that attacked people like FD Signifier or whoever when they brought up the red flags. Right, that's who I have. That's who I want to hear like something from, some acknowledgement.
That exact type of Nazi terrorism happens like every 6 to 18 months in America. And it's impossible to remain in community or struggle with people who don't seem to mind that, who always put themselves first, especially when the struggle isn't about them in the first place. And after half a decade online, I'm tired of seeing this pattern and repeating these same complaints.
Boy, I was done with Ryan Grimm as soon as he suggested inviting MTG into a populist coalition. Yeah, that's not a part of my problem too, is he's not cautious enough about some of these right-wingers that agree with us on or at least seem to agree with us on issues like Palestine. At least they agree with the policy prerogatives that we got, but maybe for completely different reasons when you're talking about MTG, to be completely honest here. And again, like MTG could maybe, I don't know. I mean, we haven't even heard MTG say, listen, when I was early on in my political career, I got into conspiracy theories and I believed them. And some of these conspiracy theories were directed against people for just stuff. I don't know. You'd never hear this from MTG, right? And you haven't heard it from MTG. And that's the part of the reason that you can't see MTG as like a real, member of any kind of coalition that at least I want to be involved in. So anyway.
But the problem is that this entire space has always catered to a specific type of white guy online, and that's what it was built for and what it always probably will be. See, BreadTube emerged as a venue to rehabilitate right-wing edgelords into leftist progressives, all after the rise of the alt-right. It has always had an extremely high tolerance for what Graham Platner is, because he just like them for real. And while not every aspect of BreadTube has catered to this reformed edgelord Reddit troll archetype, it's clear that this element of the space remains influential and often sets the tone for the space. Because even if these types don't make up the largest part of our audiences, they're almost always the loudest part, always the most online and the most active of the bunch. So let's talk about some drama for a bit. For years, I have not responded to drama publicly. And any drama from other creators whose opinions I don't care about, you haven't heard me talk about it publicly. And the reason for this is people don't care. People don't care about petty squabbles between creators that agree with each other 90% of the time. None of this is really material to any useful action toward a free Palestine or any social issue that you might care about. So rarely do I dedicate time to it in a serious sense. Some creators thrive off drama and they can't attract an audience otherwise. I am not one of those creators. So I want to apologize up front to the vast majority of people who will watch this and have no clue where this is coming from. But with that in mind, I won't be naming names. And to be clear, a lot of the things I'm going to say aren't going to be intended explicitly towards a few people. And it's more so me responding to a problem I've been seeing forever in the space as a whole. But before I even go there, let me clarify some things. I am unequivocally a supporter of a free Palestine. I see Palestine as a colonized nation, and no, I do not think Israel has a right to exist because it is an imperial project and cannot exist as anything but an imperial project. I do not even condemn Hamas. And I've had this stance on decolonization for years. If you pay attention, I don't know if this is a shocking thing to hear me say. It's only that probably if you haven't been paying attention, but a lot of y'all only, we'll get there. You cannot put limitations on how colonized people fight their oppressors. So no, I won't condemn Hamas the same way I wouldn't condemn the Mau Maus in Kenya or the Nat Turner slave rebellions or the Haitian.
He's talking about Mike? Wait, is there drama between FD and Mike?
Revolution or the IRA in Ireland. All of these entities were called terrorists at the time of their existence by their oppressors, and all are recognized as liberation movements today, despite the ugliness those movements may have existed in. And I believe Hamas will eventually be seen in the same light. I would love if violence didn't have to occur. And there are anti-colonial movements that do happen to occur with minimal violence, but it's not fair to call any anti-colonial violence senseless, because it is a direct response to the condition that the colonized are living under. And the thing to keep in mind is that Palestinians didn't just start getting genocided by Israel on October 7th, 2023. Now, I've seen people say that I've said nothing about the genocide in 3 years, and those people do not watch me. I've expressed
now he's talking about BE.
Palestine in multiple videos across multiple channels.
One thing I'm really interested in with Palestine right now is because there's very obviously bad faith actors trying to involve themselves on all sides of the issue. Oh shit, it's 4,000 people in here. What the fuck? Let's talk about Palestine, motherfuckers. There are students across the country at college campuses protesting and putting their personal lives and futures in jeopardy for free.
And this is the thing too, when I evaluated the FD and Bad Empanada, conflict, or the, showing up on Noah's stream and debating, right? When Bad Empanada made that allegation, like, you haven't said shit about Palestine. I mean, I didn't think that was true. I felt like that was untrue, but I couldn't think of or point to, the instance where that happened. Cause I think what they're saying is that it's not an issue of, he's, this is on his live stream, right? He's got 5,000 people watching live, and he's like, oh, hey, so many people watching, let's talk about Palestine. So he's definitely wanting to feature that, right? I think they're saying that he didn't make a main channel video on it. And I think he's, explained, he's explained, why he, how that video that he would make, that would be if you think he's had problems keeping videos up, getting videos taken down before, certainly, anything about Palestine is likely to suffer that same kind of thing. But, he didn't, I don't think it was a main channel video. And so people who look at him as a YouTube creator that makes what he popped off with, which is prepared content, like video essays, right? Then they're like, hey, I don't see the Palestine video essay. And it doesn't mean that he's not talking about Palestine. So there he is with some receipts.
Free Palestine. There are professors getting arrested and detained right up the street from where I live at this point, at Emory University.
Limbaugh's a racist. Glenbeck is a racist. Gaza Strip was getting bombed. Obama didn't say shit. Did Lupe Fiasco, one of the biggest rappers in the world, low-key say free Palestine way back in 2011? Yes. Yes, he did. But my content is made for Black people, and the people I'm talking about usually are not Black. And so some of these newfound critics will just lie and say I've been silent, and this is being used to paint me as a person who is both sizing a genocide or a liberal Zionist or a philo-Semite. I have very purposely never presented myself as a key voice on Palestine, which I don't think anyone sincerely is asking me for, but that has allowed for, I'll say, unprincipled people to make up narratives about my position when I dare to say something as bold as,
hey, maybe don't use Nazi dog whistles because you had a disagreement with someone on Twitter.
And instead of acknowledging that reasonable and extremely
definitely speaking about Bad Empanada here,
low bar of decency in this space, folks would rather accuse me of being a liberal Zionist. And I think the only reason why this FD doesn't care about Palestine narrative has gotten legs, because I didn't make a definitive FD signifier Palestine video on my main channel. And some may see that as a lack of conviction, so let me clear that up as well. First, I want to engage with this idea that a video on Palestine would have been bad for my channel in some form or fashion. And this is just not based in reality. In fact, the opposite is true. Palestine videos, especially 2 years ago, were very popular. Sean's Palestine video 2 years ago is his second most watched video of the last 5 years. And even today, videos on the genocide can pull in good views. You never know how the algorithm is going to treat when you talk about certain topics. There's definitely, shadow banning, and there's definitely certain ways that you talk about the genocide that will get a video demonetized.
I do not even condemn Hamas.
Or even get you targeted by groups like the Canary Mission, or you know what I mean? It's, get you targeted for deplatforming and worse, doxing, who knows?
But it's like that for a lot of stuff. And there's definitely a market for content around Palestine. And to me, that's kind of gross, but it's the reality. This clip that is being spread to insinuate that I'm purposely avoiding making content about Palestine is literally me making content about Palestine because it's featuring Dr. Mark Lamont Hill, and it's the most watched video on my podcast channel. There was and is still great benefit for people to make pro-Palestinian content, especially white creators who love to jump in front of any trending social issue to be the face of it. And that's one of the reasons why I didn't do that shit. I have a different relationship and view of left tube and political content than many viewers and a lot of creators. I stopped viewing BreadTube as a space for serious political content, low-key almost immediately, but definitely after I made the Fuck the Police video back in like mid-2023. Fuck the Police was probably the first video I made where I wasn't already somewhat of an expert on the topic. I had to do more reading and research for that.
Anyway, this stuff is really interesting. I am going to have to resist the impulse to try to watch more of it. It does shed some light on the drama with Bad Empanada and with a lot of stuff, but I just wanted to I wanted to get his explanation for not putting up a main channel video, which was what I think the reason that a lot of people were, attacking him. We got to move on though, chat. We got so much to cover today. Let's see where we at. Should it be 54, Narwhal? Is that where we're at now? I think there was another super chat that happened. Did I actually even, I don't know if I showed it. I might have been so distracted. Apologies if that is what happened. Yeah. So, I think we're supposed to be at 54. And if we get to 100, we get an extra hour. If we get to 200, we get 2 extra hours. So there might be, no, not 64. I would love it to be 64. It's 54 right now. But I'm going to try to, not speed run, but just like try to keep myself on track here. All right. So I mentioned earlier, wait, what is going on with Discords? Are there multiple of them? I thought I just got, oh, thank you. Direful's got the next FD, the video, we'll put that on for now. I thought I saw screenshots in my DMs. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. Or maybe those weren't the right screenshots. Anyway, we got lots to cover, so don't worry. We'll get to it when we get to it.
What I'm trying to make clear here is that Rob, myself,
there we go. That's the interview with Crystal and Rob,
Sean the Black, a lot of other Black folks. We have explained this to y'all before. That's the real Black.
Omega Star says, "Put my sub towards BE." Okay.
That, like, literally, that is what Black fatigue actually is. It's Black folks being tired of having to explain racism to white people.
Oh, that's crazy. You know what? What's okay? Wait, the crazy. Okay, Black fatigue. Chat. One in chat if you've heard of this, right? I have heard this term mentioned mostly from racists, right? And what they're saying is that they're tired of hearing about Black shit. They're tired of hearing about police brutality. They're tired of hearing about discrimination, right? That is what they're saying. But FD is, I don't know, is this another thing that got appropriated? Was this like a Black thing that got like twisted around to mean like the opposite. They have numbers written on them for the order. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Narwhal. And thank you everybody that's helping me get this Washington Post article, despite the fact I think maybe it's not even paywalled. I think it's like geographically paywalled or something. Like other people are saying they pulled this article up and they got no problem looking at it. For some reason, it comes up to me as black fatigue got I didn't even know that. I thought it was just a racist thing. That's fucking crazy. Wait, he's joking? Wait, did I miss the thing? Wait, he's joking? Wait. The racist turned around the meaning of black fatigue, like they did with DEI or woke. Yeah. The woke is the craziest one of all. I mean, they're all crazy, right? But the woke, the idea that wokeness is a pejorative. Like, we don't want to be woke. We want to stay asleep. We want to ignore what's really happening and just be passive, background characters in the story of the great men of history. That's fucked up. That's fucked up that it got turned around like that. That's fucked up that being woke, right? Which is what they are saying when they're saying take the red pill. That's supposed to make them woke, right? It's like the whole, metaphor of the Matrix, right? Is about like, the facing the desert of the real, as Morpheus said, right? Facing the reality, although it is not palatable, not nearly as palatable as a steak, can be if you make a deal with Agent Smith. Anyway, double check. I can be wrong. Wait, what? Well, I'm sorry. I'm trying to on the screenshot. We can do that. Any like I'm not super worried about that. It was reappropriated again. Oh wait. So is he going to explain that? Maybe I should just let him go. Maybe other people have seen this already and they know what is coming up.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So I haven't actually.
Oh, the Matrix being reappropriated. Yeah. A lot of. Are you talking about the origins of the story? The Matrix. There's a very similar story that was written by a black woman to the overarching narrative of the Matrix, and a lot of people feel like this is something that was literally either unknowingly or knowingly kind of taken and made marketable, made famous, made into like a franchise and a pop culture phenomenon by white people. Racists co-opted the mansion symbol into a hate symbol. They did the same to Pepe. White supremacist culture has to steal by definition. Yeah, because whiteness impoverishes our even it's why white culture feels like mayonnaise. It's why white culture feels like nothing, right? It's why they're and that allows it to occupy the space of the default, like how I always talk about the default person, a white straight cis male, kind of whatever Ryan Grimm said. Essentially, that's the default person, and yeah, if you sort of wipe the slate clean, which is sort of what the narrative of whiteness does. Then you can insert yourself as the default, and everybody else is ethnic and not you. Everybody else has a culture and ethnicity, right? It's it's the manji symbol. Oh, okay, there it is. Oh my God, thank you. Oh geez, that's a hefty article. Decently sized article. Let's watch this, and then I'll read you the article about the new allegations.
Watched any of the coverage. I've just seen the aftermath. I guess
it's an abstraction of culture. Yeah, I see that.
I'm happy, right? Having kind of tried.
Also, beware of the mailman, says Magot. I always bark at the mailman.
As nice as I possibly could to illustrate the problem here early on. But unlike other folks in this greater content space, this is not necessarily the
I don't take any solace in the way this is turning out. You know, it's actually really weird and lame, some of the response I'm seeing from certain creators that are uglier and more broke and less talented and charismatic than myself. Like, so let's start there. Let's start there, right? So certain creators in this space that are
No idea why it's not coming up on screen because I'm pressing the button to make it. But Stephen P, you just someone else actually. Mimi1189, you just got weaseled thanks to Stephen P. That's what I was trying to say, chat. I don't know why it is like not. Oh my God, everything's breaking. Everything's breaking. It's making me want to do the Trump voice, but I'm gonna resist the urge, chat. I'm gonna resist the urge. Because we got very little time.
They're ugly and have
57.
bad breath and
Okay,
bad
so
teeth. And
we're on our way to
can't
adding an hour.
watch them talk about can't get anybody to watch their videos unless they put bigger, more interesting people's faces on their thumbnails, right? Are running around, and it's really indicative of like the difference in ethos, in character, and what their real politics are, that the response to this from some of them is
wait. No. What the fuck? Why is there football? Why is there football? Look, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how. I feel like this is gonna be trouble. It's gonna be trouble.
But like the kayfabification, the sportsification of
Okay, so to illustrate sports is what he's okay. Goddamn editor. God damn it. Why have you got to put the NFL there?
leftist politics for a lot of white creators and consumers, and some black creators and consumers. But that element of it is so unappealing and gross to me. And I think it's unappealing and gross in general to a larger population, which is why these types of creators struggle to maintain momentum for their content, momentum for what they have to offer to the space. Because normal people don't respond to credible rape allegations with a victory lap.
What?
Right?
What?
Normal people don't respond to this type of political moment with I said he was a rapist first. I was the first person to accuse him of rape. Like, that's weird. It's weird. You know, I go on Twitter for the first time in a while. I've been doing really good staying off Twitter. And I see that
that is a massive jellyfish starful. Thank you for the 30 bits.
There's a certain individual's fan base is more invested in trying to maintain a narrative.
Yeah, I mean, I could see maybe I'm distantly related to Rebecca Watson, Fallen Gemini.
About me.
But I was not around for Elevator Gate. I was not around for the new atheist moment in YouTube, so we're like
liking Graham Platner and only coming out against Graham Platner because of a specific.
Yeah, all those people celebrating. Yeah, it is fucked, right? And I don't want to call anybody out, but yeah, you know,
interaction than actually like engaging with the political moment, because to them it's sports. To them, their team just scored a touchdown, and so they want to celebrate their team scoring a touchdown. So this is my first video about Graham Platner 2 months ago, right? And what's funny is that the fact that I'm not
is cat. We're gonna get to it. Yeah, because I know that's coming too. What's funny is that the reason why certain folks saw this video, where I calmly try to examine Platner and illustrate his problem as an endorsement of Platner, is only because, unlike a lot of creators in this realm, I don't do kayfabe. I do kayfabe as little as possible. And my goal was to engage critically with the reality that I saw about this particular figure, where I'm not thinking about, oh, I get to dunk on X, Y, and Z. Oh, I get to be the edgiest guy in the room with my contrarian take. You know, I get to further refine an us versus them narrative, you know, that I can brand in my content, that I can tweet about.
Okay, so unfortunately, this is a very long video too, and like I said, we got a lot to get to. I do want to find where this moment was.
What I'm trying to make clear here is that
I could probably find by just like looking for the. Let's just scan and find breaking points. I want to see what he has to say about breaking points. Is that McMorrow? I can't tell. Oh, it's not a video he's watching anyway. Okay, there is Rob and DAC. Okay, here. I think this is the moment that got fed into the buzz. What do you call it? The
situation, you know.
So to discuss the future of the Democratic,
a fake populist in Fetterman, and when I feel Fetterman vibes, I get very, very nervous. I don't know Platner. I've not followed his race closely. I've had a grueling 10-month campaign I'm just coming out of. So now I'm really seeing what's on the landscape of opportunity in the House and the Senate. But I do think we need to hold space for folks with genuine grievances, and we need to have a process for those folks who are expressing legitimate concerns about the behaviors and choices of candidates, but to do so in a way that is in the spirit of restorative justice, as opposed to the spirit of the politics of personal destruction. And I think that is something that is...
I never actually heard this. This is so frustrating. Oh, this is why I'm a sports tuber. That is what I'm claiming for myself in 2027. I got 2 heavy political videos coming out before the fall. Shout out to Oni in the chat who's working on a doozy. And then I'm writing, I'm interviewing somebody today in a couple hours. And that interview is gonna be a heavy one. And I swear to God, if I could just make that my last political video, I would be such a happy man. Shout out to me and Omizi. If you want to see the future of, FD Signifier, is me and Omizi sitting on the Star Wars set
Because you don't
talking shit. This is it. This is my future, y'all. Don't judge me. I gave everything I had. I gave y'all 5 years of the best of 5 of my best years. My body will never be the same.
I'm confused. Again, this is a live stream. People complain about my live stream not being more like a video. People complain about no timestamp instead of making timestamps themselves, right? So I'm not going to criticize FD for uploading stream content, but yeah, this is like, you know. Does he talk more about Chris Robb here, maybe?
More it's clear he's just anti-Israel from what I can perceive. It wasn't just that he professed some progressive anti-imperial, anti-oligarchy politics. Because once again, everything.
I don't know what happened there. It sounds like a chatter was like, did you see the Chris Robb on Breaking Points? And he's like, no, what? You know. I would have loved to see his take on that, because that was a moment right there, especially Crystal's response, and I think her face said everything. I mean, she wasn't gonna say you are the woke friend, this is too woke for me, like she wasn't gonna say welcome to woke 2.0, but you couldn't tell she was kind of thinking it.
Everything y'all say y'all love about Platner, you have in Chris Robb.
There we go.
And multiple other people without the baggage. So what is it about Rob?
2x speed is nice. I've got him at 1.5 times speed. Do you think he needs to be speeded up even more? I think Havernacle is still incredulous that there are some significant portion of the United States who are racist enough to vote for racism, no matter how well you explain communism.
That doesn't instill the same desire, the same passion. Oh yeah, let me, my new fave. Everything you say you love about Platner, you can find in, how do I say her name, somebody? Daria Liza. And I think it needs to be said that this isn't as simple as saying the white left is racist or has race issues, right? Like that, I don't think they would disagree with that. I don't think Mike from PA would disagree with that. I don't think Kyle Kalinske would disagree with that. I don't think Sam Cedar. I don't think any of them would disagree with that. But it's like I said in the video, a lot of white leftists understand that racism is bad, but they don't fully understand racism. And they only see and understand and engage with racism from an objective, like outsider framework. They only engage with it apart from their own lived experience as an observation of the world. And they don't interrogate.
Yo, Redo, thank you for the subscription with a Prime at no cost to you. That's a neat little trick that supports the stream and gives me, well, I don't know, we're at 60 right now. We might get some extra time. I'm going to try to keep on proceeding it until we get to at least 100, as if, 4 hours is all I got. But it looks like maybe, I don't know, we're like almost 2/3 of the way there. We can do this.
The ways in which race and white supremacy narrates their worldview. And of course it does, because that's how all of these social ills work. The same thing can be said for me around men, especially black men. There are moments and situations where my internal mechanisms around black masculinity and manhood throw me off from how I should interrogate and assess and criticize a situation. You know?
So to discuss the future of the Democratic
a fake populist in Fetterman. And when I feel Fetterman vibes, I get very, very nervous. I don't know Platner. I've not followed his race closely. I've had, a grueling 10-month campaign I'm just coming out of. So now I'm really seeing what's on the landscape of opportunity in the House and the Senate. But I do think we need to hold space for folks with genuine grievances. And we need to have a process for those folks who are expressing legitimate concerns about the behaviors and choices of candidates, but to do so in a way that is in the spirit of restorative justice, as opposed to the spirit of the politics of personal destruction. And I think,
so yeah, it's really weird to get looked at like, why are you so woke? When you're saying restorative justice, you're proposing a pathway forward, even for somebody who's fucked up. Now, this is not to do with Platner's rape allegations, and I think that Rob would see that completely differently, right? But even this stuff, this restorative justice, a process, right? I feel like to people like Crystal and Ryan, it sounds like a struggle session. It sounds like we're gonna victimize some white men to make marginalized people feel some sense of justice, feel happy even at the expense of solidarity. I feel like that's their reaction way too often.
that is something that is.
I never actually heard this. This is so frustrating. Oh, this is why I'm a sports tuber. That is what I'm claiming for myself.
Okay, so Darful's just gave me a live timestamp to go to for his breakdown. Yeah, it sounds like this is and I suspect a lot of people, right, didn't see this when the interview hit, right? Maybe wasn't one of the video. I don't know. This was something I saw after the fact too.
I served my time. What I'm trying to make clear here is that Rob, myself, Sean DeBlack, a lot of other black folks, we have explained this to y'all before. That's the real black fatigue. That, like, literally, that.
There we go.
Is black folks being tired of having to explain racism to white people. And people mistake people who don't know any better or just haters. He's not being nice on some protect white people's feelings shit here.
Darful, did you use the transcript to find this? That's what I was thinking about doing, but then I got distracted.
That's what I want to make sure that's clear. He's not being nice because he cares.
You found the exact spot.
So much about keeping his white audience and his white supporters.
I figured.
Within a specific range and not to be off-putting. Because the truth of the matter is, you don't need, the irony is that you often don't need to baby a white audience the way that folks think you need to.
And sometimes that might actually be, you know, off-putting, right?
He's just protecting his energy. He just don't feel like fighting with y'all right now.
I mean, that is literally the bigotry, or I don't want to use the word bigotry here, because I'm not implying anti-white bigotry, but you know, the way the phrase bigotry of low expectations gets used, you have low expectations for your, you know, white leftist audience, although, like, you know, in some cases that might be justified, right? You know, you're gonna you miss the opportunity that FD's talking about right here.
He's like, spicy dish. He's like, deal with your mess. Clean this. So please don't mistake, what he's doing here.
Wow, it sounds like some shit went down on MR. Am I hearing that right? Just on MR, or like, I know there was like a Left Reckoning too. Is that the one that Emma was on?
As being, as babysitting his white audience, as babysitting white leftists. This is about his energy. And the irony is, there's only one person that I've engaged with that clocked this effectively. I can't say his name on stream or people are going to get mad at me. But he's the only person. There's a reason why I wanted to talk to him, even though I have disagreements with this person. The only person I've had any discussion around Platner with that effectively clocked this specific thing. And no, it's not a 4chan leftist. Well, okay, he is. I don't know. Not like that. But Platner represents this idealized
Tabernacle?
white male.
Not sure who he's talking about.
Figure.
I'm just guessing.
Online left specifically has an angst with. I was talking to another creator yesterday when it started popping off, and I was explaining to them this white creator is a lefty and woke and all of that, but they're not branded with that. They're not branded with that, and that's partly because I think this creator just has a healthier relationship with their own masculinity. And this is me armchairing. I want to say this, and I want to say that this is not. If I anytime I've mentioned the name,
It kind of sounds like it might be Tabernacle.
on purpose.
I'm not sure.
And here, me not mentioning any names
Is it Kyle?
not me trying to imply that this is other specific creators and how they feel.
I'm not sure if FD would refer to Kyle as woke. I don't know. I've never heard him really talk about Kyle that much. Oh no, is it Tyler? Oh.
Does that make sense? If I've mentioned your name in this video, it was connected to a critique that I think you deserve and that I have no problem saying publicly. But here,
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Just saying. That's what I'm thinking. Narwhal says it's not Tyler.
this is more like my general vibe and assessment. Okay? So my general vibe and assessment is that there's a lot of white male leftists who do not have useful, functional relationships with their own masculinity. Much like with racism, they know that racism is bad, but they don't kind of know why. They also know that masculinity can be bad and can be seen and perceived as a negative.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd describe Tyler either as having like a healthy relationship with his masculinity. I think that's a very
They haven't quite rearranged their relationship with masculinity to make them more
it's got to be Cav,
capable
I think.
of moving through the world as a regular dude. Which is why you can have these outright professed progressive guys also be sex pests. Like every 6 to 12 months. And that's because there's reading feminist literature and
It kills me that FD won't name names when he's calling out content creators. Yeah, I see what he's trying to do. Like, and you get why he's doing this. If you don't know, chat, FD made a video that mentioned Vosh. Vosh was not the subject. I don't know. I don't remember if Vosh was like on the thumbnail or anything, right? But it wasn't a video about Vosh. He mentions Vosh. And, you know, that's when all this drama starts up. And FD was at the point where he had to go to the hospital. Like he had he thought he was having a heart attack. I don't know what actually happened, but it was like affecting his health. And since then, he's been trying to kind of, you know, pull out. Like he doesn't like the stuff like what happened with Bad E. I'm sorry, Bad Empanada. Jesus Christ, why am I calling him Bad E? It's making him sound like a British like rapper, like rave rapper from 1993. Bad E. This is gonna be the opener for the Shaman show at Shepherd's Bush. I don't know.
being an ally and knowing the rules. But if you haven't unpacked
He's gonna get on and start like freestyling to Jungle. You know what I mean? Baddie here, like doing a bad like a Chet Hanks patois.
The way you may have been raised, if you haven't unpacked the things within you that directly connect to and appeal to toxic masculinity, then you haven't really addressed and fixed the issue. That's why this character is so valuable and important. And I'm wondering if I'm gonna do a whole video or just the B-sides. But Bear is such an important character for men to engage with, because Bear is emblematic of the actual conflict of masculinity, where you know all the rules that you're supposed to follow, but you aren't really invested in those rules. Graham Platner represents an idealized male archetype to a lot of white online leftists. He is the guy that they imagine themselves as, both in the presentation, in the aesthetics, but also in the sketchy past. It doesn't surprise me when you consider that Bread.
Yeah, I think
BreadTube's main.
It looks like we've kind of moved on to a different subject, so it's a good time for me to dip out. I got what I needed from that video. Now I'm gonna try. We're gonna try this chat. Narwhal has sent me screenshots. All right, I'm gonna try to keep them in order here. This is the Washington Post article. I'm just gonna read through this really quickly. I don't know. I never know if I should like make myself big for these or. Let's try it. Oh my god. I feel like there's a lot of light in this shot, and there's like not a lot of light in the other shot. So it's almost like when you go to the movies and you step out, like let's say you go out the back door of the theater, and then all of a sudden you're just fucking blinded by the light. Revved up like a deuce. Anyway, so what am I trying to read? I'm trying to read this article that Narwhal by Nature just sent me. All right, an ex-girlfriend of embattled Senate candidate Graham Platner told the Washington Post that he reportedly removed protection without her consent when they were having sex. Oh, this is Lindsay Fifield? Wait, this is Lindsay Fifield. I didn't know that. This is the person that defended Brett Kavanaugh. I mean, obviously people that cover up SA can still be victims. So anyway, Lindsay Fifield, who said she dated Platner from 2013 to 2015 in DC, and has previously accused him of physical abuse, said that she told Platner on multiple occasions that she had to wear condoms during sex because she was not on birth control. He would pull the condoms off, she said. He would do it in a sneaky way, and he wouldn't tell me. All right, let's read a little bit more. In a statement in response to the questions about Fifield's allegations, Platner's campaign called the claim categorically false and politically motivated. The statement noted Fifield supported now Supreme Court Justice Brett M. Kavanaugh when he was accused of sexual assault. So I think we have confirmed that they dated, Platner and Fifield. This isn't like completely coming out of nowhere, but again, I mean, it's a Republican operative, a weird person for Graham Platner to date in the first place, actually. When you think about it, Fifield 41 is the second woman to have alleged this week that Platner engaged in non-consensual. Okay, so they're going back to the Rasico article from the New York Times. Okay, this is all stuff that we've read through. Okay, removing a condom without consent, known as stealthing, is classified as a form of sexual assault in several countries, including Britain, Canada, parts of Australia. In the United States, Maine and California and Washington State have laws that address, the non-consensual removal of condoms during sex. So my state was like one of the only... one of 3 states that has a law on the books about this. The alleged incident involved Platner and took place in DC. So I guess he's off the hook for criminal culpability when it comes to that. Still a form of rape. So anyway, let's go back to oh wait, I should check really quick. Let's see how the poll is going. Poll is going well. 76 of you have voted so far. If you haven't voted already, it's over on YouTube on youtube.com/nocommentchick. If you click on my live stream, this live stream, and you click on the chat, you'll be able to click on the poll, and that's where you can vote, right? You can vote even if you're not watching me on YouTube. You still vote. We still want to see what your opinion is. Right now, Vlad Empanada. That's the vampire version of him. No, Bad Empanada on Graham Platner is in first place. And has some, as you can see, motion in the in terms of the bonus, right? You can do this anytime that you support the channel through super chat, super stickers. If you got yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne or Patreon or on Twitch, you can let me know, where you can put your money where your mouth is. Tell me which of these topics you want to see, including maybe saying Vox Populi by saying I want to just support the vote, like whatever the vote is. Let me help that win, right? You can say Vox Populi. You can also say video gaming if you want to see more video gaming on Fridays, and we're definitely having some video gaming going on this Friday in, what is that, 3 days from now, I think. But that's where it's at right now. Make sure to get your votes in, and also remember that you can, whenever you support the stream, you can tell me where to put your donation, and it might help your favorite topic win. So anyway, let's get back to what we were doing here. We've got a lot to get through, chat. We're at 60%. We can get to 100%, I'll get another hour. If we can get to 200%, I'll get 2 extra hours. But either way, I'm going to try to make the most of our time. And again, sorry for the slow start. Sorry for everything. I don't know. I feel like I need to, if only, chat, I was in a country that allowed ADHD medication. I think this might be so much simpler. But I don't know. To be fair, I think Thailand does allow Ritalin. I just had a bad experience as a kid. I just remember that stuff kind of making me feel weird. We haven't... yeah, we do need to get to Emma and Ryan Graham. But FD turned out to be more important than I thought. Oh God, there's a Lindsay... Is there a Lindsay Fifield video? Is that what's going on? All right, so yeah, let's start off with, oh my God, please, I'm sorry, Discord is just moving so slow. That's what's got me crashing out, chat. All right, so Bernie's got something to say to Graham Platner. Oh, okay, it's just a tweet. I'll go through this real quick. I have spoken with Graham Platner about the best path forward in Maine. In light of these very serious allegations, I have recommended that he step aside. Okay, so people still not convinced about all right, so I meant to do this earlier. I'm supposed to do this every time I stream, all right, chat, but we got something called a blast off tweet. What is that? It is me putting up a tweet on Twitter, and of course Elon does not like me to put up a tweet that has this right here. What is that? That's an off-site link. Elon doesn't like that because it takes you off of Twitter and puts you on YouTube. So he suppresses these. If you want to help unsuppress this for me, be massively grateful. I'm going to put the link in chat right now. You can also click on the pinned if you don't get to it in time. This is what's in the pinned chat as well, but there it is. There it is. If you are on the Hell site, if you use the Hell site, tried CBG? Wow. Okay. I don't even know. I'll see if I can get that here. I know you can get CBD here. I haven't seen CBG, but if they have one, they probably have the other. I'm guessing I just got to look in the right place. No, I've never tried it. Rage, thanks for the suggestion. Yeah, we need some juice to blast off the tweet. That's what we need. We're not Hassan, so it doesn't automatically blow up, and I actually need your help to get it past. There's like some weird little threshold that it has. I've estimated it somewhere between 10 and 15 likes, probably on the upper end of that, because we got 10 to 14 yesterday, and we didn't quite get blasted off. But yeah, if we get it to closer to 20, I think, chat, then other people will see it, and it'll take on a life of its own. It'll get, you know what I mean? It'll get momentum. It'll get motion, as Hassan would say. Adding 3+ for Karachi to gaming. We can do that. And yeah, you can do this anytime that you support the stream in any way that you do. You can let me know what you want me to put that towards, and it can either help ensure video gaming streams, which we've got 3 already just kind of like lined up here. You can say Vox Populi if you want to help the voters get what they want in the poll, or you can put your thumb on the scale and try to manipulate democracy, just like rich people in the United States do every day. Anna Kasparian has a great take. I may need to watch her take on Platner. I can't stand Anna Kasparian. Oh, I'm wondering what she said before. I'm wondering what she said. I'm wondering. Anyway, just so everybody knows, Anna Kasparian is not a leftist. Anna Kasparian plays for the other team, largely speaking, and only maintains any sort of like leftist identification in order to try to be their little hand puppet for the right. I mean, she's literally a PBD employee. What else can I say? Anna Kasparian is a turf. Anna Kasparian sucks. But anyway, we got to get to this, right? We got to get to Emma and Matt Lush on A Left Reckoning, I think is what we're doing next. Wait, should I check this out first, though? We got Pod Save America coming up. We got Shonda Black. I'm going to copy this link. Let me just take a look at this, what this Lindsay Fifield take is. And again, she is the person with the allegations as far as the stealthing goes. All right, it's another tweet. Can you fully see it? You can fully see it? Okay, good. Lindsay Fifield, I actually understand why Democratic leaders didn't take our stories seriously when the Times reported them in June, but are taking them seriously now. It was by design. The line, and remember, this is a Republican operative. Like, so as far as her plea, I'm not disputing her, her claims, or that she was a victim of Graham Platner. But in terms of what she sounds like she's offering here is a political prescription. So just keep that in mind as you read it. Okay, so why would the Democrats not take it seriously, but are taking it seriously now? It was by design. The line most shared from the piece that was the claim that the Times could not corroborate my story despite talking to 2 of my friends. I gave them the contact information for 5 friends. So she's attacking the New York Times. They called the 2 who although, like, I mean, they ran with your, they did include you in that story. But yeah, with the line could not corroborate. And again, look, I mean, I don't know. I don't have a lot of faith in the New York Times, but I also, there's a certain degree of professionalism that exists in, big media like this that I would be really surprised if they claimed could not corroborate despite corroboration. They called the 2 who I clarified would not know about the abuse, but would be able to affirm our relationship timeline, events, etc. They simply did not call the other 3. I gave them the names of the former roommates who remembered him stalking our row house, which is was about 5 houses down from his, and waiting for me. Oh, so he lived really close to her, and waiting for me to return. I gave them the screenshots of the messages between these roommates and discussed it. I gave them the names of other men who I dated who might not have remembered him following us around the hill and showing up at my stoop when we walked home from the dates to confront. Wait, what? She was on dates with other men. Okay, and he confronts her there. God, that's creepy. I gave them emails to my landlord urgently ending my lease and moving to an apartment across town, and the diary entries talking about them all time marked. I told them I would expect there's going to be a response from the New York Times on this, right? Given what she's alleging, what she's accusing. I told them that during premarital counseling, I had spoken to my ex-fiance about the abuse because I had to explain to him why I reacted with such terror anytime he lost his temper. They said, "Oh no, we don't need to bother him or my priest." My priest? Okay, but I mean, I guess you could talk about your priest about this sort of thing. Besides, I had written about it in my diary in detail, they reassured. As the weeks dragged on, I stopped trying to give them the evidence because the amount I had already given them seemed to overwhelm them, and I thought it meant they clearly had more than enough to verify my every claim. My friends had might not have known the details of the abuse, but they affirmed that yes, I had told them that he was abusive long before he ran for Senate. Besides, they assured my part in reporting would be small. I thought my details would only serve to affirm Jenny and the other anonymous women. Jenny and I, having never met or spoken, both shared with these reporters terrifyingly similar details of intimate partner violence, coercive control. So the connection I see right off the bat is that, Platner and Rasico, when they were dating, Rasico said she'd always insisted on him using condoms. And that night when he came in and raped her, he did not. Reporters terrifyingly similar details of intimate partner violence, coercive control, cycles of abuse / love bombing. Third unnamed woman in the story did as well, but they tell me they could not corroborate. So I don't see a response to this. The other place you'd see it maybe would be in quote retweets. No, I don't see view quotes. There we go. Looking for New York Times or any of the authors maybe responding to this. Not sure if we're gonna find it. Let me know, chat, if anybody recognizes like a NYT author in here. I guess I don't know. Can't remember what the names of the authors were. There's a lot of quote tweets. Oh my god. Oh, there's more. There's more. Let me know, chat. They haven't responded to WAPO. They aren't going to respond to her. They need to say something because this does look bad for the New York Times. But again, she's not, she's got a issue with credibility as well, given how she lied on Kavanaugh's behalf. But that doesn't mean that she's not a victim. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, well, I'm not gonna find anything here. But that is Lindsay Fifield's testimony. That is Lindsay Fifield's take. Okay, so we should get on to Emma and Matt, because I know that's what a lot of people came here for. That's Majority Report. This is the one, right? Oh my God. Damn. Leave it to like leave it to them to actually normalize their, or not just like optimize their audio. Let me just make sure this is the same thing on Left Reckoning. It's got to be it, right? XJKD. Yep, that's it. Okay, so I guess if we can just get past the intro. There we go.
Thanks so much for having me, and we should say coworkers and colleagues only, not.
It's crazy, chat. It's so rare to have optimized audio on YouTube. Like, nobody knows how to do it. Everybody just normalizes it and figures that's but it's not industry standard, right? It's it's not best practices. There's better ways. Anyway, this is more like what a television show or a bigger production, would be like in terms of the audio levels. And only because like I am dealing with a YouTube where everybody's underleveled. Does Matt's stream and Left Reckoning stream come up as so loud? Let me know if it's too loud. Do I have a
No, it's strictly professional.
Oh, geez.
And speaking of that, we have to shift gears a little bit from what was going to be a little bit of a triumphant, maybe pugilistic segment on the Michigan Senate race, and we'll still get to that at length.
It would be pretty impossible for them to make this story up with all the details. Wait, with who? No, we're talking about. I don't know if you're referring to somebody in chat or to me, but in terms of the Lindsay Fifield allegations against the New York Times, right? Those are the ones that I would like to see a response. But I think that maybe if Darful's right and there is no response, that says something in and of itself, right? That says something that they're not giving their side, they're not disputing any of her claims. Again, this is not this is very unprofessional. If true, right? If the New York Times actually conducted themselves in the way that Fifield describes, that's a huge failing just on a professional level. Forget like on a moral level.
But we got some bad news that dropped from Politico on a different Senate race.
But yeah, just for anybody just coming in, the allegations that dropped yesterday, or maybe even the day before yesterday, were from Jenny Rasico, right? And that's the stuff from the Washington Post article that is corroborated 6 ways to Sunday. Lindsay Fifield is claiming that she gave the New York Times enough evidence to corroborate her story, and they just went ahead and said it wasn't corroborated anyway, for whatever. But she didn't even give a reason. Like, I thought she was going to give her like a rationale, like here's what they're really trying to do, right? Like saying that they were there is a narrative, chat, which I do regard as like a conspiracy theory, but amongst some right wingers, that the New York Times did a soft catch and kill operation. We recognize maybe you recognize the term catch and kill from stuff that the Inquirer, a tabloid, would do for Trump, right? Where they bought stories like the Stormy Daniels, like they paid Stormy Daniels for an exclusive, right? Stormy Daniels thinking that the Inquirer was going to write a story on her allegations against Trump, only to essentially sit on it so that the story never came out, and that Stormy Daniels could not go to another news source. That's what a catch and kill is. They're claiming this was a soft catch and kill, that they did come out with a story, but they came out with a story in such a way that would arouse maybe more pushback against the allegations than it did, bringing the allegations to life, right? And so, her description, I guess, matches that narrative. But again, the people pushing that narrative have kind of a conflict of interest
over in Maine that we have to address here. Exclusive: woman who dated Graham Platner says he sexually assaulted her, and I'll put up this just the main paragraph here. This is out Monday afternoon. in Politico. The woman, 41-year-old Maine resident named Jenny Rassicot, detailed the alleged incident to Politico.
Yeah, that's right. Magot. It's David Peckers, the editor that Trump knew.
3 interviews over the past 2 weeks. Politico also spoke with a man
at the Inquirer,
dated and confided in the years after the alleged incident, and reviewed documents, including emails between Rassicot and her therapist, and messages between Rassicot and an acquaintance whom she warned against getting involved with Platner years before he ran for office. And I'll just note that they do include those messages here as we get through my
so there is a good amount of corroboration, and this would make sense with what we know about what Lindsay Fifield, who was the only named source in the New York Times.
Let me know if it's too loud for you. Again, it's not actually a problem with their audio. They actually do audio better than almost anybody else on YouTube.
He said, who was the Republican, operative essentially, who had accused Graham of unsettling behavior and grabbing her. She felt misled by the New York Times because she thought that there was going to be an accusation of forcible sexual assault from somebody, and it appears that perhaps the Times felt it couldn't corroborate it, but Politico was able to corroborate it. This is absolutely devastating. Yeah.
The text messages saying he has a problem with consent before.
Sorry, did I say Washington Post? I meant Politico.
Before he decided to run for office. That's exactly the sort of thing you look at.
The Washington Post is the outlet that put out the Fifield story.
To corroborate these sort of things that weren't evident in the accusation made by the Women for Kavanaugh thing. And I will say, there's a few contexts that I put this sort of thing in. The first being the Al Franken scenario, where Leanne Tweeden came out with a photograph that she used to further the idea that Al Franken was an abuser. That personally, given Tweeden's the context.
I'm going to say something about the Franken thing. Now, this is another issue where the accuser had some sort of connection to right-wing politics. But the evidence that we had on Al Franken was stuff like pictures of him. So, she was a soldier in Afghanistan. He was on the USO tour, which is like more of a thing that we associate with like World War II and stuff. If you've ever seen like the big bands playing for the soldiers in World War II, that's like, kind of where the USO maybe started. Anyway, they did something like that in the Afghanistan war, and Al Franken is on a plane with this soldier, and she falls asleep. And he, while she's asleep, thinks it's really funny to go up to her, put his hands in front of her boobs as if he's groping her, and take a picture. All right. The Al Franken leaving, the Senate did have consequences, but I feel like there is some people will claim that there's no meat on the bone in terms of those allegations. I don't think that's true. Right. There is, again, kind of like a conflict of interest, but the kind of confirmatory evidence you got is a picture. Right. And you could say like he was making a joke. Okay, is that an appropriate joke to make? Is that okay to like, oh, hey, while you were asleep, I was grabbing your boobs? Like, I don't know. It's not funny to me. So anyway, as far as I know that's like a sore subject for a lot of Democrats who went through the bullshit that happened, the lack of accountability, the lack of pushback. During the war on terror, and yeah, Franken was one of the only people, pushing back in any way. And he is a very center type of guy, right? Al Franken, if anybody doesn't know, like his politics, they're not far left. Maybe they're far left for the Senate, or maybe they were far left. I guess opposing the fucking war was like made you far left at the time. But just understand Al Franken's actual politics is what we would call center in this day and age.
That, which was a USO comedy trip, and Tweeden's associations with particularly like Sean Hannity, I think it was appropriate to question that. And I understand that there is a sort of a fundamental streak to these sorts of things that say, of course, Leanne Tweeden or somebody's telling the truth. I think she could have been, but I think it's also open to wonder if she wasn't. Nonetheless, I thought Al Franken should have stepped down because there was other things, including post of a woman who had just taken.
So he's not saying like poor, Al Franken.
A photo up with him where she accused him of pinching her ass cheeks and called him a creeper, which is the parlance for the late 2000s for how women described men who couldn't keep their hands to themselves. And I thought that was pretty strong evidence that even if I did sort of roll my eyes at the Leanne Tweeden thing, or maybe roll eyes is too strong, but question that, to say like this is a pattern of behavior here that is concerning. I do think that these are the highest stakes that exist in politics almost, the presidencies and the Senate and these sorts of offices. And that false accusations can be leveled. I think that is, I frankly, like, the women for Kavanaugh thing was seems to me still like it was part of some kind of orchestrated hit. Now,
yes, and I will say, even if all of the allegations in there were true, there was not an accusation of forcible sexual assault or, physical assault beyond the grabbing aggressively. That was the worst allegation in the piece. And I still maintain that even if that were true, that I don't necessarily view that as disqualifying. This is a different matter. This is a well-corroborated, named source speaking about sexual assault in great detail and with corroboration, and it seems immensely credible to me. And I mean, I don't know. I feel this is very raw. We're reacting to this right now, but I feel misled by the campaign. I feel that Graham Platner misled a lot of his supporters. I feel that he lied about there not being anything else that was coming out. And the stakes are immense because we have to flip the Senate. And that was always my contention, was that Graham Platner and a candidate like him with his politics had the better chance. But he is not proving to be able to tell the truth, it seems like, in these instances, and it seems almost like a certainty at this point that he's going to drop out. It is a devastating, horrendous missed opportunity for the left and for populist politics in this country, and even potentially to unseat Susan Collins, who looked as vulnerable as she's ever been.
Yeah, I mean, the truth about the stakes is, like I said, I do think you can question unfounded allegations particularly. But I also think you couldn't necessarily trust Graham to be honest about this in this moment. If this is true and this story is true, I don't know that there'd be a capacity for him to say, actually, yes, that's true. I apologize for it. It frankly should have been something he addressed earlier if it is true. And so it's unclear to me where this goes. The 2020 election was, in my opinion, an election between two men credibly accused of rape in Joe Biden and Donald Trump.
Meowing Star, my only complaint with Franklin is that all of the other Democratic men who faced no accountability. Yeah, Bill Clinton, for instance.
One of those guys won.
Yeah.
I also think Bill Clinton was credibly accused of rape. And
did he mention Joe Biden already? Because that's one of it. Wasn't that like a Ryan Grimm thing? Like, look, I know everybody thinks I'm like here to shit on Ryan Grimm or have something personally against him as a white straight cis male or something like that. I think I could give him credit, if I'm remembering correctly, as being one of the only people that took the Tara Reid accusations seriously. Yeah, that's something Ryan did. That's laudable, especially in the face of so much pressure to just minimize that for the team.
This is we have a problem in this country, and I think probably
global. Sarah from the Bulwark said that they knew the story was coming. How did she know? I think Ryan said that too. I don't know. Is there some kind of like a whisper network in amongst journalism? Is that kind of, that's where I would imagine Ryan heard about it, but it didn't seem like he had the details. I don't know if Sarah had the details. Not a shot any leftist gets to the Senate and is effective, not in the century. Sorry about that century. We got a lot of years left in the century. Sorry, but it's the truth, not being a doomer, but we are a corporate cartel captured on every level, every angle, sliced, diced, chopped, splayed, divided. Yeah, well, look at this moment. You know, it's looking like it's going to take more than voting to get ourselves out of this mess. Look at everyone who wants to change to preface it with language that is supposed to ward off sophist attack. Maybe if we get more Mamdanis. Laudable for Ryan to take the Tara Reid story seriously. Did you hear me? Okay. Like the Tara Reid allegations against Joe Biden, right? Most people just conveniently ignored those because it cut against the preferred candidate. Ryan Grimm was not amongst that crowd, right? And as much as I criticize him for stuff that he's done lately, just really that kind of like, and it's more about his commentary than his journalism, because he does drop important stories with Dropsite. But yeah, he was early on that story, and the Tara Reid story. I'm talking about Tara Reid claiming that she was raped by Biden and took it seriously, unlike a lot of other people who just like let it wash off their hands.
With men behaving in ways that are abhorrent, and I don't know necessarily like speaking with Graham and sort of assurances that they don't have anything and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Is all good, but there's only so much you can do as somebody who's not a reporter. And I don't think the thing to do is to follow strict rules of thumb, to just sort of grant anything or automatically assume people are lying in this sort of case. But this is a real allegation and a categorical denial that it is serious, but it's untrue. I don't know if it's going to get him through this, and I don't know what the process. I think really what I guess we're going to find out in the coming days is what's the process for replacing Graham on the ballot, and if that's too onerous, is there an appetite to try to do it anyway? But I'm unclear about that. But it is massively disappointing.
It's ahead of a deadline. It is ahead of a key.
It's ahead of a key deadline. Oh my God, chat. Look. I don't know if this will come up or not. Oh my God. I don't know if there's something wrong with my computer, something wrong with Stream Elements, but it's not making the noise it's supposed to. It's also not putting your tweet on, or your chat on screen, your super chat on screen, Davy. I'll just have to read it out. And apologies. I will restart my computer directly after the stream. Davy says, I genuinely believe the only way the left can succeed is through bottom up, the push of people. That's what I was saying earlier, right? You got to start believing in yourself. You got to start unlearning some of this learned helplessness. Everybody, if you haven't already, for fuck's sake, read Naomi Klein's shock doctrine. All right. I mean, it's not one-to-one applicable, but it is just something that is something that I find so invaluable in terms of, I didn't say Naomi Wolf, did I? I said Naomi Klein. I'm not doing the thing that she talked about in Dope Like Anger, where people mix her up with a Maha influencer who used to be a feminist, I guess, when pop feminism was a big thing. That's Naomi Wolf. Naomi Klein is the based one. Let me give you a little like rhyme or a mnemonic to remember. Naomi Klein, she's pretty fine. Naomi Wolf, throw her to the wolves. I mean, don't literally throw her to the wolves, right? But just remember she's the bad one. Is all I'm trying to say. So you don't make the same mistake that I might have just made. Yeah, bottom up, push of the people connected to institutions that can hold them accountable. There is no top down for the left. It just doesn't work. Yeah, we got to stop waiting for a fucking messiah. You got to stop waiting for, we don't need another hero. Shock doctrine is what radicalized me. Yeah, absolutely read it. Absolutely read it. got my sister involved in local organizing, and now she's running for state senate. Oh, state seat. Yeah, truly bottom up there. Did I say Naomi Wolf? I don't think I did, but I know that I've done that before. So now I'm paranoid whenever I bring up Naomi Klein. But yeah, Davy, thank you for the super chat. Sorry that I don't know, my computer is not putting it on the screen for you, and I'll try to fix that as soon as I get a chance.
Key deadline, I think, to replace him on the ballot. So there are a few days to make that decision. There's already been some polling that's been floated about a bunch of different candidates, including Troy Jackson, who Graham campaigned
We're at 73.
for. He seems to have an edge right now in the polling, but there's also a female candidate who I'm less familiar with who might get the nod given what we're looking at right now with this news cycle. So
I like Troy.
Yeah, I like Troy too. But, you know, I mean, I there's not really much else to say except that, you know, obviously we believed in Graham's politics and his platform, and that is...
There's no such thing as a left-wing Trump. Yeah, and you wouldn't want it even if it did exist, right? Is Naomi the only good Klein? Let's see, Ethan Klein, Ezra Klein. There's got to be more good Kleins. There's got to be more Kleins out there, chat. Klein just means small in German. I think it's a pretty common name.
Is what I want to put first, as opposed to, you know, anybody's personal character, because it's all a guessing game for the most part. Unless we knew Graham completely personally, we just have to judge him on his public positions and the way that he's responded to criticism, which has been with some level of humility, but clearly it's been with a level of dishonesty.
Yeah. I don't know if I saw the humility. I definitely saw the dishonesty.
He insisted to Chris Hayes that this was the only thing that was coming out, that there were no new allegations coming, and the worst allegation has now dropped after he's already won the nomination.
Yeah, and really the only thing that could save it now is some kind of counter evidence that would throw I mean, a message to therapist and a friend into question, and it's hard for me to even imagine what that could be.
Agree. And
point, so.
The details that are in the article also are very lurid, given, like, so, you know, how she describes the sexual assault occurring to the point that, you know, it's...
wasn't Huey Long the left-wing Trump? I'm not I don't consume enough shoe on head to really know much about Huey Long.
Very difficult to imagine.
Not that she's the only one who's talked about him, and just like that's the only frame of reference I've got.
Coming up with these details and manufacturing them, and I don't know. Again, we're working.
I don't know, that Chris Hayes interview was terrible. I don't know, chat. I was a big fan of Chris Hayes going back, right? Back in the day, who was it that used to say like so Rachel Maddow you know, came from that Air America crowd. I think maybe Chris Hayes was involved in that too. Sam was on Air America. A lot of the people in the left that you know and love, maybe, or knew and loved, as the case may be, you know, we're like Air America alums. And, you know, it's a problem. Sam talks about this all the time. It's a problematic organization. The guy at the top was, you know, super unreliable, and it all turned into just a big cash grab at one point. But yeah, Chris Hayes was somebody that was like my favorite dude at some point. I don't remember when Rachel Maddow became unreliable, or like I realized the problems with wait, there's some graphic language coming up here. When I realized the problem with Rachel Maddow, you know, that I think that I got onto Chris Hayes, but like I don't know, something happened to him. Chris Hayes did okay, but oh, how Platner's performance. I don't know, Davy. I don't know how to explain it. Maybe after the election of 2024, I noticed this. Like, I don't know. There's like something wrong with Chris Hayes, right? Like something's changed. What about Maddow? Oh my God. She clickbaited for the entirety of Trump turn 1. Right? If you ever watched Rachel Maddow, she'd be like, "Hold on, watch this space. Just you watch." Right? You'd get the feeling watching Rachel Maddow that if you watch long enough, if you watch till the end of her hour, that you were going to see Trump get frog marched out of the White House, and it was going to all be okay. They'd bring in Hillary Clinton, everything, all of his legislation would be reversed. Right? She was just playing to, and people wanted to hear this. People wanted to hear that hope, but yeah, she played into, I guess, a sort of, what I would call like a denial of the situation that we were in, with Donald Trump, and over reliance on, figures like Robert Mueller to be able to, meaningfully change the dynamic in the culture, right? And I don't know. She feels pretty captured by the Democratic establishment at this point. That being said, she's probably not the worst person on MS now. The Russia thing, I don't like the narrative that you sometimes hear from leftist channels about there being nothing with Trump and Russia. There's something, all right? There's something, but what there's not is the ability to force the Republican Senate or even, the Senate when the Democrats are slightly in control to impeach a guy that is just not going to get the votes to impeach him. And so people took that as like, well, I guess there's nothing to, this Russia thing. I guess there's nothing to this, Mueller thing. The only thing that I would say I think is valid about the, Dems obsessed with Russia narrative is that Hillary Clinton did try to use the specter of possible electoral interference from Russia, which did seem to intend to interfere with the election, but ultimately, according to all accounts, was not able to. She wanted to just kind of be like, yeah, that's right. I didn't really lose. It was Russia. It was Putin, like, right. And she knows that's not true. Hillary Clinton's got to know that that's not true. She just always made statements that kind of, like laid the blame on some kind of, nebulous connection between Putin and electoral interference that just wasn't substantiated. There was some other stuff in the oh my God, what was it? The Steele dossier that did not pan out. Right? The piss tape is the one that comes to mind, right? We were promised a piss tape. Oh my God, I'm so glad I never saw a piss tape. But supposedly there was. At first they were talking like there was a piss tape. I don't think there was. Some of the other things in the Steele dossier did get substantiated. So yeah, I feel like people have a weird way of remembering this in a weird way, and it's a complicated issue, right? Because Russia was used as a crutch for the Democratic establishment and the Clinton administration. But at the same time, there is something weird going on with Trump and Putin. That is, and they're, so if you don't know, the whole deal is that Donald Trump was, I believe, a billionaire on paper at first, if not even a millionaire on paper. Like, his finances were not good. Donald Trump was a rich dude. Oh, it works again. It works again now.
There is something with Trump and Russia, but they couldn't do the actually real stuff because Israel is the middleman in that.
Yo, there you go. There you go. Okay. That is it right there, Davy. Let me just reread that for anybody that didn't catch it. There's something with Trump and Russia, but they couldn't actually reveal the real stuff because Israel is the middleman in the operation. It should have been Russia, Israel, Russia, Epstein, maybe even. I could throw Epstein on there too. I do see what you're saying there, Davy, and there's the connection right there. Also, thank you, Davy, for the super chat. Also, thank you, Stephen P, for the 5 gifted memberships. So, Kitten Ruddy, you just got weaseled. YouTube Learner 101, you just got weaseled. Rach KP, you just got weaseled. Katie Joy, you just got weaseled. Double Brown Crate, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Oh my God, I'm burping again, chat. He called Ukraine and asked Zelensky to lie. He's very Russia code. Oh yeah. There's a lot of corruption in the Trump administration. Yeah, some of it involves Russia. I don't want to like over interpret that either by viewing him as simply a puppet for Putin. Donald Trump is a puppet for so much more than just Putin, right? We oversimplifying shit. Yeah, thank you, Stephen P, for those 5 gifted memberships. And if you just got that weasel, if you just got the weasel from Stephen P, give Stephen some thanks and chat. Trump failed upwards throughout his life. Yeah, there's something that they talk about in business, right? Some of the more, I don't know, black-pilled business people will talk about the Peter Principle. And roughly speaking, if I remember it correctly, the Peter Principle is that everyone rises to their own level of incompetence, implying that the more incompetent that you are, the more potentially you will rise. I think I hope I'm not getting that wrong. It's like a boomer. I think it's something that would have been like mentioned in like Dilbert in like 90s office comics. I think Hillary losing broke Maddow's brain because Maddow was the only person Hillary would do interviews with. When she lost, Maddow saw her 8-year career going up in smoke. Microsoft does that. They also do ranked choice. Wait, they do what? The Peter Principle? But yeah, Trump failing upwards. I gotta add some things up. Oh my God, chat, we're at 98, so we're like 2 points away from. Is that right? 2 points away from adding an hour to the stream, a very much needed hour. Given how things have gone today, and again, chat, sorry for the slow start. I'm doing everything I can to try to make it quicker.
Working this out in real time. I hope that any women that
Rach KP, you can't say that Russia wasn't involved. That's the MAGA conspiracy, even though I know it's not the same. Yeah, and I'm a little disheartened when I hear like left-wing people, repeating the whole Russia meme, kind of as a way of saying we're not like the other leftists. It's pretty weak shit, right? Trump is part of the plan of Epstein and Thiel's total collapse because 0% interest rates are too high. Oh, they want to be paid to take loans. They want everywhere to be like Russia in the 90s. It does feel like that. God, Davy, I hope you're not right about that. For once, I'm going to say I hope Davy is wrong. All right, I hope that's not what's going on, but it does feel true. It does feel true to what we're all experiencing.
previously watched my commentary in defense of Graham Platner know that it does weigh heavy on me that we were defending him with the information that we had available, or at least I was as a woman, and that now this information has come out and shows some real, much more serious allegations than we...
Just to put it in perspective, chat, if Davi's right, and look, they are going forward with a very rough version of the network state, right? In other words, they don't seem to have taken the time to, try to do a lot of planning or work out the kinks or whatever. They do seem to be trying to go forward with some kind of network state, which would be, big corporations being able to own cities or make cities, and sort of declare them outside of the purview of democracy, of the government, of we the people, right? And if Davi's right, and this is an attempt to crash the system and impoverish everything and just sell everything off for scrap, then what's going to happen is we're going to experience a big crash. The network cities they're going to attempt to shield those from the impact of and that everyone will want to work for these companies. Everyone will want to be part of a network city, which then becomes part of a network state, and then maybe either replaces the government or, I don't know, leaves everybody else outside to starve, to fall into constant violence and lack of resources and starvation, et cetera, and then say, oh yeah, looks like democracy was a failed project. Looks like the network state is your only hope. Your only hope is to make yourself useful to the Peter Thiels of the world. If Davy is correct, that's why I'm hoping Davy is not correct here. But it does. There are signs. There are signs of exactly what Davy's talking about.
previously knew, and so I take that seriously. I really do.
Yeah, and I would say like this is actually serious stuff, as opposed to say I don't think the tattoo was ever anything more than what was said. I don't think the Reddit stuff.
Look, the tattoo was a sign, at least of at the very least of a lack of judgment. You could say he was a lot younger when he showed that horrible judgment. The idea that he didn't ever find out, nobody ever said, he had no idea what the fuck that was for, I don't know, 15 years. Am I a fan of them? Look, I'm a content creator. I try not to be like too much of a fan of anyone. I have agreed with the majority report on a lot of stuff in the past. I'm not. I'm perturbed by what just got said. I'm perturbed. All right, because I think that tattoo was a bit of a red flag, a bit of a glaring red flag. That's an insane take from Matt. Yeah.
I mean, look, the Reddit thing that he like most had to apologize for was
tech bros are the apex of libertarians slammed into into fundamentalists. Just really fucking stupid.
The commentary.
Yeah, and as Sue Fair Wolf is mentioning, what about Blackwater, right? There's more than just the tattoo.
About that was basically victim blaming about women in the context of drinking, which is the context that we're talking about with this allegation with Graham, right. Where he basically goes to a woman's house who he's previously slept with, but she was, according to Politico, not interested, and nonetheless felt herself in a situation where they're having sex and it wasn't consensual. And that is, I mean, that's the sort of, when we imagined what could come out that would be harmful, this is pretty much exactly the type of accusation.
So apparently Platner needs to drop out by July 13th. That's a week from today. And then the state party hasn't.
Wait, did he get the tattoo after all of his tours for the military itself? Is that right, Davi? He got the modern SS is Blackwater, and that's how he viewed himself. That's a possibility. I don't think that he got the tattoo because he was a Nazi. I think that there's two, either he got the tattoo because he was an edgelord, right? And again, most people aren't going to recognize a Totenkopf as a Nazi tattoo. Either that, or so he was in Croatia on break from. I thought he went back for another tour after the Croatia leave that he was on. But yeah, I think either he kind of knew it was naughty and wanted to get it because he was an edgelord, to be like, I'm a bad boy. Just let you know I'm a bad boy. It was either that, or more likely he didn't know at the time what it was. It was just a cool skull. Somebody probably told him along the way, and he just didn't think it was important enough to get it taken off, covered up, or whatever. Like those are my theories about the tattoo.
Until July 27th to pick somebody to replace him on the ballot. So in terms of timing, this is not the most devastating outcome. It begs to question what the hell Janet Mills's Oppo team was doing this entire time, if this is what was available to them. If they knew this information, like, it's just incredible how much Platner, or how much money Janet Mills had, and the entire establishment of the Democratic Party on this front. And this is...
Somebody want to remind me of the guy that was... people are saying the Blackwater kind of like got contracts even as far back as Clinton. Anybody want to remind me? I'm trying to remember the guy that was Eric Prince. Eric Prince is was the CEO of Blackwater. This is a really bad dude. In fact, I haven't even taken the time to look into like Eric Prince's like background, right? But I'm sure there's more stuff than I even know about. Yeah, Z Services is what they changed their name to. I think they might have even changed their name again, and that was when Platner signed up, and that's how he gets off saying, "I didn't do Blackwater. I didn't work for Blackwater." Well, yeah, you're technically right. It wasn't called Blackwater at the time, but it was the same fucking company. It's Betsy. Thank you, Betsy DeVos's brother. Isn't his wife also some kind of political? Yeah, he's a demon. That motherfucker is scary as fuck. Eric Prince, Michael Flint. Like, there's a tier. Like, if I was to, write my own Dante's Inferno, I believe that Prince and Teal and the and Michael Flynn would probably occupy that last circle of hell.
This is not the kind of information that was going to come out prior to the actual primary. It's just interesting that I don't know, they were so impotent, frankly, as a opposition to him in the primary.
Yeah, no, it might seem a little bit callous, but I do think there is a little smoke to go at the Democratic establishment's way here in terms of, I've seen things from progressive side of things. Like, there are other people who support Medicare for all and, this or that progressive policy besides Platner. It's like, well, they need to be on the ballot somehow. And Janet Mills herself, like, she was responsible for a rape kit bill being delayed legislative session, which means that is DNA of rapists going.
Look, if I was Emma and Matt, all right, I wouldn't have gone like live with this. I don't know if they recognize how much of their audience needs to hear something very focused from them that includes, a lot less of stuff that, like I said, with the way that Kyle was talking the other day, lots less of what could be interpreted, even if it's not meant as deflection, and a lot more of what could be interpreted as accountability. And I'm saying this as someone that has seen them do a lot of good. I'm worried for them. I'm not sure they, fully grasp the gravity of this. This is a crossroads of their career, right? Their respective careers. They wow.
For that entire span.
Yeah.
Because of norms. So like, and not to mention the other sort of establishment issues that Janet Mills had. Not to mention with being elderly and getting her clock cleaned by a oyster fisherman that came out of nowhere. So Platner's entire rise was in part with this two-step of not just him as this amazingly charismatic guy, but a Democratic Party that is dead in the water. And so, like, and that's not to say like there aren't people fight for it. Troy Jackson.
Yeah.
Like, it's gonna be tough for whoever gets thrown into this now.
Well, look, nobody's perfect, true, right? And I grasp that. I am not saying this out of any sort of praying, on their downfall, right? Majority Report traditionally has been, one of the media operations that does the most to keep the left flank together, right? It's not something that I find, it's not something that I want. I want them to appreciate what mindset that their audience is in, and I'm not sure if they fully grasp that. I'm just worried about. Again, some of the things like what Matt just said, I'm not interpreting that as a deflection, but I know to some people it's going to sound like a deflection. That's why I'm saying if I was in their position, I wouldn't be in their position because I had a very different take on Platner. But if I was in their position, or I would, if I was advising them, I would say, your next move needs to be something that you really think about. Your next statement needs to be something that you really consider, right? Because, you know, I'm seeing people like, you know, long-term supporters of the majority report and you know, what all of these people do, you know, contemplating, you know, whether they want to continue their support, right? Trying to analyze this as you know, from the point of view of media commentary, you know, rather than any of my own personal feelings.
To take that seat, but there's a fundamental, like, we're in this mess because there isn't really a bench of Democrats that are known, because they've all sold out or disgraced themselves supporting
there's a lot of criticism over their support of Platner, and depending on, you know, what the response is, which I guess we're kind of not in real time, but we're watching right now, right? That's why the response is so important, right? There's a lot of people, you know, making, you know, decisions of whether to, you know, continue support or not, based on what they hear from them.
Party that has not delivered for people. So, and that is still historically unpopular despite a really unpopular president. So we've
sacrificed like telegenic candidates and charismatic candidates with ideas for people that can raise money and that don't rock the boat and perhaps have like squeaky clean corporate records. And so there's been this messy effort to fill the vacuum. And sometimes you get a Boy Scout. Although, I mean, I should say Abdullah Sayed didn't come out of nowhere. I mean, he ran for governor in 2018 and he's been a public health official. He's as squeaky clean as it gets. I'm seeing some attempts to tie him to Platner here, which is absolutely ridiculous. But, you know, you have, it's, as you say, a thin bench. There are people that fill that void, and it's been a messy process in some different primaries, no messier than in Maine. And it speaks to the weakness of the Democratic establishment, the candidates that they have available.
Oh my God.
That they were not able to defeat him in the primary if this was always something that was lurking. So, I mean, it's just Graham has betrayed a lot of people here, a lot of Mainers, and a lot of supporters outside of the state that believed in his vision and believed him when he said that there was nothing new that was coming out.
And I mean, that's really been my frustration with the entire campaign and how it's been relayed is Platner is an individual. He's a vehicle, really. I don't think he won because Mainers are unconcerned with Nazism.
Yeah.
Right. I think they are concerned for the actual reasons, the good salutary reasons that people liked Platner. I don't think it's because they wanted a macho man. I don't think it's because they wanted some guy whose voice sounded working class. I think he's winning for the same reason Malak Kiros defeated a huge incumbent in Colorado. And it's why El Sayed is surging despite establishment support for candidates against him. And
Yo Crisco, congratulations on your 7-stream watch streak.
Why the candidates in New York won. It's less about the person who decides to be the vehicle for these ideas and more about how the population of voters or citizens is reacting to it. And for me, I'm still here to validate the reasons that Graham Platner's town halls were packed, and it is massively disappointing for him.
But I mean, I think that the thing that we can look to as far as the energy behind the campaign is something that comes from the people. It's not something that comes from the leadership. And it shouldn't be something that we're waiting for. I'm not I don't think Matt's not like contradicting what I'm saying or anything, but you know, this is where we gotta you know, recognize that the power is within us, right?
individual, but it was never really about him as the individual.
Not me, us. You want to be corny
exactly.
about it? It's not me, us. Like, you know, but with this, he's made it me. I mean, that's the problem here. And then again, we're reacting, 40 minutes after we got this news. So there's some, raw, unfiltered takes here. But, if Graham does not drop out, it's one of the more selfish moves that I could think of right now. It seems inevitable at this point, and we'll see if we got to be all hands on deck right now, at least in my view, for Troy Jackson, or the most progressive candidate with the platform that matches Graham's most as closely as possible. Because as you say, it was never about him.
Honestly, like, if you tell me that Troy has a worse chance of winning than somebody else, at this point, it is sort of about...
Okay, so Katie Joy reminding us that she did speak to this a second time, I believe, on the Majority Report itself. Is that what you're saying? I believe Emma's response improved somewhat between recording this and today's MR. Okay, we're going to watch that next.
Winning that Senate seat.
Yeah.
Like, I do want a senator who doesn't want the filibuster anymore. I also think that got good response from crowds in Maine. And I think it would be, a crime against democracy if a candidate did get pushed forward that didn't believe in that sort of stuff after it resounded so well with Maine voters. But again, the most important thing is beating Susan Collins.
Yes, exactly. I mean, we'll see, because they're putting out initial, polling, and you have Hannah Pingree is the other candidate that's floated, and Troy Jackson, who have higher favorables than Graham here. Tavern Research put this together. Seems like over the weekend they might have been scrambling, knowing this was coming out, and doing some polling. So lots to figure out in the weeks to come.
All right, well, we're going to put a pin in it right there. There's more of a response to this if you want to go over and check it out on Left Reckoning, the best audio on all of YouTube, but just make sure you don't have your headphones on when you click on their shit, because you might not be used to what actual audio is supposed to sound like. All right, let's check. Should we check chat once again on the shall we check again on the whatchamacallit over here? 10 likes so far on the blast off tweet. The sooner that we can get this to more closer to 20, the sooner that Twitter will because it's like a Boulder chat. Boulder, you gotta get it rolling. It's really hard at first, but if you're rolling it downhill, unlike Sisyphus, you'll have a really easy time once it gets going. And that's what I'm asking you for here. Once again, I am asking for your likes, your retweets, and your comments. It really does help the more people see this. So let me put it once again in Twitch chat and once again in YouTube chat. And if you miss, because I know chat's moving kind of fast today, if you miss if you miss the link that I'm sending, you can find it in the pinned, which for me it's right under the poll. I don't know if that's how it is for you, but that's where we're at right now. Let's take a look at, speaking of the poll, 92 votes so far. Pretty good. All right. Graham Platner, or Brad Empanada on Graham Platner, still in first place. Second place, Adam Friedland on Team USA, eliminated by Belgium yesterday, and probably also the Trump cheating as well. Third place, kind of a sleeper here, but I think some of the best content going right now is the Michigan Senate debate between Dr. Abdul Saeed and Haley Stevens, right? I want to get to that somehow. It is in third place right now. Again, if you want to give me more time to get to more stuff, right? As right now, it looks like we got 1 hour and 21 minutes, right? If we get to 100 on this thing right over here, I will add an hour. If we get to 200, I will add 2 hours. So we got the potential to expand the stream for a little bit longer. If you want to, again, the things that make this number go up are super chat, super stickers, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, supporting me on throne.com/nocommentchick, which, yes, I am asking you for your support for the Vietnam trip to be able to try to get another year of a Thailand visa and be able to learn more Thai and stay in this country, which seems to be the best place for me right now at the moment. But or if you support me on Patreon or on Twitch, right? Those things make the number go up. If the number goes up 2 more, we're gonna add an hour to the timer. If it goes up to like 102 more, then I'll add 2 hours. So there we go. It's a good debate. That's what I've heard. I'm really interested in it. So yeah, get over there and vote for it. If you want to see Dr. Abdul Sayed versus Haley Stevens, go over and vote for that. If you want to see any of these topics, go over and vote for them. And remember that when and if you do support the stream, you can put your money where your mouth is, even if it's not money at all and you're just using a Twitch Prime sub, right? At no cost to you. You can still put that towards the topic of your choice, and I will convert your support into a percentage and add the percentage to the poll at the end to determine what we watch first in terms of bonus content. All right, so we got more to go for. People, have I got this open? I do have this open. Majority report, I guess. So after a little while after Emma was on Left Reckoning, I almost said Leftist Reckoning. I don't know what that means. She was also on Majority Report. I'm guessing with Sam, maybe? I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll have to find out. I wish I was like Southern enough to say like, well, I guess we'll just have to find out. But I don't think I'm that Southern. Maybe I don't want to be that Southern. Oh no, I'm only seeing Emma. Huh. Curious about what Sam's got to say about this too, actually. All right, there's Emma. The Majority Report, I guess, is on.
Executive Director of Clean Virginia will be with us to talk about the state's fight against data centers.
Is Sam on vacation? Is he at Disney World again? Did he go to Disney World again?
Cropping up everywhere.
What a time for Sam to go to Disney World.
Democratic Senate candidate Graham Platner is accused of rape with...
He's on a planned vacation or something this week? Is it Disney World?
...corroboration.
Or Disneyland? Wait, no, it would be Disney. Wait, no, yeah, Disney World's closer to Sam.
And loses almost every endorsement in rapid-fire succession. Maine Democrats scramble to find a replacement before a key July 13th ballot deadline. This process could include a pop-up primary or a convention.
Okay, let me try to say it the world way only facts is suggesting. Well, I guess we just gonna have to find out. Something like that, chat. I don't know. I can sometimes do like a convincing Southern voice.
Election. Graham's got to drop out before the 13th, and then the real deadline to pick.
Privileged boomer takes vacations. News at 11, or like film at 11.
The candidate is the 27th. Just a disaster. I'll be talking about this in a second. In better Senate news, though, Abdullah Sayed and AIPAC plant Haley Stevens debate tonight. So, something to look forward to. Trump curses Team USA after
Sam's off all week. Oh my God.
Twisting FIFA's arm to reinstate the US's best scorer. Belgium.
The gone is almost has a silent nasal N. I guess we just gone have to find out. I'm saying it wrong, chat. I'm saying it wrong.
Destroyed them last night. Scored like, what, 3 or 4 minutes in? Bad.
Was Sam as vocal as Graham, for Graham as Matt and Emma? Maybe not quite as much, but, pretty, I think he was...
Omen. The Knicks know that.
There's controversy about Hassan too, right? In fact, I saw a, community note that I think was inappropriately placed on Hassan's response to Girl with a Microphone, which again, Hassan, if you're out there, don't respond to Girl with a Microphone, okay? Please do not feed the beast. Anyway, implying that, Hassan said that Graham Platner was his GOAT. He said that he was Team Platner. If you are familiar with Hassan's broadcast, you know that's like a colloquial thing. That is like a, oh yeah. Anyway, importantly, right, as far as endorsements, as far as political endorsements, which is what we're talking about here, right? No, Hassan did not give a political endorsement, right? He was close to as concerned about the original reservations, and is surprised that nobody was bothered by the Nazi tattoo as I was, but also had the same sort of take that, well, yeah, if it's Platner versus Mills, obviously we would like someone to knock off Mills that's better than Mills, and obviously same for Susan Collins. But yeah,
Game 3. Trump's in Turkey today. He is expected to restore sales of F-35 jets to Erdogan.
Wait, am I on the right thing here? Am I on the right timestamp? I feel like I'm not. I feel like I'm somehow not on the right timestamp at all. Really? Okay, apparently yes on the... Maybe I just need to hit forward a few times. Because, this is the whole, let me tell you everything I'm going to be talking about today.
Committed genocide. That's a lot lower, honestly, than at some other polls I've seen, Democrats at least. And
all right, let's get to the...
20-year-old black won't say it is Tuesday, Newsday Tuesday. Sam is out for the rest of the week, as he tends to be when horrible news stories drop.
When's the last time this happened, chat? Anybody, any MR knowers can tell me when's the last time that Sam was gone when a big story like this hit?
Reckoning with Matt, which we recorded probably 30 minutes after we got the news, so it's a little raw, I would say, right?
Yeah, pretty immediate reaction.
Yeah.
We were going to just take a victory lap up around Mallory McMorrow, and...
took a little bit more of a somber tone to start things off.
Yeah, Matt's on there too. Good morning, Vamps.
So yesterday afternoon, rumors were swirling about another negative Graham Platner story that was set to drop.
What happened on his last vacay?
Unlike the New York Times story from a few weeks ago that was written in a tone that sounded like there was a sexual assault allegation in the piece, but did not.
Yeah, it's kind of like the way that he pretends to glaze PBD, or they're like Candace Owens, right? I'm sure somebody could take his Candace Owens shit out of context too, and be like, he's way too friendly with Candace Owens.
Contain that content. It was about his unsettling behavior, and
was he gone to attend a funeral when the big? What I'm just trying to remember what the last big story that Sam was gone for. A predator could not implement leftist politics because they would never challenge any of the real systems of power that protect them. True.
A lot of the worst of what was alleged was aggressive grabbing.
And she's saying before the, revelations from yesterday.
And the only named accuser in that piece that had the worst accusations was somebody who has worked in Republican politics. This story is immensely credible, serious, and it has corroboration in the piece. It also sheds new light on that story.
Oh shit! Was it Charlie Kirk? Was it Is that what it was?
It seems now in
Was that the last time Sam was gone? Was on vacation during a big story dropping?
That it was written in that tone, perhaps because they knew about this accusation. This woman was interviewed for that original piece, but for whatever reason, they were unable to corroborate it, or she did not go forward fully with her accusation. And that is why the Republican who I mentioned there, Fifield, she said after the piece was published that she felt betrayed because she had heard that there was going to be an allegation of sexual assault that was in the piece that would have made her experience seem, obviously more of a pattern. And now we know what that allegation was.
That would be supportive of a broader critique or, allegation of Platner, not just, yeah.
Yeah. So, trigger warning. I'm about to say what the piece alleges. The woman accuses Platner of entering her home without her consent in 2021. He was intoxicated, she says. The woman accuses Platner of forcing himself on her when she told him to stop. She accuses him of ejaculating inside her even as she told him not to. Politico corroborated her account with notes to her therapist and messages with a man that she dated in 2022. There are lurid details in the piece that add to the credibility, in my humble opinion. She talks about remembering him knocking over an antique sewing kit, and that kind of sent a chill down my spine just because, there's just details in that ring true, I guess, as a woman. There's an immense amount of betrayal right now. Platner insisted multiple times that nothing new was coming out.
the fact that he knew that this particular woman was interviewed by the New York Times and still went on Chris Hayes and other platforms and insisted that nothing else was coming is unconscionable, because he knew that she was one of the women that was identified. Platner and perhaps the campaign itself has violated the trust of many supporters. I would include myself in that. However, obviously, I do feel a responsibility as a woman that, you know, perhaps, I don't know, I'm still thinking about this, but I believe in redemption and restorative justice, and that is what had driven me to support Platner despite some of his past. But when we're talking about forcible rape and sexual assault, obviously, there is no excuse. And immediately, once I read the story, I knew that he had to drop out of the race. And so I'm sorry if there are any women in the audience that feel that I failed them. I take that super seriously.
Okay, so that's what people were talking about as an if apology, and yeah, generally that's like the formula for like a apology that people are going to be put off by is you know, under, you know, if it's a conditional apology, right? I mean, in this case, it's I don't think I don't know.
Me. And I'm sorry. So, you know, I still maintain that what was said in the New York Times was not disqualifying, but what is alleged here just absolutely is. And the not that it should matter given what the details were and what the corroboration is, but this individual, this woman who's accusing him, supports his politics, and that is why she was reticent to come forward in the first place. And I'm sorry if myself or anybody, you know, I'm sorry if I contributed to that culture. And so I'm reflecting on that myself. Now, the national media is going to try to blame this on DSA. I'm already seeing this.
Yeah, I was kind of aware of how this was going to try, like, even though Platner's not part of DSA, because of those who support him, because of him being, like, you know, largely speaking on the, you know, perceived as on the left flank, you know, that this was going to become a DSA bad, left flank bad, sort of, you know, we need to go back to the center, because if we go outside the center, we get Nazis and rapists, in this case, a rapist. Well, not a Nazi, but
He was not endorsed by DSA.
edgelord for sure.
Like Gonzalez in Colorado, you can't just call someone a DSA-style candidate. They're not a DSA candidate, because DSA candidates come with infrastructure and internal democracy. And in this case, sorry?
And vetting?
Exactly. In this case, you have to ask this question. Could said DSA infrastructure have worked to vet a candidate like Platner or another candidate who could have represented these positions without this baggage? I mean, there's an item in the Wall Street Journal this morning about how, you know, he was rushed through a vetting process. In hindsight, obviously, that was a massive mistake.
That article's from late June.
Oh, late June. I'm sorry. I guess I just read it. It has new salience now. And, you know, for DSA and stuff like that, you know, the people within the chapter can decide within an internal democratic process who best represents their goals and who best represents the interests of DSA. And it's a counterfactual. Who knows if DSA was involved in this?
There you go, Tanner, dude, man, rapist with a Nazi tattoo.
Particular race of things could have gone differently, but do not fall for people trying to tie DSA to this. They still will try to blame the left more broadly. Last night, Jake Tapper interviewed the accuser here, Jenny Rassicot. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing her last name correctly. And this interview was painful and difficult, but Tapper's framing here, I think, is indicative of why we're seeing victory laps from the likes of Neera Tanden over a sexual assault allegation.
There are going to be Democrats who say, I believe you, but I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm going to vote for him anyway, because we need a progressive voice in the United States Senate. Are you going to be okay with that? Are you going to be able to handle that? I'm not saying it's the right answer or the right response, but...
No, I have friends who feel that way, and that's been a hard pill to swallow. And I guess I need to not ask, potentially. Maybe I need to not ask in order to not care what they do. I understand. I understand that the state of our political environment is so much so that we need a lot of change. And he's offering that change. And, you know, I'm not mad at anyone who has voted for him all along. If he wasn't who he was, I would be voting for him as well. And going forward, I don't know what's going to happen.
I don't know if there's anybody that is saying that you have to vote for him now. Like Tapper kind of said that declaratively in a way where he said progressives as well. You heard that? This is a rabid Zionist who's attempting to say that not only the left that supported Platner, not only are they anti-Semitic, they're pro-rape, and they want you to look past this. Is there anybody who has done that that's credible? He's lost every endorsement.
There's one person, but credible is not the word that I would use to describe him. Let me see if I can pull this guy up for you, right? Because this is, I'm kind of amazed that, you know, this is going on. Can we find the Michael Tracy? Okay, is it Jink? Wait, no, don't tell me Jink is actually, is Jink, still telling Platner to stay in the race? Michael, if I can spell his name right, Racy. This is a guy that is like one of the last defenders of Epstein. Even it's kind of. Oh no! Now I'm only getting my own tweets. Wait, is this it? Is this it? Okay, let me bring this up. This is Ferg here. Leave it to Epstein to apologist Michael Tracy to come out with something as heinous as this. So this is him quote tweeting the interview with Jake Tapper, saying the woman accusing Platner of rape says she is in a situationship with him. That she's had to recall memory. Oh, he's calling her a slut. She's had to recall memories that she previously tried to forget. Recovered memory, red flag. Oh, that's the red flag. Okay, Michael. That she complied with the alleged rape. If you don't like, you know, bite off his junk, then I guess you didn't really, you know, want to not be raped bad enough. I mean, this is terrible. This is let's talk about all the red flags here. Fucking what kind of skeletons, chat, are in Michael Tracy's closet? And that she chose to sleep in a bed with her. Oh yeah, she was like, yeah, let's sleep together. No, oh my god, what a bastard. Fuck this guy. Wait, by the way, a happy 1-year anniversary of the July 6, 2025 leak of the DOJ FBI memo dispelling every plank of the common Epstein mythology, causing a gigantic eruption of wild hysteria with thousands of online maniacs telling me 24/7 how despicable, revolting, and wrong. I mean, wow. You're lucky you can step foot outside your house, Michael Tracy. At this point, what exactly was heinous about the tweet? Oh, he replied to. Wow. Okay. Wow. I think this is a mute of mine. I can't remember. Mutual. NCC Mutual. Clem Ferguson. Wait. Where's the what? Wait. Where is he responding? Did Tracy just quote retweet him back? I can't tell. It doesn't look like he's on. Anyway, I'm not going to worry too much about it. 14 hours ago, Michael Tracy has never seen a rape. He didn't doubt. Search Epstein and Weinstein on his account for more. You're reflexively assigning victimhood where none has been remotely established and for which there is abundant reasonable doubt. So you've already reversed reasoning. You're already reverse reasoning to get to the conclusion you want to get to, as usually invoked by vague tenets of trauma doctrine. Okay, same old. What is it even respond? What are we responding to? Okay, this is his thread right here. So this is a really gross take and a clear indication that you know nothing about how victims react to and are affected by. Wait a minute. I think I might have accidentally. Okay, so Direful, I'm not gonna more time, more gaming, more sleep. Get some sleep, Direful, and thank you for the super chat. I think there might be another. No, I didn't ignore another one. Okay, so that gets us to 100, chat. You know what that means. All right. To make a big production of this, and also, chat. I know that our new system isn't perfect yet. There's stuff that I'm finding out, as I go. Isn't got to figure out something to give you for that 300 that we hit yesterday, or when we hit 300 in general. But we are at 100 points now, and what happens when we're at 100 points? Well, just in time for where we're almost down to the last hour. Almost down to the last hour. We're gonna do sub add time 1H. Look at that. 1H goes in there, and we've got some time. We've got some time. Thank you, Darful, for noticing that we were only 2 points away from being able to double our time. And of course, when we expand the time, you're still gonna hear this sound. Nice. So yeah, Michael Tracy's a freak, and not the good kind. Okay. It can be extremely confusing, and disassociation, denial, and even justifying what happened can be part of the processing. Michael Tracy, you're reflexively assigning victimhood where none has been remotely established. Okay, this is the one I read before. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. What else have we got? What other nonsense have we got going on in Michael Tracy's thread? 771 likes. Well, I guess that's... I'm surprised there's not more comments than likes, honestly, on this shit. But then again, there's a lot of fucking douchebags that, even if they won't say it out loud, they are here for what Michael Tracy is... serving up. Michael, right now, women who consider you a friend are reading... Do any women consider Michael Tracy a friend? That seems like a mistake. They are reading... I would be afraid... I'm sorry. Look, I don't remember what happened with the Young Turks, right? I'm not going to make any... I don't want to, mischaracterize what the skeletons that we know are in his closet. But I would be... I don't know. I feel like a lot of this defense of creeps is like freaking a red flag that would want me to be as far away from Michael Tracy as possible if I was unfortunate enough to know him in real life. They are reading you simply describe what it is like being raped and laughing away at the idea of someone being raped. This is what being raped is like. The women in your life are learning and see something about you. True. Laura, I disagree. Wait, why did she... Okay, I guess this must have gone on I don't even know. I disagree. It's extremely funny in a admittedly dark, morbid way that what's described in this video is being treated as ipso facto career and reparation. This is Ryan Grimm's take, which we're going to see in a little bit, on steroids, right? This makes Ryan Grimm's tweet look... And again, Ryan Grimm's not, saying that Platner should stay in, but he does say something about in the way that society works, he's got to go. Maybe we should consider changing society, right? So that there's more of a I don't know, a just process for something like this, rather than
it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Even funnier, the mainstream media and right-wing pundits are locking arms on it. Well, no, everybody actually is. Most people that have any sort of decency are pretty clear on what they think about what's going on. Wow. Okay. Well, there's Michael Tracy's thread. Let's get back to Emma.
We'll just start obviously with the Graham Platner.
Okay. This is where we were.
I mean, except Bernie, and let's get to it, buddy. But Warren, Ro Khanna, Ruben Gaye. I mean,
unlike
everybody.
Cuomo, who these people endorsed through two as a Democratic primary candidate and a general election primary candidate after everything was out about him.
Yes. So yeah, this is how they're going to try to frame this. And the thing is that the left was the party in this primary that was actually serious about defeating Susan Collins. Unlike Schumer and the DSCC and Kirsten Gillibrand, We didn't clear the field for a geriatric centrist who couldn't muster 20% in the primary. They cleared the field for younger candidates because Mills, battle-tested Mills, it was her time. That's what Schumer said. And many of those candidates kind of crowded into the governor's race. And they're going to be new characters in this story because our democracy is truly at stake here. And they will be some of the people that are considered to take over for Platner when he eventually withdraws because he cannot withstand this and should not withstand this. If there are people out there that think that Janet Mills would have generated the necessary enthusiasm to defeat Susan Collins, I've got a bridge to sell you. And that bridge is named Sarah Gideon in 2020. It's named Bellows in 2014, both of whom got walloped Democratic establishment picks against Mills. And by the way, Bellows is now being floated as somebody to replace Platner. I mean, it's a mess. And the thing is that, you know, to be corny about it, the Bernie, not me, us stuff was always where we were at. You know, this is about the movement and the platform. Whoever ends up being the candidate here in Maine should support what the Maine Democratic primary voters supported. It wasn't just Graham.
Ro Khanna might be in trouble for doing that interview with Platner.
As an individual, the cut of his jib, his flannels, or his voice. It was about cutting off arms to Israel. It was about taxing billionaires.
That, I don't want to overinterpret this. I could be totally wrong, but it almost seems like a sideswipe at Ryan Graham. I don't know. I've never seen Emma, you know, have a problem with Ryan Graham, but that, I mean, maybe it's just a coincidence, right? Maybe she didn't see that. I don't assume that Emma is like a Shonda Black viewer, so I don't know if she realizes how that corresponds to her associate over at Drop Site News. So I'm so doomer, but is democracy on the line? There ain't even being a line. The appearance of it sure is getting hazier.
Saving local hospitals.
It was about Medicare for all. It was about a new kind of politics. And you know, they heard that platform and they said, hell yes. So the question now becomes, who can take up Graham Platner's popular platform, a winning platform, to take on Susan Collins? This process is not ideal, as I keep saying. There's a deadline next week, July 13th, for Platner to drop out. That's the ballot deadline. And then after that happens, the party has the opportunity to nominate somebody new, and July 25th, via a pop-up convention or a primary, which is obviously what I would favor, some sort of blitz primary, to choose the nominee. There could potentially be some way to salvage this. Maine DSA endorsed Troy Jackson in the gubernatorial race. He's considered a good candidate to take up this mantle, but again, this is less than 24 hours later, so we're still figuring all this out. But
it's interesting that Nirav Shah, a moderate in the governor's race, has already staked that he won't support Israel.
That's the litmus test, and they understand that. If you want to get out of, if you want to take a Platner's place on the ballot, it's too early to say as of right now. But let's at the very least listen to Republicans here trying to take a victory lap. Here's Kevin McCarthy, one-time Speaker of the House, who says that Republicans.
Did he stay in the House? Is Kevin McCarthy? What is his status right now? Anybody know? I'm thinking he stayed in the House, but like he's not running for a re-election. Collins will sail through another 6 years. Unfortunately, I hope not. God, with that Southern accent, it ain't gonna sound right. Pronunciating every single syllable.
Would never nominate such a person.
Yeah, my problem is this. For the Southern accent thing, there's no middle ground, right? I can't just like inflect a little bit of a Southern accent. Like my sister has a little bit of a Southern accent, right? It's cute on her. But it's either like a straight, I don't know, do I sound Midwestern? Some people say I sound Californian. Like I don't know, amalgamation of all the accents in the US, like I'm talking with now, or it is full hog. I gotta go full hog. That's the only Southern accent I have, is a full on, you know, I might as well be, dressed as Loretta Lynn style Southern accent.
Donald Trump has been found liable in court for sexual assault in court of E. Jean Carroll.
Oh God, please don't get that let that get clipped out and represented as Emma. Emma thinks it's okay what Graham Platner did because Donald Trump did so much worse. Obviously, she's talking about like Kevin McCarthy. You got no room to talk. Your full hog is my stem. I mean, I should do it more often. There was a video where it came up. I think it was when Vosh said full hog instead of whole hog. He was trying to say whole hog, you know, and he says full hog instead. And I just got obsessed with it and was like, I sound like Pacific Northwest. Okay, that tracks.
Accusations of rape and sexual assault that have been leveled against him, let alone him being in the Epstein files, all that. Here is Kevin McCarthy trying to say that the Democrats are the moral degenerates. You know, the party that just is universally now calling on Platner to drop out.
In that party. All right, so they managed to take him out, let's just say, in the next day or two. Then they replace him. They rig their own primary.
With no primary, no choice. It sounds a lot like Biden, right? So they're going to pivot and go to Kamala Harris, because I think had they had a primary, Kamala Harris would not have won. So the person they select now probably wouldn't be able to win a primary, and it gives the people in Maine a very short amount of time to really learn who they are.
And does that do Maine voters hold the party responsible for that going forward between now and the election?
I think it's too early to tell. They should, but you just listen to the individual here that terrible what's happened to her. Her own friends knew and would still vote for him because they just want to win.
That is a true mind virus right there.
That's a sad place. Look, we're celebrating 250 years.
Yeah.
The one thing I know about Republicans, when we had a very
I mean, she is right that Republicans have no place to talk here.
Bad candidate and found out, we didn't vote for that person.
You're full of shit, Kevin McCarthy. You are so full of shit.
We walked away.
For better or for worse.
Yeah. When Matt Gaetz came forward, we got rid of him.
Yeah.
What about Doug Jones? Oh, I'm sorry, you ran him. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's more of a Trump L rather than a Kevin McCarthy L. But
Kevin McCarthy, as always.
Yeah, Matt Gaetz. So, Matt Gaetz, you know the guy you had a very public personal feud with, you cretin.
The guy that's responsible for kicking him out. Look. Without Matt, I mean, like, there's some argument that without Matt Gaetz, this guy would still be Speaker of the House, right? Matt Gaetz was a big part of what got him replaced by MAGA Mike Johnson.
Donald Trump. What about Roy Moore?
Pete Hegseth.
What about Pete Hegseth?
RFK.
Like he is so.
Yeah, Roy Moore.
It's just an opportunity for him.
Wait, am I saying the right name? Doug Jones? Is that the guy? Or was Doug Jones the opponent, chat? I can't even remember. But the guy in Alabama is who I'm talking about. I'm guessing that's...
By the way, Jake Tapper just like lobbed that up for Kevin McCarthy to dunk the basketball, basically. You know, by insinuating that there would be all of these Democrats in Maine that would want to vote for him anyway, even though we're not seeing that. Let's pull up the own Discord server from Platner's supporters. This was in the immediate aftermath of the allegations.
Roy Moore was the Republican. Was Doug Jones the Democrat? I'm so sorry, Doug Jones. I did not mean to call you a... Whatever. Roy Moore. Roy Moore was like a pedophile, right? Allegedly. Or at least that's how I remember it. Maybe correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, hello, the president is a fucking convicted rapist, right? Well, found liable for rape. Unfortunately, the statute of limitations for a criminal trial for Trump was passed. But
this is somebody writing 357. I mean, this must have been minutes later. I don't necessarily want Graham to win. I want his and our political ideas to win. He's not coming back from this, and we should find someone to carry on the ideals now. People can be flawed and become better. But hanging your movement on the coattails of somebody credibly accused of sexual assault is the exact thing we are trying to be better than. Let's go to the next one. There's more. If this is all true, I'm obviously the most heartbroken for this poor woman who lived through something no woman should ever have to endure. But I'm also, to a lesser extent, heartbroken for all the volunteers who believed in Graham, his message, and this campaign, and really thought he was a vehicle for change. Let's keep going. Graham had great policies. I hope someone whose character aligns with those policies step up. Man, I'm in so much pain. He needs to drop out now. A little bit more. I mean, not even a minute despite corroborating screenshots and messages between her and her friend. Well, this is somebody criticizing somebody for not taking the accusation seriously. Right. So whatever, you know, the fact that Tapper claimed that.
Megat says, gotta be creepy as fuck to get banned from the mall. Can you imagine being the mall security guy that is like, you get a call and they're like, he's back. Oh God, he's here. And it's like it's like, what was he the mayor? I can't remember. Roy Moore. Oh, he's a judge, right? But yeah, this pillar of the, you know, local society, right, shows up that, you know, is creeping on underage girls, and you as the you know, mall cop, you gotta get rid of him, but without getting yourself fired, I guess. Like, can you imagine being that? In that, you know, you got to pretend that, you know, that he's not a fucking monster, even though, you know, he has especially regarding the 10 Commandments in front of the court. Oh yeah, used to live in Montgomery, Alabama. The current governor, Kate Ivey, was Kate Ivey was my sister's substitute teacher way back when she became governor, because the last governor used the state private jet with the mistress chief of staff and or secretary that was exposed because he gave his wife an iPad logged into his iCloud account. Oh my God. Crazy. That is some lore indeed. Wait, he has to wear a fin like a shark when he falls. Yeah.
Without any evidence, shows his bias that we were already aware of. It is the same bias that has fueled the fixation on Platner prior to this point. But the reality is that he has shown himself to be a liar. He has lied to us. He has lied to the public. And there's nothing to say anymore now except, disavow. And again,
yeah, that he's under more scrutiny is a moot point at this point.
Yeah. I mean, McCarthy is mad that Matt Gaetz voted to oust him and was one of the other 7 or 8 Republicans, I forget the exact figure, that ousted him from Speaker of the House, the first ever ejected by his own party in late 2023. So now he's like, Republicans, they did the right thing about Matt Gaetz. And
yeah, Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm trying to remember who else was in that clown car.
By me, Kevin McCarthy. No, everybody knows which party covered up the Epstein files, buddy. But of course, we will have much more to say about this in the coming days and later on in the show.
Yeah, I was gonna say in the fun half, which is not gonna be it's gonna be the not so fun half this time. I think we got a 144.50 is where I'm going. Yeah, it looks like we're about done. 144.50. 144.50. See, I can say that like a country song, like 144.50. 144.50. There we go.
Why I would say like a place like London has a little bit more charm than New York City does, but that's aside. Yeah.
Fresh off your trip to London.
A little bit, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right, let's open up the phone lines here. 64725.
Oh God, apologies, chat. I didn't look at the chat. Now I don't want to I never do the thing. I try to avoid the thing where you read out the chatter's name. I mean, there's people from this community that are probably in there, and it's just not a good idea. It just doesn't lead to good things. But I did want to take the tenor, I guess, the overall tenor of the chat. I didn't do that when she first mentioned it, which is where I wanted to kind of gauge the majority report chat itself. Like what are they thinking? What are they feeling? How do they take Emma's statement?
646-257-3920 is the number. Sharon Philly just sending you my support.
Yeah, thank you. Bobert was part of that.
I'm extremely disappointed about the Platner news. I defended his military service and his redemption from PTSD, but this is clearly a much bigger issue, and I believe the victim and recognize that it is often traumatic for women to confront their abuses and call for accountability. Yeah, and people question the timing, which is ridiculous, because the reason that these things come out, with a credible accusation like this, we should not be questioning the timing, because as she explains, she felt compelled to come out to support the other women that were in the piece that didn't have as serious of accusations, and she supports him politically, and it's because this person... that impulse increases when you see them gaining power and you say, I have to explain, I have to tell this story. I feel it's important because this person is gaining power. It's not like clout chasing.
Curious at all. I think people who are suggesting this is curious timing. Haven't read the allegations or the corroboration.
Or don't have the media literacy to see why this is way different than the New York Times thing. You have to be able to read and understand what is credible, what corroboration is credible, and what is an actual assault allegation. There was no assault allegation prior to this. That's what changed.
I'll say Jenk's reaction to it, pandering to this sort of stupidity, I don't trust the media sort of thing.
Oh my God, we do have to watch Jenk. That chatter wasn't kidding. Oh my God, chat. What? Oh no, God. I mean, not I think there's any, hope for the TYT, but yeah, there we go, Jenk. Does anybody else remember TYT used to have like a theme song, and oh my god, it was like a really shitty rap, and it was like Young Turks. That's right, TYT, something 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 something. You can find me. I've looked for that. I can't find it, right? But I do remember there's like a line that was like, Cenk Uygur, he's the recruiter. I don't know. Congratulations to the national media on politically assassinating Graham Platner. If he drops out and the Democratic Party tries to give us two candidates who are both for Israel, what? Or corporate, why would they give it? I'm sorry, Democrat Party give us two candidates? What, for the convention? Both both for Israel and corporate PACs. They'll face a revolt like they've never. I do think that if they try to put up a shitlib candidate, they're gonna get their clocks clean. They added context. Okay, this is a community note. And it's just Graham Platner is accused of rape by Jenny Rasico. Days of bullshit, false choices are over. The days of bullshit, false choices are over. Did they actually? Oh no! Did they say something on the stream? Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian are doubting Graham Platner's accuser, and it's because her therapist didn't issue a statement to. Oh yeah, I knew. I said, Chad, if anyone's going to hang their hat on anything, it was going to be that the therapist and a few other people were left anonymous by their, request.
The thing that caught my eye, Anna, was on the therapist. Because
yes, the therapist didn't want to talk to the press, by the way.
Yeah, the Politico kept saying, well, she says she talked to the therapist, and the therapist does not acknowledge it, but says that they do have a relationship. No, wait.
No. Let's be totally accurate, okay?
Yeah.
The therapist acknowledged that she spoke to her recently about what allegedly happened, but did not want to issue a statement to Politico.
Yeah, so the therapist is not confirming it.
Right.
I mean, there's a very easy way to confirm it. Say, hey, I don't want to talk about it, but yes, I confirm that she said that, right? And maybe give some context, give a statement, and then get. Look, the therapist is in a tough spot too. It doesn't mean that she thinks is skeptical, and we have no idea.
So look, if I had to guess what's going on here is that TYT has become a lot less about political conviction and a lot more about content strategy. And since everybody is saying, fuck Graham Platner at this point, if TYT says, hold on, let's give this man a fair shot, right? All the people that are still coping, which, we've seen them. So a few people commenting in here even. Not very many, but a few. Then they're gonna be like, oh yeah, TYT is the only real ones that stood behind Graham Platner when the whole media establishment stabbed him in the back. I would guess that's what's going on, right? That's my only contrarian. Yeah, maybe it's just their contrarian nature. But I think this is a gambit. Again, there's only so many times, there's only so much you can like shuffle your audience, right? So, when TYT, goes like, kind of anti-woke, then, the people, on the left with like an anti-woke, or people that were like in the periphery of their content with a little bit of an anti-woke dog in them are gonna, maybe for the, their calculation, and it didn't work, right? Because TYT has shrunk. But they thought that maybe they were going to grow by, ingratiating them to like, people that are anti-woke, but still against what Israel's doing in Gaza, and like nominally call themselves some sort of a liberal, somebody on the left, right? They shuffled their audience a lot, right? They lost a lot of their long-term viewers there, but this would be another shuffle, right? This would be another, and you will get new people in there, but you got to understand new fans that are just there because they like, you said something positive about Graham Platner when everybody else was negative. They're not, they might be, they might boost your numbers, but they're not gonna save the network. God damn, I think TYT's in trouble. Like, I mean, this reeks of desperation. Okay, I don't think we can watch the View clip. Cenk and Anna are now just complete cranks at this point. Conspiracy theory nonsense fuels their views more than anything else crazy. What Wait, Anna Kasparian now doubts the...
I think the allegations are suspicious. I'm just going to say it. I think Platner's tattoo and his explanation.
This is 6 hours ago when Post Left Watch, which is not an account, you know, I've got a complicated relationship with this account, all right? I do think they do some good work. I also think they blow the whistle on some shit that is not like, you know, right-wing infiltration, right-wing... Right, I do think that I don't know, they're maybe like a little bit libbed up. But God, I mean, this is the clip, I guess, speaks for itself. Although it is just short clip, so.
Of how he handled the tattoo after realizing it was a Nazi tattoo was way more problematic than these claims. That's my thought.
Wait, Jink voted for RFK Jr. for president? Was backing him? Yeah, there's a lot of red flags around TYT, and I've called them out for a long time. What is this? Okay. Wow. All right, now we're back into like where Twitter is trying to serve me up my own tweets, assuming that I like the smell of my own farts. You got the wrong content creator, YouTube or Twitter.
Gross. It's gross.
Anybody else get that? If you search something, and this is what makes Twitter, part of what makes Twitter's search function kind of unusable. They tend to give you your own tweets, which I mean I guess is great if you're looking, but you could search. There's a ways to search your own tweets if you want to, right? I don't need that to automatically come up. It just gets in the way. And it's like everything that I've ever tweeted about Jink, you know, when I search Jink, will just be thrown in my face, right? And if you just love your own, the sound of your own tweets, I guess that's, pretty special. But no, thank you.
Yep. That's kind of hilarious because Jenk was and Anna were really upset that I defended the tattoo and were saying that I was wrong for that. That was like 8 months ago. What now? So they're doing the reverse position. It was right to defend him about who gives a crap about a tattoo if you cover it up or whatever, or like if he didn't. I totally believe that he might have not known what that was.
I think that is what happened with that tattoo.
So they did the reverse. They're defending the rape accusation, or at least Jenk is.
Jenk is. Yeah, I don't know where Anna's at on it.
That's crazy.
Ay.
No. I mean, it sounds like Anna is too, unless somebody wants to. I should probably check in with Natalie Marie and Natalie. She's usually on top of the TYT beat.
Great instincts, that guy.
I mean, it's irresponsible. Like those sorts of tweets that he does. The one that pissed me off years ago. I mean, while we were on it, where he's like, he reacted to the video.
Can I see this tweet that you're talking about?
Where he reacted to a video of cops fighting with some guys in Midtown and said like, "Oh, why do New Yorkers let immigrants beat up cops?"
I remember that.
That's really stupid. Here, let's see. He's tweeted a little bit here.
Okay. Although I will clarify here, psychiatry transsexual, you're saying the New York Times was incredible, was ridiculous in retrospect. Do we think those accusations were false in retrospect? I didn't say that. The accusations in the Times piece were not, in my view, they didn't contain a sexual assault allegation. They contained unsettling behavior and grabbing, which I did not think was sufficient to call him to drop out of the race. I still don't think that. A credible rape accusation is a totally different thing. And you can say you should have seen that coming, and that's your prerogative.
Welcome to
But that is the sequence of facts and events that have led us to this point.
This isn't the one I was thinking of, but it's one on the topic.
Okay.
Congratulations to national media on politically assassinating Graham Platner. If he drops out and the Democratic Party gives us two candidates who are both for Israel and corporate PACs, they'll face a revolt like they've never seen days of bullshit false trades. I mean, this is why, something like
I'm live on YouTube.
David Day and an actual journalist saying, like, I think they should run a quick primary, let it see who plays out between Nirav Shah and parties should be able to do this. Like, this idea that it couldn't have been done back in the Harris thing, I think, was a mistake. You should be able to do it at a state level, at least here.
And what is the political assassination that's involved here? This woman speaking about her experience and her story.
My prediction, whether or not that is a better, option, running a very short primary, or a snap primary, right? I don't think that the main Democratic Party is going to do that. I think they're going to do some kind of a convention, and that yes, will open it up to claims of party manipulation. But that's probably what they're going to do.
someone who supports his politics and says that she was reticent to come out because she believes in his politics, and describing the rape in lurid detail, him ejaculating inside her without her consent, the anecdote about the antique item that was holding all those pins. Like, it's just, as a woman, you can't read this piece and not feel like you believe her. I mean, I don't get it. I don't get having that reaction. This is the one that you're talking about? Okay.
This line in the third paragraph, we should never have expanded beyond 140 characters. But anyway.
We never should have, yes.
So no, I don't believe any mainstream story.
Agreed.
I think they are agents of propaganda and not real news. And to my knowledge, they haven't investigated a single component
You
of
don't
the
believe
cons.
any mainstream story.
Exactly.
We are not reporters. We're commentators. We take the media and we analyze it and we give our assessments based on that. Then what do you do all day if you don't believe any mainstream news story? Do you cite the Associated Press? Do you cite NPR? Do you cite the New York Times? Do you cite the Wall Street Journal? Do you cite any of these mainstream outlets when you're covering stories? Then don't believe anything. I mean, it's just like
sits and intuits.
It decides to. Ooh. My crystal ball makes me decide that this woman is an agent of the establishment and Israel, even though she held off because she supported his politics before. We get new information, we change course.
Also, like, even granting that the media will put more resources towards discrediting somebody who's a challenge to power versus not, that's why you can't have major skeletons in the closet.
Right. And again, I maintain that this is why I have been campaigning with DSA candidates throughout this cycle. This is why I'm bullish on supporting them as a force within the Democratic Party that can be its own mini caucus that can both drive the Progressive Caucus to the left, but also drive the Democratic Party to the left. It's not because I have a belief specifically in Daria Liza Avila Chevalier or a belief specifically in Claire Valdez as individuals. I could give a shit. I mean, they're great, but I could give a shit. It's because of what they stand for, and it's because perhaps part of why they didn't have things like this in skeletons in their closet is because they were a part of an internal democratic process in DSA that has a structure, that has people that hold others accountable, and others that have a good idea of who would best represent their values as a DSA-style candidate. And I am growing increasingly skeptical of people that say that this brand is going to be toxic statewide. We haven't seen this yet. We haven't seen the results yet. We are going to maybe look at Francesca Hong in Wisconsin and see how that plays out. But in Colorado, Gonzalez came within 6 or 7 points of Hickenlooper with no DSA infrastructure and being outspent like 16-1. Can you imagine if she had an organizing and canvassing operation behind her that would back her? Like, this is the same reason, in part, that we are in this position with Platner. Is like, we fell in love with his platform, and in terms of self-scouting and all that. When we see individual progressive candidates on an island that don't have that backing, and then we're getting character concerns, that's the kind of thing where now, in hindsight, we have to say, like, okay, there was not necessarily the vetting process or, you know, the internal democracy necessary to understand if this can be a candidate that effectively can represent the values of democratic socialism or left-wing politics, because I now am becoming increasingly passionate about the belief that a DSA infrastructure has the ability to incubate candidates as it grows. And so that is where I think that we should put our political energy right now.
And I mean, for folks who say the DSA doesn't have the juice to play at that kind of level, what does? Because the Democratic Party doesn't. That's like the thing that people still aren't really grappling with. We as a political class haven't grappled with how unpopular that party is, despite a guy who's building the ballroom, who's fucking up all of the landmarks in DC, who's causing tariffs that are causing actual business pain. Like, the Democrats should be on set to sweep the election, but the party is actually broken. And the DSA and these progressive sort of insurgents are the only one that are getting people to turn out with any kind of enthusiasm.
And let's, if we want to blame the Democratic establishment or the establishment, I'm all down for it. But as we said earlier, the reason that we were even in the position for Platner to fill the void was because Schumer cleared the field for 78-year-old Janet Mills and foreclosed the opportunity for some of these younger, more progressive, or just like standard, cleaner, record-wise Democrats to jump in the race and maybe make it a real debate. But people were so disgusted by this wing of the party that they said, fuck no, you're not even getting 20% in this. Graham's getting over 70% in this. We want what his platform says. We want to cut off arms to Israel. We want Medicare for all. We want what he stands for. I am done trying to like talk about some of these individual character, and that's what like the national media can only focus on is branding. We're talking about platforms and ideas, and that is why he won. Not because of his voice, not because of his goddamn tattoos or lack thereof, or covering up tattoos, not because of the flannel, not because of the oyster farming, because he was going around the state and saying these ideas to people that liked what he had to say. So whoever takes up the mantle has to embody that. or at the very least, Maine voters get to decide who they want, in my hope, to embody that.
Oh, wow.
And that is where we can lay the blame at the feet of the Democratic establishment and everybody that was against his candidacy to begin with. But let's not abandon any semblance of principles that we have, although I guess I don't know who we're even talking about right now, but Cenk or whatever, it doesn't matter to him. Anything that's anti-establishment, it's like a Jimmy Dore style argument from 2016, mad at Big Daddy, like that's all I care about. I mean, that is where we I lost my train of thought, but like that's where we have to have certain I don't know, reflectiveness about it. Smearing this victim is beyond the pale.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Let's take a call here. Calling from a 603 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from? 603.
Hello, this is Ramona Frankenstein.
Hi, Ramona Frankenstein. How are you doing? Long-time IMer, viewer of the show.
I've been doing better.
Yeah.
Y'all are wild for taking calls today. I mean,
I think we just figured we kind of talked about it briefly. We were just like, we have nothing to hide. Let's just open up the phone lines and see what people have to say in the audience. If they're upset, as I said, like I'm hard on myself and I feel like I miss some things. And so like, I get it. But if people want to throw tomatoes at me, that's okay.
Yeah. I'm not going to throw any tomatoes. I also feel really pissed off and hurt by all of this. But I just kind of wanted to call in, give my 2 cents. And I am really disgusted by the amount of apologia that I'm seeing from certain people. You guys were just talking about Cenk and buck wild everything he has to say. But like I was seeing like people in chat today saying, listen, she admitted she was drunk. And like, do you hear yourself
Disgusting,
when you say something like that? Absolutely obscene. Horrible.
Obscene.
And Rakiko, is that
There's
the woman's name?
not a police report.
I don't know how to
correct?
say her last name. And I just, perhaps we can look at this up specifically.
Rasico, yeah.
But yeah, we know who you're talking
Yeah,
about.
we know the victim, and perhaps we can just call her Jenny, who by her first name.
Let's call her Jenny. I would not refer to myself as a survivor or anything, but like I've been in uncomfortable situations.
Sorry for the Morning Joe jump scare.
Gray area stuff happened to me, and I cannot.
All right. Reading chat here on Twitter, Wolf v. Raza, their credibility is at stake, period. They dismissed multiple people, were screaming at them to stop dismissing. Oh, dismiss what? Multiple people were screaming at them to stop dismissing. Me included. I am willing to move on, but admitting that they fucked up is important. Yeah, and it feels like we're getting a little bit more of that as we're going on. For at least from Emma. Are you talking? Wait, sorry. I'm assuming you're talking about MR. You could be talking about TYT. I'm not entirely sure, but if you want to clarify, if I got it wrong.
Not imagine the bravery and courage it takes to actually say something when you know that the person who is about to be the next senator from Maine is a rapist.
Oh my God.
Like
this just in chat. Cenk just announced that MTG is going to be guest hosting TYT. Wait, did they do that before? Why does that feel familiar? Why does that feel familiar? Again, if you still have a chance to boost the blast off tweet. How far are we? Sorry, I just noticed this when I came back to Twitter. 13. So yeah, if we can get that up to closer to 20, I think we'll be in good territory, and Twitter itself will carry the rest. Let me just this is Cenk's announcement. I can't talk. It's his announcement. It's his announcement on TYT next week. We have invited interesting and diverse lineup of guest hosts. So are they taking a vacation? Are they literally not going to be on the show? Is that right? they got MTG. They got Dave Smith on Tuesday, MTG on Monday, Adam Mockler on Wednesday. Who should be on Thursday? Obviously me. Matt Lesh available. Matt Lesh. Natalie Marie, who we were just talking about. Wait, what is this? This is like a burning of a TYT merch or something? Oh no, we can't have music. We can't deal with music. The music is my kryptonite. How did you know, Natalie Marie? Yeah, bring on Matt Gates. Okay, there's a lot of funny answers to this one. Wow. Okay. I still don't know if they're gonna give the MTG the run of the roost and just let her take control of the program, or if they're gonna have like the one of them is gonna be there, or somebody from the staff or from the show is gonna be I don't know. Yeah, they said guest host though, not co-host, so it kind of leaves the door open for a MTG takeover, which would be crazy. Even a Dave Smith takeover, kind of crazy.
If I were dealing with that and the person was running on the same platform as him, I don't know how.
Also, thank you, Natalie Marie, if you're out there, if you're listening right now. Thank you for. I knew that Natalie got to me like I literally like less than a minute. Natalie was like, "I got you, girl, I got you." Here's the links right here.
I would respond.
Oh wait, we've also got a Francesca tweet. I don't know if this will be. It's a tweet of a tweet of a clip. I don't know if it's one of the clips that we've already seen or if it's not, but let's bring this one out as well.
Because it places.
Oh, yeah, it's this one. So yeah, this is just Francesca saying another banger. True.
And I just think that, I just wanted to voice my frustration at people who are trying to make apologies for Platner here. He's done, guys. We need to get off of this. You're only making yourself look worse by continuing to stay on that train. It's time to go.
Appreciate your thoughts, Ramona.
Yeah. I'm going to go now, but I just want to say, here in New Hampshire, we have an excellent progressive candidate for Senate in Karishma Manzur. And in the latest polling, she has gone up significantly to almost 30% against Chris Pappas, who has fallen in polls. Still above 50%, but he's falling. And this primary is not until September, so a million years away.
Interesting. I like to hear that. Well, thanks so much, Ramona. Appreciate the heads up.
I think that's it for this segment.
Goodbye.
We do need to get to breaking points. Almost.
Blackwater Nazi Marine says Michael Tracy's Platner tweets have been absolutely batshit. He asked how we don't know. I mean, has there ever been a rapist that he hasn't like jumped in enthusiasm to defend? He took a break from his usual beat of smearing the Epstein survivors to go and defend Platner.
It's almost a bit at this point. It's funny to say, like, I saw him quote tweet you and say, like, these people will jump at anything. Like, we've actually stood by Platner through a number of storms, actually.
Yeah, exactly. Steven Alaska, you know this already, but I will say it anyway. Platner is just a person. He's gone. Get another progressive and beat Susan Collins. If he did it, arrest him. All this other stuff is just noise.
I'd be very interested to see if, like, Troy Jackson can work something out with the former Platner volunteers and work something out.
The dance that he would have to do is he doesn't want to look like that associated with the Platner campaign.
That was the thing about Platner, is like he built this actual like machine that was turning out voters and people to town halls, and now it's like, how much of that is even fucking salvageable at this point?
Many psychologists, I don't want to be the annoyingly positive psychologist here, but is it possible this is an opportunity to replace Platner with someone with the same agenda but no skeletons? It's possible that it's going to be.
Troy Jackson has the same agenda. It's just
it's worth trying, even if it's a very low percentage chance, right? Even if it seems cooked, it's worth trying. It's worth trying. And also, I don't want to give Platner the credit for building that team. I give the team the credit, and we got to start thinking about this more, like recognizing the people behind the great men, the public figures, and give them their due, because it really is the only way we're gonna get out of this, chat, is with solidarity, with volunteers, with people, helping people, and organizing, right? A word that has been stripped from our lexicon.
Does he have the charisma on a campaign trail, and that's the question that I think is harder, and maybe you can make up for it with DSA.
Yeah, Platner is cooked.
He does have that on the Platner.
Yep. Calling from a 205 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hi, I'm short on time, but my name is Jacob Balmasin.
Oh.
And I am a DSA member. I'm 29, and I am the first openly autistic candidate for U.S. House in Alabama history. I'm running in the 6th district.
Nice. What's your name again?
Jacob Balmasim. It's Jacob spelled with a C, and the last name is Bouma-SIMS.
Nice. So you're running in Alabama. What's your district?
It's District 6. It's currently held by Gary Palmer. He is incredibly evil and incredibly boring. And
okay, so I think that's about where we're going to leave it for now. I got one more clip from you, though, from MR. It's at 1:16. I missed this earlier. We're going to have to go back a little bit. So remember what I was saying about, like, Emma's apology seems to be kind of developing in real time. This is before the most recent clip that we saw. Let me make sure I'm on the right timestamp here. Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
I think there's a chance he could win this. I wouldn't put anything past it. After Zoran beat Andrew Cuomo, I mean, I feel like anything's possible. But I am very impressed by the DSA efforts. There also, DSA just endorsed Cori Bush, so St. Louis, you got marching orders.
Hell yeah, and yeah, it's just again with this Platner thing. Perhaps if he had been, or somebody in that race, he was a part of some larger organizational movement structure, there would have been red flags about his drinking and some of his lying. No,
I got an Emma soundboard.
Oh, was that really me?
No, I accidentally had majority part open.
Oh, okay. So no, I mean, I perhaps that would have been flagged. Like
he added an Oh, that's so dirty. Usually, editor's job. I mean, he's not editing, but he's producing. But like the whole, a lot of what editors do is take out the ums and uhs and likes and at least that's what that's what you have to do if you edit me. Look out for those. I should say a lot less.
There is I bring up that because Andrew Gillum is in the news today again, who was
almost beat
DeSantis and came out of that primary as the more progressive pick and had a lot of issues with partying and drug use that had been uncovered, and he was just arrested again. I mean, I feel badly for the guy. It seems like he struggles. That was another candidate that was untethered from like a larger organization, but ran on a progressive platform. And I'm as we work this out in real time, I just think part of why we were so defensive of Platner with the New York Times story is that we are not naive about the headwinds of running against the establishment. And even I think perhaps Bernie's reticence to even say something immediately until just now is because he has a sensitivity about like the personal smear attacks that go against any candidate that's on the left. And this information, I mean, is out there for a lot of people, like damaging information for a lot of members of our...
If Platner stays in the race, it's going to be a joke. The race is going to be a joke if Platner stays in. I don't think he will. I don't think that's what he's trying to do. I think he knows he's cooked as well. My interpretation of him being really slow to remove himself from the race is that it's him trying to exert pressure on who replaces him, and you can interpret that however you want. Maybe it's he doesn't want the nomination to get stolen by a center like a Democratic establishment type. So or who knows. But yeah, I think he will ultimately get out of the race. But he's trying to use the little bit of leverage that he's got left
of Congress that you'll never hear about ever, because there's no incentive and there's no machine that's pushing it to the forefront. I'm not saying that's the case with Platner, but I'm just trying to say, like with this particular case, in this credible case. But it is, when you have a structure and organizing behind you, it gives you more of an advantage than being on an island with a progressive platform, because 100%. It's just like what we're up against is enormous. The money and the influence and the power, it's enormous.
When we had Graham on for the first time, I remember hearing you said he was a fan of the show and all this sort of thing. I think that's good. But...
Oh no, I'm not. I get that, but he kind of lost that choice by being a pest. Well, unfortunately for everyone, Platner can cause problems for the main DSA party. That being said, I think this is more of a game of chicken for him. He wants to make them think that if he's not satisfied with the choice, that they're gonna that he might stay in the race, which would be ruinous, which would essentially be so yeah, it's a game of chicken that he's playing.
This was also in the wake of Zoran marching through the Dem primary here, and I thought, well, he doesn't have DSA. How is he going to make up for what DSA provides? And in my mind, at that point, it was the volunteer base.
Yeah.
Graham inspired a volunteer base because the truth is, like, people will mobilize around the right ideas in this country. The problem that I missed was what he was missing was this vetting. And there's also a problem where the Democratic establishment, as we'll call it, vetting process was void here because we know what they're vetting for, which is, do you support Israel and ramming AI data centers through your constituents' throats? That's what Gillibrand and Schumer are concerned with. So yeah, that vetting process was entirely disregarded. And so a guy who'd never run for statewide office, unlike Abdullah Syed, for instance, when a lot of this stuff will come out, beat the establishment candidate because, and I'll say, like, check out Matt Christman's Twitter feed. He's right about this. That brand is completely dead, and they would like to just gloat about this Platner thing instead of addressing why that brand is absolutely dead, why Michael Bennett lost in Colorado, why this party is dead. And, you know, this is just, it's a big shame because there was a lane here, and somebody who didn't have issues with consent should have filled it.
Yeah, I mean, Red River Valley writes in, when a candidate doesn't have a political organizational record, they only have their past and their identity. I disagree with that. I think they also have their platform, which matters a lot to me, and that's why I supported him. I didn't love hearing Emma lean on his past and identity as a veteran, as that's only got rhetorical force, which hasn't seemed to work in the Dems' favor so far. You know, fair criticism. I don't think I did lean on it. I would say I still don't like the impulse to cast out veterans from the left. Like, any working class coalition, any coalition that's going to challenge the 1% is going to include veterans.
We recognize the difference between even a veteran like John Kerry, right? If people don't know, John Kerry, not my favorite dude, not my politics at all, right? But he was a Vietnam veteran who turned around and criticized the war for, all the other bad things you could say about John Kerry. He was that, right? Graham Platner, I don't know, almost like, I guess he attended a protest, or he protested a Bush speech or something like that, but then he did Blackwater, right? That's I'm the same way in terms of recognizing, like, and this is going to piss off the bad empanada types, but like the poverty draft in the United States, and it's the targeting recruiting that they do in poor areas and minority areas in order to fill their quota of enlisted, and if somebody goes into the military and then like sees it for what it is and turns around and criticizes that, I got no problem, right? I just don't. We've had the opposite problem of what Emma's describing here. We've had the problem is that when somebody comes into the left and says, "Hey, I'm a veteran," like a lot of times they're like, "Hey, get the fuck out of my way. I need to be leadership," right? This is a thing with the military. This is something that the military kind of does to people's brains. This is what I've noticed in a lot of veterans, like a sense of entitlement, towards leadership, a sense that the way that they do things in the military is better, and we want to impose that in different aspects of civilian life. Almost like a Starship Troopers-esque, attitude towards civilians. If you don't know, Starship Troopers by Robert Heinlein, featured a system in which to gain citizenship. In other words, to have all the rights of a citizen, you had to become part of the military. You had to be a veteran, and some of them, civvies, whatever, right? But that's not all veterans, and it's perfect. There's plenty of examples. There's a lot of leftists, right, that have some sort of a military background. I don't think that should preclude you. I don't think anybody's really doing that, and that's certainly not people's concern from what I've seen about Graham Platner, just that he served in the U.S. military forces. There's a lot more to people's concern about Platner's military record than just a general knee-jerk, fuck veterans, or which I'm not saying Twitch moderation. I'm saying that's not what Graham Platner's saying. Please don't Frogan me. All right, I didn't disparage. Look, I'll just, all right, Sabra hummus is the best. I'm Israel High. Okay, please don't ban me. Anyway. Yeah, no group is a monolith. Every section of human has assholes. Mercs are built different. Trigger pullers with zero. Oh yeah, people that work for Blackwater. Yeah, unless I don't know, they had some kind of Ebenezer Scrooge moment. They were visited by the ghost of wars, past, present, and future, and it changes their life, and they get inspired to try to fight against the global imperial hegemonic power. That is the U.S. military industrial complex, right? Let's not group vets with Hegseth. Okay. I don't think we should do that either.
I think I heard Ryan Grimm make this point. Like, the Russian Revolution included former soldiers, did it not? Like, in many parts.
You know what the Russian Revolution didn't include is motherfucking centrists. Like Ryan Grimm, I think they were more likely to be Menshevik. Anyway, sorry. I gotta get my digs in. The
country, this is a way out for a lot of people, and some people are looking for a sense of purpose. And that is, I'm not going to be dismissive of that, and I'm also somebody that believes in redemption and restorative justice. Now, obviously, we didn't have all of the information at our disposal, and as soon as I heard about this, we were quick to say that he should drop out. So I still maintain that I don't agree with the arguments that we should not accept veterans into the left-wing coalition. I think regardless of...
Yeah, I don't agree with Bad Empanada on a lot of things either. I do see where he's coming from, but yeah, my
Yeah,
I don't think it should be a special boost to them, and I think it's very secondary, frankly.
Yeah.
We'll get into that. I don't know. Maybe I need to make more of a point. Look, every time I talk about Ryan Grimm's politics, I get my head bit off. I get people assuming that I am saying that I want him canceled, that I want to somehow deplatform him from Dropsite. No, the work that Ryan's done with Dropsite is great, and I don't disagree with him on everything. I think he's a pretty strong proponent when it comes to international issues. It is issues like immigration that I feel like, and I don't know what this said. I postulated yesterday, right? That breaking points was actually a polycule. Now that's not serious, right? That's not me being polyphobic. I'm not polyphobic. But the metaphor is that they are a bit of a blob, right? And I don't know. I feel like some of Emily's politics has affected, Ryan's politics, and you're seeing more takes like his take on immigration, which is I can't find a way to differentiate it from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's cave-in that they did as a response to the fact that they were losing on immigration. They lost because they didn't present a counter narrative. That's what happens when you give up on an issue the way that the Democratic Party did. But yeah, I feel like there's something in breaking points where the right wingers will concede on certain things. Like Sagar has conceded that JD Vance isn't the cool guy that he thought he was. Emily, I think, has conceded on other points about the right, and then Ryan I don't know if it's that he feels obliged to actually I think that you all have a point on immigration, but yeah, for whatever reason, his takes on immigration were way too reminiscent of candidates that he obviously had a problem with in Kamala and Biden. And the other issue is when he gets talking about DEI and wokeness, right? He's got like a little bit of that class reductionist, anti-woke dog in him. And, I will criticize this because I don't take people as like heroes or villains. I don't take people as like 100% allies or 100% ops, right? Me disagreeing with Ryan and more importantly, noticing, right, that his commentary takes, right, his political positions on certain domestic issues are not what you would expect them for, as considering kind of who he's allied with, who he's allied himself with in the fight against the sort of U.S. Israel blob, right? And I always try to emphasize the good work that he does. I even mentioned today that he was one of the ones that took the Tara Reade accusations against Biden seriously when everybody else was trying to, sweep them away and, just viewing them as an inconvenience. So I don't want that to be mischaracterized. But of course, if I clarify, exactly what moments of breaking points that I have a problem with, then we're going to get those. We're going to get those Ryan Grimm Minecraft stands, which, it's just annoying. I mean, I wish they would actually, this is the thing. I don't mind them being in my comment section saying you're wrong, you're wrong, or you're wrong. Go ahead. If you think I'm wrong, tell me how. They don't do that. They say, if you have a problem with Ryan Grimm, there's something wrong with you. They say shit like that. They say shit that you would expect from fucking Minecraft stands, right? Not serious, like not the Breaking Points audience. Here, let me throw them some more flowers. All right. Breaking Points. The discussion on Breaking Points occurs at a higher level than most of the, political left channels on YouTube. That's something that I appreciate about them. But yeah, I can't help but notice where we disagree.
But
frankly, to what the voters want. And the reason that Platner was interesting to us is because Maine voters reacted to him almost immediately and started filling town halls for the right ideas.
Yes, and the veteran piece I still thought was poignant if he was somebody who was criticizing the forever wars and wanted to cut off arms to Israel. None of that stuff for me, is something that we should be dismissive of. He resonated. He can have good politics and not be somebody who has redeemed himself sufficiently and who has made really, really significant mistakes and hurt people, including so many people on his campaign and volunteers who trusted him. And so I hope he does some self-reflection. With that said,
still rather try to fix Ryan Grimm than listen to friggin' Tim Miller. Oh hell yeah! No, I got major problems with the Bulwark. Okay, we went after Sarah Longwell. I don't think I've gone after Tim Miller. Maybe I should. I'm sorry. I'm not going after anyone, chat. Just so you know, I'm comment. It's commentary.
We're gonna head into the fun half.
All right, they're gonna head into the fun half. We're gonna head into breaking points right now. The thing that I was just talking about. We've got an hour left, chat. If we want to have a chance for another hour, that's on the table. If you can get this number to 200, right? What makes the number go up? Every time somebody does a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, which right now I'm still trying to crowdsource this all-important Vietnam trip that's going to facilitate me being able to stay in Thailand for another year, learn more of the Thai language, and it's either that or I'm going to be stuck in Vietnam for a while, which is going to mean possibly some disruption in especially the Twitch. Being able to stream to Twitch. Last time I was not able to do it. This time, I'll try everything I can to do, see if I can do a workaround, right? But I really, more than anything, want to minimize the Vietnam trip and minimize, the disruption to my life that goes on and the disruption to the audience that goes on when my life gets turned upside down. So if you want to help me out with that, you can do that at throne.com/nocommentchick. There's also a really cool stream alert, which is an ASMR chime that comes along every time somebody does support me on Throne. And the other good thing about Throne is that more of your support actually reaches me, whereas YouTube takes a little piece of it. Twitch takes an even bigger piece of it. Patreon and Throne probably take the least amount out of your support. So more of it actually can have a positive effect on the content and on my life. So anyway, Ryan Grimm, breaking points. Let's get to it. This might be the last thing I bring you. Oh, there's the TYT thing. God, I'm gonna rage out if I put on TYT. I mean, we watched a little bit of it. I should have put that. If I'd known about this, chat, I would have definitely, it would have been bonus content at least. Anyway, this is titled Dems Abandon Platner after devastating essay allegations.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Have an amazing show for everybody today. Bro shows. Good to see you, Ryan.
Awkward day for a bro show, but...
Well, I was actually thinking about that.
Here we are.
Yeah, we may not necessarily be the best day for a bro show, but bro show is what
the schedule is.
Yeah, the schedule is. We don't create the news. It's good to see you, my friend. We do have...
Wait, is Ryan Grimm working out? I don't know if it's just his suit, but he looks a little bit more yoked than I remember.
An amazing show for everybody today, and it's definitely good to be back. So you probably saw, and we will give you a full rundown here of the Graham Platner situation, a former associate of his coming out and accusing him of rape in a CNN interview and Politico story. Platner is weighing whether to pull out of the race. We're going to break down the full situation, just give you what you need to know and some of the fallout from that, with many Democratic leaders calling for him to drop out so that somebody else can replace him. We're also going to talk about FIFA. The United States lost yesterday 4-1 to Belgium, a humiliating.
Interesting stuff.
Is calling kids were born with silver spoons in their mouth and they're lazy. Now trying to clean up her comment.
Okay, this is the first segment, and the first segment always includes like an intro for all of the topics. The topic we're interested in, though, is the Platner one. So
now for months here, so hard, pop up, very, very useful. Try to replace our words when we talk to our audience. So please do sign the situation.
Right, so he was dating on and off a woman named Jenny Rasicote, who was featured actually in the New York Times article that
oh my God, wait, thank you.
Made so many waves several weeks ago, where she said that he had come over to her house.
Oh shit! I see what happened. I see what happened. Let me fix this.
Differently about him, and she basically cut him off. She called his behavior at the time.
Yeah, thank you, Apollo Noir. You kind of saved my ass there. Yeah, I had it open in 2 different windows, right? And I clicked. I played the wrong one. So thanks for catching that. I did not.
Reckless and unsettling.
WNCC. Hey, W Chatters for keeping me on track. Am I listening to Sagar a little bit? I mean, I think Ryan's going to kind of take the lead here, I would assume.
You might remember that moment, but at the time...
Got 54 minutes left, chat, and only way to increase that is if we hit 200. So, yeah, your support keeps the Corporation for Public bitching on a regular bitchy basis, and can even add an extra hour. We already added 1. We're at 5 hours today, although I'm really going to end up giving you over 6 hours like I always do, even if we don't hit that. But yeah, we'll have more time for bonus content. And well, I'll try to, I want to at least get through with the breaking points thing. This is important as it's on the thumbnail.
She did not go on the record with her full allegation, which is that he had unconsensual sex with her, that he raped her. He responded within, I think, 6 minutes of the article dropping. They had put up a video response. Let's roll that and then go through what her allegation is.
I wanted to directly address the troubling, serious, and false allegations against me. Any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically false. Over the last 10 months, I have been deeply humbled by the...
We watched this yesterday. No, I should let it go. Look, I don't want to, I'm trying not to re-traumatize people that, you know, the interview, the Jake Tapper interview, the article, and yeah, even this, you know, like, but at the same time, yeah, I don't think we've watched this through today. I was gonna skip it to save time, but
faith manners have put in me. You have welcomed me into your homes, into your places of work, into your restaurants, into your houses of worship. You have shown that a different...
Wait, Crystal gave them a bit of cred towards the beginning. Breaking points can be hit or miss for me. Never liked Sagar. Yeah. You know, it's funny. Emily's the one that grinds my gears, but not always in a super, like, you know, she's not super like assertive. It just, you know, tries to kind of shoehorn a point in now and then that I'm just like, you know, and maybe it doesn't get sufficient pushback sometime.
Kind of politics, one that puts the interests of people over corporations, is not just possible, but is inevitable, regardless of the inaccuracy of the reporting, but mindful of the political reality it will inflict. We are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward for the state that I love, the people that I love, the movement I belong to, and the goal of defeating Susan Collins.
So that was the news that was in his 2-minute video, which is that, just if you didn't catch exactly, regardless of whether it's true or not, he's saying, He's aware of the political impact that it's going to have, and so he's evaluating the way forward. As of now, he has not yet dropped out. The entire kind of Democratic political universe is calling for him to drop out, and people around him suspect that it is a matter of when, not if, at this point, that his campaign is effectively over. There's some discussion about who would replace him and what leverage Platner would have in that decision, and we'll get to that on the back half of this.
And yeah, his leverage, as I've already mentioned, is the fact that he's the one who has to make the call to drop out of the race. Nobody can drop him out of the race after he's won the primary. He could wreck this whole thing by staying in. I think he just is going to try to leverage, like as soon as he drops out, he loses all leverage, right? And he seems to be trying to affect the candidate that's chosen to replace him via the leverage he has by potentially, playing this game of chicken where it's like, oh, you need me to drop out by Monday. Am I going to drop out? Do you want me to drop out? You give me, can you let me choose my successor? I don't think they're going to want to do that, though, right? I mean, that's going to actually put a stink on whoever, he chooses if that's actually the way that it goes down.
Segment, but let's go through some of her allegations, which she made both to Politico and also in a sit-down interview with Jake Tapper at CNN. Let's roll A3 here.
I remember specifically him grabbing at my chest, and I hit his hand and I said, "Don't touch me." And I remember that during the altercation specifically.
Then he kept going.
Okay, this is the part. Okay, no, you know what? Let's go ahead and again, this is gonna be traumatic for some people. The description of what happened to her.
Offered some other details about how he came over that evening and how it transpired.
I've also got some Shonda Black and Pod Save America. I guess I wonder what they're saying about this. I don't even know, chat. I don't even know. But yeah, I'm just telling you what else I've still got open that we may or may not get to today. Yeah, Sean came on. Sean talked about this yesterday. And then TYT. But then the bonus content. Look, I want to get you some bonus content. I don't know if we'll be able to do it today, unless somehow we hit 200 by the end of it. That might be the game changer. I think I will be watching Owen Morgan's live streams. Oh, that's
Let's roll.
I'm trying to remember the channel's name. Fireside something or other.
A3B here.
Him and I were texting back and forth.
Okay. Yeah. And this is also to save time. If you want to see my commentary on the full Jake Tapper interview with Rasico, you can watch yesterday's VOD because it's on there. And I will try. I don't know. People have been asking for timestamps. So if any of you enterprising NCC viewers, especially you VOD viewers out there, I think some of you might enjoy. If you post timestamps, I'll put them on the video. Okay. Yeah, this is part of the reason that I switched the schedule up so that I'd have more time to do more things that could include video segments, which I haven't done in over a year. I've just been live streaming. But I've been live streaming for way too long and without a set schedule.
It's graphic.
It's
very specific.
And so effectively she says she reached out to him. He's at a bar or whatever. He's obviously drinking. Whatever she said to him, he took as an invitation to come over. She says, no, don't come over. Whether he saw that or not, next thing she knows, he's in the house.
Her house is unlocked.
Let me know if this is to Fireside Chat is what it's called. Yeah, Owen's cool. I think we've raided into Owen before.
He shows up at her house.
He just shows up.
She says, "Don't come here.
Right.
You shouldn't be here."
Right. And then she says she feels he's so blackout drunk looking that she feels afraid.
Right.
And so she just complies, which Tapper then distinguishes from consent.
Right.
So her version of the story, I think, as everybody hears it, everybody's like, yeah, that probably happened. Like that feels like that was definitely her experience of how this went down. And she related to a friend in, I believe it was 2023.
Yes.
Right? So which is very important because it's before his campaign starts. And the friend is asking about him because she wants to introduce a friend of hers to him. And she says, he can be charming and funny, and he's a decently intelligent person. He's not all bad, but I ended up in a bad situation with him, and I will just very politely call him consensually careless at times when drunk, plus PTSD. And then she asks, does he force himself on people? Forces himself on people. And she sends 2 responses. It appears that her response to that is, doesn't listen to you when drunk. And so that, to me, is strong corroboration of her initial claim. That she reached out to him, but then said, no, I don't actually want you to come over. He came over anyway. She said, I don't want to do this. And then
Wait, that apology shows that quote unquote apology shows his quote unquote skill at lying, in my opinion. You mean Ryan Grimm? Did I miss that? Was there an apology there? Is there even an apology? This is my problem with Ryan Grimm. Like, for the most part, right? Other than one little point that I'll point out when we get to it. Oh, Platner.
Afraid that he did it anyway.
The Platner apology. Yeah. You know, the thing that's bothering me about Ryan Grimm is he's just kind of carrying on, you know, as if he, you know, wasn't part of this, you know, Platner defense force, you know, this cohort of content creators sort of, you know, making Platner out to be the, you know, second coming of Bernie, or the third coming of Bernie, or whatever after AOC. I don't know. And it just flips from that to being like, well, it looks like his volunteers are no longer supportive of him, and you know, that should show us that he's definitely getting out of the race. Anyway, just like Emma and Matt, I think people, well, I don't know what the Breaking Point's audience is like. I mean, my experience from Ryan Grimm stands is that they don't understand politics enough to you know, see like what's wrong with his takes or whatever. It's surprising to me, because it's just like, you know, like, right, look, this guy doesn't scream charisma. All right, he's popular, I think, because he's been, you know, right on a lot of issues before other people were, and obviously because of the, you know, immense you know, the immense contribution of Drop Site News, which he is, you know, intimately, sorry, wrong word to use considering the subject matter, Drop Site News, which he is one of the key people in, right? And I respect his, you know, journalism, all right? It's the commentary, I guess, I have an issue with, and just like, I mean, anyway, I'm not seeing, you know, kind of what I would hope to see here. It feels like a sort of a pivot from, you know, a sequentially pro Platner to, well, I mean, let me let him cook. Let me let him cook, right? Because I've watched some of this and you haven't. I don't want to, you know, be spoiling it all for you. Speaking of spoiling, we got a poll going on YouTube.com. 97 of you have voted so far, so close to 100. Does that mean the likes are close to 100 too? I would hope so, but I haven't. I've got to be honest. I don't think I've bullied you nearly enough. I'm supposed to bully you more to like the stream on YouTube. It's just not in my nature to be a bully, really. How many of those same people were all in on Jasmine Crockett? They are just bad, unsussed, unvetted kind of you mean politicians that need to be flushed?
And then she talks in the Tapper interview too about, in the morning she says, so he slept over, and in the morning she says, do you even remember what happened last night? And he says,
yeah, get your votes in right now. We've had some changes, right? It's tightened up, right? For instance, there's only 10 points separating first place from third place. First place, Bad Empanada on Graham Platner. Third place is that Michigan Senate debate. Again, I don't know if we'll get to this if we don't, you know, get add another hour, but that's, you know, that's possible. Sometimes hour gets, sometimes things happen at the last minute here. First place, BE on Graham Platner. Second place, Adam Friedland, talking about Team USA elimination from the World Cup. And then third place, we got, Adam Friedland is what, 7 points behind BE on Graham Platner. And then Michigan Senate debate between Saeed and Stevens, Dr. Abdul Saeed and Haley Stevens. It's only 10 points separating those two. So get out and vote. And remember that when and if you do support the stream in any of the ways that you can do it. You can let me know in the chat where you want, if you want to put your money where your mouth is, which is, towards one of these topics, or towards just Vox Populi, in which case you're just saying, just give me whatever's winning in chat. Just whatever's winning, whatever's the number one thing. I want to reinforce that. Or you can say gaming. If you're a gaming frog and you want to see more gaming nights on this channel, it only happens on Friday, and it only happens after the regular stream. So it's not gaming at the expense of anything else. The gaming is all like off the clock. So, but if you want more progression in Persona 2, which we're starting to get to, it's starting to get quite interesting. And we're stopping a mad bomber from bombing the town. He's already bombed the cops and the firefighters, so they're out of commission. They can't help. So it's only a gang of plucky teenagers and a couple of journalists from what is it, Coolest Magazine, that are standing between the city of Sumeru and total ruination at the hands of a cult.
No, basically. And he had tried to put his arm around her, and so her impression is that he's just so blacked out he doesn't remember.
That'll be coming up on Friday this week.
She's like, I don't ever want to speak to you again. He leaves, and then a few weeks later, when she wanted to make sure she wasn't pregnant because he had against her wishes, right? She sends him an Instagram message saying that what you did was not all right that night, and then she waits for him to see it. It's seen. He never responds, and then it's after he doesn't respond, she blocks him on Instagram, blocks him on text message. Now that is her version because she's deleted her Instagram.
She says she did because she doesn't want to think about it anymore.
Right. So that's where we are. Immediately, as you can imagine, in a situation like this is how our political system works at this moment. It's over. Like the world just came down on him. You had everyone from kind of Ro Khanna to...
We have that, A7. We can put that up there on the screen. Congressman Khanna, who is probably one of the, I would say, biggest supporters of Graham Platner, along with Bernie Sanders. I've been very clear that sexual assault or violence against women is a red line. These allegations are very serious and credible. Graham Platner should drop out from the race. I am withdrawing my endorsement. That was paired with the, probably more importantly for Platner's purposes, was not just this, but we had Chuck Schumer and Kirsten Gillibrand, who's the head of the Democratic campaign to elect senators, saying that they would pull money if he did not drop out of the race, which is effectively a death knell. It means there will be no national support in this competitive Senate race. So the Senate Majority Leader, or the Senate Leader, Chuck Schumer, you also have Kirsten Gillibrand, you had a number of the super PACs, the big money efforts that were behind them. The main Democratic Party leader also came out with a statement saying that he should withdraw. So his political support in the state and nationally has completely collapsed. He has yet to announce that he is going to withdraw.
Right, and there's kind of two different things going on, and he alludes to it or says, references it directly in his own statement. One is the litigation of the allegations and what the consequences of those allegations should be, and then there's separately, but obviously relatedly, what the political impact of it is. Right. And in our system, it kind of doesn't matter. Like what, the first doesn't matter for the second, because the second happens first. The decision that this is over. And I do think there's something troublingly kind of undemocratic about having political campaigns, getting people get fired up, and then if there is a damning story that comes out in Politico and CNN together, within an hour, everything that all of those hundreds of thousands of people built together blows up. And there's something, I feel like as a society, we should be taking a beat on when it comes to these questions. That's not the society we live in.
Yeah, I mean, this is really complicated.
Yeah, that's I think the most objectionable thing, that you're going to find in Ryan's commentary there. Again, I'm trying to steelman what he says and not, I don't know, the best case scenario, I guess he means look, this one's clear cut, all right? But in general, there maybe are campaigns that are, sandbagged, rat fucked by, something that comes out and then the moment looks really bad, looks really urgent, and the decision is the candidate is pushed out of the race or whatever, before they can really have a fair hearing of what's going on. Like that's kind of the best interpretation, the most generous interpretation of what Ryan's saying. But yeah, given the context, it does not sound good here. But that being said, he's not, I'm not hearing him defend Platner. He's definitely not jank, right? I mean, that's something.
Right, like you just said, it's two bros here who are talking about it, so it's a little difficult. We can only approach it from our own perspective. Here's kind of like how I would see it. Hey, when I read this, immediately, if we're all being honest, there is not a ton of corroboration, right? We have the friend.
The Facebook message is pretty persuasive.
Yeah, in terms of how she saw it, but in terms of she was supposed to have told her therapist. The therapist did not respond to requests for comment, right? So that was
okay. So he's pointing out what Michael Tracy pointed out, I guess. Yeah, never go full Michael Tracy. Somebody needs to tell Sagar that.
Supposed to be an additional thing. The therapist did not back.
Although I guess it doesn't matter. I guess nobody fucking on the right is going to have a problem. The only problem they're going to have is that it's a Democrat that he's defending, right? With Sagar. This resolves the weird acceptance of his other baggage and his fucked vibes.
Her story to Politico whenever she was asked. Okay, I'm not impugning this woman in any way. I'm just saying we have to evaluate these things on his face. You're right that the Facebook messages and all of that exists. Now, she says that there was some text message in which he felt like he was invited over. We don't know the content of this message because she deleted it. And he has not released
What was that message?
Himself.
And also, Jay Tapper, come on.
Yeah.
She clarified the message that she did not want him to come over when he misinterpreted something that she said over text.
So you're interviewing this woman. The woman says, I sent him a message that he interpreted to
Wait, who's got the fart voice, Burple?
be an invitation to come over.
Ryan or Sagar? You know, that might, like, I keep on making excuses for people via the audio, but legitimately, Breaking Points has their audio. Look, I mean, it doesn't sound maybe to the untrained ear super unprofessional, but I hate how they overcompress everything. Look, there's like a smooth, chill podcast vibe that I think is what they're going for, and they just go too far, and they get it gets crunchy, and it hurts to listen to. Platner's fart voice. Okay.
Over. Right. You've been dating for 2 years. What that message is extremely important.
It's very important. That's right. We don't know what the
Jay Tapper just blows right past it.
Well, and look, this is part of the difficulty of assessing all of these things. And, you know, and I think
It's a little more cope than I remember.
This story to the wholesome thing, in my opinion, if you're truly not guilty, and this is an outrage, why would you consider even dropping out? Why wouldn't you vigorously defend yourself?
Right.
And the fact that he feels so contrite in the message, you can see it in his face, right? He doesn't usually talk that way. And the fact that he's saying, I'm assessing the future of my campaign. And now there's all these leaks that are coming out saying like, well, if Graham were to drop out, he would have to be replaced with somebody who's true to his values, right? Like, so there's some negotiation. In my, again, just my opinion, considering the vigorous defense that he mounted after the original New York Times story compared to today, night and day difference, which kind of tells me, hey, at the very least, you know that something bad happened that day. I also think,
more out there.
and that there's more. So that was the second thing. Let's put it in the totality then of what we know about Platner. This is not some Brett Kavanaugh 15-year-old situation. We're talking about, this was 5 years ago. I mean, this show was around whenever this allegedly happened, which is crazy to say. So this is very recent. This is literally in the lifetime of Breaking Points. And this is somebody who admits to having a drinking problem, PTSD, to engaging in these inappropriate relationships, even both while he was married, so not that long ago, only a year or so ago. Ultimately, this is about bad judgment and bad character. Now, I am on the record talking about character, judgment. I mean, to be honest, all of this behavior fits with a lot of the politicians that we know. You have to basically be a raging narcissist to even want to do this job. It also is what makes them good.
I mean, if Sagar's saying we got a bunch of racists in Congress, you know, that's pretty damning. Wait, is he? Did I just miss this? Is he still defending Kavanaugh? Was there like a allusion to Kavanaugh?
Communicator and then barnstorm the state and get people fired up and all of that, right? I'm just being real in terms of like the skill set, if you read a history book for how it generally seems to manifest itself. Now, all of that said, the reason why I think Platner is loathsome is two things. Is that beyond the separate incident, so many people, you, Crystal, so many other people, they stuck their necks out for Platner. So I was in Maine on vacation, and I'm taking a walk in Portland. It's 7:30 a.m. There are two guys in the pouring rain, who are sitting there handing out free iced coffee for Graham Platner. All right, they don't even have raincoats on. Maybe that's normal.
Wait, iced coffee? It's cold, and they're okay. Sorry, I'm not gonna get overly critical here. I just like look. I love iced coffee. Davi says, yeah, they just need to take their licks and be embarrassed for a day. You're just internet talk show people. Yeah. This wouldn't be, I don't think for anybody who got over over their skis on Platner. This is not necessarily something that you need to, be bleeding massive portions of your audience over. But yeah, Debbie's right. Just take your licks for a day and be embarrassed. And yeah, a little bit of contriteness on the part of some of Platner's biggest backers would be a welcome thing, and might save a few audience members from feeling like they don't want to they want to leave that community. They don't want to they want to get their news. Somebody here was just saying they're not going to watch Majority Report and they're gonna go back to Fireside Chat, which is little bit of a different topic, but you know, I mean, like I can see why that is, right? I can see why people would feel that way. I do hope that, you know, just given that you know, that the Majority Report at least, you know, has been part of sort of keeping the left flank you know, together. I would hope that, you know, maybe Emma's take evolves a little bit more to like a little bit more, you know, on the face contriteness in her statements and owning, you know, she did a little bit of that. She did a little bit of that, but I'm still seeing MR fans, you know, feeling let down. And I don't think that it has to be. I think it's going to majorly depend on the response of these people. Would look more sincere than sincere to just say, nah, I was wrong, and deconstruct why we were so hyped. Yeah, that's actually useful. That would be a very useful thing. And I don't think they're the only ones that kind of, you know, that are. I think this is a problem with the way that we view politics, that we feel like we need an Obama, we need a Bernie, we need some kind of a, you know, magical great man of history in order to lead us, when really a lot of what we need to do is just get used to organizing, and leadership can come out of that. Yes, leadership can come out of organizing. Leadership can, I mean, that's where it should come from. That's where we should be looking to draw our candidates from, you know, groups of volunteers that were able to self-organize, and I don't credit Graham Platner for the organization around him. I credit the people organizing. We need to empower them. We need to empower ourselves. We need to stop looking at ourselves as passive passengers in you know, background characters in the lives of the you know, the great men of history, and start to, you know, see that we do have power. And, you know, it might just be the power of a butterfly flapping its wings, but sometimes that's all the motion that you need to get something over the top. And if we're a million butterflies, chat, if we let the butterflies spread unto the sun, then, you know, I don't think we know what our power is yet. I think we've been disempowered. I think we've been inculcated with a kind of learned helplessness, as, you know, our you know, a boomer parents before us. It's very American to never ever be wrong. Yeah, classically Americans never wrong about anything. Like Zoran deciding to talk about every anti-Semitism case in the greater New York area. Like, why are we focusing on this? Zoran is a great administrator, but he could only be so successful because he has genuinely talented and enthusiastic people. Yes. Working for him. He is just a pretty face. Yeah. And a, you know, resonant voice.
For me, it was crazy. And I think about those kids because I'm like, these guys, they got themselves out of bed at 7:30 a.m. just to stop random bypassers and give them iced coffee and say, let me tell you about the campaign. Yep. That's who Platner betrayed. And when I say betrayed, it's not just in his behavior. It was his decision to run, and it was secondary. Don't forget that in that Politico story that broke a month ago, after Platner meets with the entire Democratic...
Yeah, cold coffee, as you can probably imagine, is a big thing in Thailand, right? I think most people... I think the default is actually cold coffee. Coffee in English. Over Cafe Ron, the hot coffee.
Caucus. Elizabeth Warren asked him straight up. She's like, look, be honest here, man. What else is out there? And he said, there's nothing else that is out there. There are no more scandals. And it was based on that word, which many of his supporters took to the bank, that if you knew that you were doing some stuff like this, again, not 25 years ago, I'm talking about 5 years ago. If you knew that you were rolling around blackout drunk, you know, in very questionable sexual relationships with a bunch of different women all across Maine, dude, you know, this is the post-Me Too era. You knew that there was some stuff out there. And frankly, especially, I mean, a message like that, the fact that he didn't even respond, allegedly, according to her, that he didn't respond to that, that's piece of shit behavior. That's right. At the very least, you should say, I'm very sorry that you felt that way. I don't know. I mean, something, right?
And it cuts against...
He did apparently apologize, chat, as he was raping her. That was part of her story, right? That part, yeah, that makes me sick.
his,
it's deeply narcissistic.
It cuts against the story that he's been telling of
redemption.
Because
exactly.
if he is finding redemption in community, which was the part of the story that so kind of moved me, that
well, you knew him, so I'm curious for how you feel. I mean, you've known him for a long time. I can relate. I've also known politicians who who really stab you in the back. You stick
like G.D. Vance.
You feel burned. So I get it.
To not respond to that message. To not just sit down and have.
I'm still not sure how burnt Sagar actually feels about J.D. Vance. I mean, he claims it, but again, I don't know what's going on with the Breaking Points blob. I don't understand. If they were, like I said, Chad, if they were a polycule walking into my Waffle House at 2 a.m, I would cook them their eggs. I would cook their order. But unlike other people that I would allow to hang out there, I'd tell them to get the fuck out after they'd eaten their meal and drank their coffee, and they're sitting there for like 30 minutes not ordering anything. You, chat, if you were in my Waffle House, I would let you sit there and chat, but not this not these guys. That's not the that's not the polycule I want to, whose conversation I want to overhear at 2 o'clock in the morning when I'm trying to get through my night shift at Waffle House. Don't call me a Puritan, but I think cheating on your spouse multiple times in a year into your marriage should be a bad enough scandal, in my opinion. Yeah, look, cheating is low-key a sign that somebody's not happy in that relationship, or they are not happy, with a closed, non-open relationship, right? There are times when maybe the couple can talk it out and get over it and get through it and, learn and grow. But multiple times, I don't know. I do think that cheating, happens, and I don't judge people super harshly for I've been cheated on before, and I don't judge people super harshly for that. But yeah, I think a lot of the times it's a sign that that this is not the right relationship. Barometer of character, yeah, and a barometer for the relationship.
Have coffee,
right,
and just hear her apparently he doesn't remember any of this.
Right.
Then ask her, tell me what happened. Let me hear from you what happened. To just completely ignore cuts against this idea that she's
on birth control, so she's sitting around waiting. Did I get pregnant? And I mean, that's horrific. I mean, that is horrific.
It's not good. And relatedly, and I bet he would agree with this. When he moved back to Maine, he starts oystering and he's starting to kind of find his meaning and
oystering.
Purpose. Right. Guy should have.
Who's shucking.
Right. And he's talked about his problems with alcohol abuse. The problem with talking about that is that he's still drinking.
Yeah. Exactly.
And I think cheating for a man is a sign of power abuse to the wife. I think. Oh, cheating in a marriage. Yeah. I guess I don't have a lot of experience with that. This should be analyzed more for a guy like Platner.
It's not obvious that it's under control. Certainly wasn't that.
I need to pee.
Absolutely no question about that. To your point about the people who were so driven to support him.
Oh shit! What the fuck did I do?
When those people started dropping, it's one thing when the politicians.
I fucked this up.
They have their own self-preservation to think.
They hate him anyway. They hated him anyways.
Well, yes, that's true, but not all of them.
Yeah.
In the ones that liked him,
right.
They have their own interests as well.
We're at 110 out of 200, chat. If we get to 200 before this 24 minutes is up, then I'll stay on for another hour. Otherwise, that's the clock that we got. Yeah, there's more. Let me see what we got on the docket. Obviously, the topic that's winning right now is BE, talking about Graham Platner. 98 votes counted so far, so get your votes in if you haven't already. Adam Friedland's starting to, close in. It's within 6 points now, as well as the Michigan Senate debate between Dr. Abdul Saeed and Haley Stevens at 23% now, 11 points behind BE and Graham Platner. But yeah, I've got to pee. I'm gonna leave you in the hopefully confident hands of Irene and be back as quickly as I can.
The volunteers who were just there.
Oh shit! I should let you know. Okay, so that's what the bonus topic that's winning right now. What else do I have on the docket for today? Probably not going to get to Pod Save America. I guess maybe most people probably know Big Loss for You, TYT, and what is this last? Oh, fucking Shaun the Black. That's the one I really wanted to watch. But we did watch Shaun yesterday. so if we don't get to him, we did cover that. Anyway, chat, I'm gonna pee as quickly as I can. I'll be back. We'll see if we can stretch this out for another hour. But if not, we've covered the main points.
His movement, more particularly the movement and the message that he's delivering, they were dropping very quickly. We put this next element. It's A6. This is from Nathan Bernard, drop site reporter who's been covering the race for us. Flagged a bunch of these.
This is volunteer discourse server.
And like one person says, for instance, I don't necessarily want Graham to win. I want his, parentheses, our political ideas to win. He is not coming back from this, and we should find someone to carry the ideals now. People can be flawed. This is the discord of the volunteers. People can be flawed and become better, but hanging your movement on the coattails of somebody credibly accused of sexual assault is the exact thing we are trying to do better than. Another person says, if this is all true, I am obviously the most heartbroken for this poor woman who lived through something no woman should ever have to endure. But I'm also, to a lesser extent, heartbroken for all the volunteers who believed in Graham, his message, and his campaign, and really thought he was a vehicle for change. And I'm ashamed I supported someone who could do something like that again, waiting for more to come out, not rushing to a snap judgment, but this is my gut reaction. Another person says, Graham had great policies. I hope someone whose character aligns with those policies steps up. Another person says, I'm in so much pain. Another says, he needs to drop out now, and the whole thing is really heartbreaking. And this was the sentiment kind of across the volunteer chat, that a feeling of betrayal, but also a commitment that what they were fighting for was bigger than just one person. They very quickly started gravitating towards, we can put up the next element here. This is also from Nathan Bernard. People saying, this is very early on, good run, guys, back Troy Jackson. Another person says, Troy has virtually the same politics. I feel like he's the obvious answer. Anyone else that reads as a more establishment picked, and we're definitely cooked. Honestly, somebody else says, having him endorse someone like Troy could be an interesting moment to see how this kind of politics polls without any baggage. And in the Troy Jackson Discord, people started popping too, because this is. Go
Why don't
ahead.
you tell us about Troy Jackson?
Troy Jackson. So he's a really interesting case. So you would actually like him. Because listen to this. He got his start in politics. He was politicized as an anti-immigrant activist.
Really? Wow.
Now,
okay.
there's some contours.
So he's a Bernie guy?
There's some contours to this.
Yeah.
He's a logger from northern Maine.
Yes.
So in the late 1990s, Canada and Maine got in a fight over labor rights, and a bunch of Canadian loggers started taking jobs in dangerous working conditions and lower pay from Maine loggers. And so when I say anti-immigrant, he's anti-Canadian immigrant.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly. You don't discriminate. You're anti-immigrant. And so he is, at the time, basically not political. He's in the union of loggers. Sure. And he participates in protests and even civil disobedience. After they filed something like 137 complaints through different OSHA labor boards and otherwise, fighting against what they saw as the Canadian exploitation of Canadian migrant labor. And they were getting nowhere, so they started engaging in civil disobedience as well. Then he gets into politics, and he runs for the state legislature as a Republican. That's why I'm saying you really love him. He loses a very close race against this very entrenched Democrat. It's one of these rural Maine areas that had been Democratic for decades. He then runs the next cycle as an independent and beats the Democrat. So unseats this guy. Over time, he converts then to a Democrat. He then ends up becoming president of the Senate. So he becomes like a significant figure in the state, as significant as you can be in a small state like that. But as president of the Senate, he ran for governor in this cycle, and he came very close to winning because of the ranked choice voting process. It looked like he very much had a chance even after election day to end up with a nomination. He fell a little bit short. Platner endorsed him. He endorsed Platner. They kind of ran together as this working class ticket. And people would often say that Troy Jackson was what people thought Platner was, because Platner had this complicated background with his dad as a lawyer.
Yeah, he's a rich kid.
And he spent a year at the Hotchkiss. Right. Then he goes to the Marines. Right. Whereas Troy Jackson, his mom was 16.
It's like actual logger. It's not for me to decide who's a real Mainer.
But
you guys can.
His mom was 16 when she had him. He went to community college, and then he became a logger. Right. So that's a kind of more straightforward understanding of what that.
But the question now is, and this is part of it. This is, look, I mean, to your point, you're not wrong. There is an undemocratic nature to this. The current traction, correct me if I'm wrong, as I understand it, Maine Democratic Party is considering doing some sort of super delegate convention where they get to decide who the nominee is going to be. I mean, I got to be honest, I do have a problem with that. That is a little bit like what happened with Biden and Kamala, and it was kind of a disaster. And so,
no, it's not at all.
Oh, sorry, no, you're right, because there wasn't even a superdelegate process. So you tell me, I mean, I don't know the composition of the Maine Democratic Party. Is it the similar nature? I mean, because Janet Mills, obviously, it did not look like Platner was beloved by the Maine Democratic establishment. He was a total outsider who overwhelmingly won the primary. However, now you basically have the hands back in the establishment, for not just Janet Mills, but all these superdelegate people, and they're going to choose. One of the people apparently who's being floated is what?
Wait, I'm sorry, superdelegates? Oh no, I got to look into the Maine Democratic Party and how it works. As for my political news, I will continue to get them for the serfs, the Humanist Report. Yeah, Mike's awesome. Mike reached out to me one time when I was going through some shit, so I appreciate Mike. I like Lance since he takes accountability, even though he's not Team Platner. this whole thing isn't it. You don't just have ideals and then pin them on some personality. Yeah, exactly. It's not about the great men of history. It's about us and the people that empower, the leaders that that do take us to a better place are people just like you and me. All right, and the leadership should come out of that organization as well, right? Should come out of self-organizing groups. You support someone with the personality traits and ideals that embody those ideals. I tried watching the Vanguard live. Can't stand their smugness when it comes to politics or even movies. Wait, did they comment on are you not talking about like what they said on the have they gone on since the Platner thing dropped?
CDC director. I mean, it doesn't take a political genius to say that may be a little bit of a problem up in Maine. Just my opinion.
Who shot?
Yeah,
is that, yeah.
Nirav Shah.
Which is funny. Somebody asked Nirav Shah on Twitter yesterday, would you take AIPAC money in Israel committing a genocide? And immediately he's like, they're committing a genocide, wouldn't take AIPAC money.
Yeah.
So it's funny, like now you have political candidates pandering in the opposite direction. Like, I don't know whether he believes that or not, but he clearly understands that given the momentum that Graham Platner had, like you're not getting into this position with public support. Maybe you can get it, the establishment force you on the party, but you're going to lose then at that point. Like you need.
Yeah, but is it legitimate? Like, it's one of those where is it? I don't know. For me, CDC director under COVID, I'm like,
no, it's like
crazy.
I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Certainly he's in the running. I think it'd be ridiculous if he ran for governor as well. It did not win. It would be ridiculous if they go with him. But so they have until the 13th or 14th for Platner to drop out.
6 days.
Yeah. And
yeah, the chat. Yeah, I think they don't like moderate the chat like a lot. If I remember correctly, they only have like one or two. Anyway, I haven't been in the Vanguard chat in a long time. I shouldn't comment. It could be vastly different now. What am I missing? Oh yeah, chat. I was about to, I just sat down and then I realized like not without my sody pop. Get my girl Donna Brazil on the case of the super delegates in Maine.
Doesn't drop out, like then they lose the seat. So he can say, look, I will drop out in exchange, and this is my understanding of what's going on. I will drop out in exchange for this.
Yeah, this is it.
Or
this is my analysis too. Yeah, he's using the little bit of leverage that he has left. He won't have leverage as soon as he drops out, so he's trying to extract I don't know, one more concession, or you know what I mean. I'm not sure what his motivation on that is, but that is, I think, why he has not dropped out yet. The Vanguard boys are also in that tier of leftist person who is trying to retake the R-Star. Are they still? I know they got into trouble with their, like, they got kind of yelled at on Twitter over some of their, like, kind of, they were sort of like, was it right after the election? Or there was some point in which their Twitter account, which you don't know, if that's Zach, is that Gavin, you don't really know who it's coming from, but it was sounding kind of anti-woke in some ways, and they kind of got ratioed a few times. But since then, I thought they were trying to move on from that. What's he trying to extract? He wants to be able to have, like, he's saying, have some control over the person that replaces him, and probably what he's going to say is like, I don't, frame it like he doesn't want a party establishment person, or somebody that's to the right of him, somebody that's just like everybody else. He doesn't want this to be like the opportunity for them to get their centrist candidate in there. Is how he's going to put it. Like I said, I don't know what his motivation is. This could be just purely face saving and sort of ego driven on his side.
For a genuinely fair process that allows the real grassroots energy in the party to pick at a kind of shotgun rapid convention to pick a nominee. And that's not just Janet Mills.
Yeah. The problem with that is that, like, if it sounds like Graham Platner's choosing the replacement, then that almost puts a stink of Graham Platner onto the choice, right? But yeah, I also don't want to see Janet Mills get back in there, or some other shitty centrist Dem
team picking somebody. And Mills, as far as I can tell, nobody's interested in her being the nominee, and she's not interested in being the nominee. It seems
okay, so she's not.
But I mean, long story short.
But
yeah, go.
In 2024, I was urging Democrats to have this snap convention, like just have a 3-week
mini primary,
fight it out on CNN, do the polls, and then let the delegates vote. And yes, there's superdelegates, but there's also delegates. So a lot of these party activists in Maine and county chairs and county vice chairs, like they liked Graham Platner a lot. They didn't like Mills, obviously. Mills lost. So maybe let that process play out. That has to happen, I think, by the 26th and 7th or something like that. So so it has to happen fairly quickly. But you could then say, okay, here are Nirav Shah wants to get in, Troy Jackson wants to get in. We go to the convention, and there will be polling at the same time. So even though it's not a statewide vote, like there's a poll circulating right now that shows Jackson beating Collins by 5, and he has the highest gap head to head of any of the other.
Do you understand what that means, though? That's almost like a generic ballot, right? That's almost like, say, because people don't know. I don't know. Maine people might know Jackson a little bit better. He did run for governor. He is somewhat known, but for somebody that's not of the profile, the statewide profile and the national profile that Platner was at, to be polling 5 points ahead. Now, of course, they're gonna do Oppo research on Jackson. The Progressive Victory, our friends over at Progressive Victory, the actual people that doxed Hutch, Dylan Burns and company, like all of those PV volunteers was actually PV, not Hassan, but like they yesterday they were, we've heard some disturbing things about Jackson, and apparently he's throwing water bottles at people. Not sure if those are water bottles filled with watermelon seeds. Probably not. But it is a nice way to prevent, drink yourself, like putting in a water bottle. It is a nice way to keep to be able to drink the watermelon juice without the seeds, which I can't be bothered to pick out. But I did see the Vanguard cover Platner thing on, but I didn't bother watching. I didn't want to hear their response. Yeah, I'm curious what they have to say about that. Remember Zach's using the R slur? He did. I don't know. I wonder if told the chat he can't censor himself from saying it. Oh, it just comes out is what he said. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's, I don't watch them live. I don't know, maybe that sort of thing happens live, but they don't. They try to keep it out of the clips or something. I don't know.
The other ones that are being floated. We're going to continue to see those polls get published between now and the end of July, and that will factor into how these state party activists.
I will say, having just been to Maine, it's a very competitive primary. Not a lot of signs. They're like not just like no signs, like no political signs. It's nice. So thank you, Mainers.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
It's like the weather's just so good. They're like, forget about it. We're all just gonna hang out. I'm curious. If you want to go into any of it, just like how should the left be thinking about it? Because I think there's probably a lot of people out there who are very heartbroken.
Yes.
Does it make you assess like how handle the Lindsay Fifield thing and get questions about his character? Because to be honest, for me, I thought that the New York Times story was bullshit. And I'm not saying that about Lindsay. I'm saying this is total he said, she said. This isn't the fact that she's Republican. And you could say Sagar, but this one is like that too. And I'm like, you're right, but it's a little bit different. Like when we're talking about forcible rape versus like.
Yeah, Emily, that's what I'd be worried about too. Making sure the replacement is pro-Palestine.
Oh, he grabbed my arm in a drunken situation. I mean, you have no idea, right? In something like that. In this one, it's like the implications are so horrific. It's basically a crime, right?
Yeah.
This being alleged here, like a category 1 felony or whatever, class C felony. So the question, I think, is, the breadcrumbs were there. Like when we put this one with the rest of them, it does make sense. And I think that's the problem. It's like, drunken behavior, sexual philanderer, bad judgment with the tattoo, which can we all just acknowledge he knew it was a Nazi tattoo? He obviously
when he got it,
huh?
Maybe. I don't think he got it because he was a Nazi. If he knew what it was like a edgelord thing. But I wouldn't feel as comfortable as Sagar as in saying that he knew what it was. A lot of people don't, apparently.
When he got it, I think he learned at some point.
Dude, he knew it was a Nazi. Everybody in the Marine Corps. Here's his defense. There are a bunch of Marine Corps guys who.
I know what it is, but I'm also a doctor of fascism, so I've got a doctorate in the study of fascism. Like I've spent way too much time, concerned with fascism over the last 10 years.
The same tattoo, all right?
I mean,
I don't particularly care.
His buddy said they didn't do it either. But
come on. this is very good. Marine Scout snipers, all these other people, they brag about it. They're like, it's a Totenkopf tattoo. For them, it's like they can give you a whole explanation about Waffen SS versus SS, whatever. All right, are they truly Nazis in their heart? No, I don't think so. And like that's what it came down to. But I'm saying his adrenaline, adventure-seeking, total, look, he joined Blackwater or whatever it was called. He was an adrenaline junkie. He had bad judgment. He was an alcoholic. Like, the signs were there, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of two minds of it. On the one hand, the people who were saying there are red flags everywhere, beware, are obviously vindicated.
Yeah.
Like that, their spidey sense went off.
Okay.
They sensed something.
That's something from Ryan. That's something.
They can say, I told you so.
Yeah.
At the same time, I do want to draw a line at where exactly were you getting those red flags? If it's that.
Oh no! Are we back to was it because he was a white man? He was a little too cis. He was a little too straight. He was a little too white, and he was a little too male.
Gruff, kind of working class.
A little too gruff, a little too working. And let's work, Ryan. Please, for fuck's sake, if working class is gonna mean anything, it's gotta mean like you. Jesus Christ, this guy's not working class. His family bought him a freaking oyster farm. Come on. But he's talking about like the cultural aspect, I guess, and by that virtue, by that measurement, right? Donald Trump is working class too. Some bastard with fucking a shitty hat and sweat stains under his armpit, sweat stains on his ass, can call himself working class, which is a little bit insulting. A little bit insulting. Like he eats shit food, so it's like, that's what the working class is. They love McDonald's. They love McDonald's, don't they? Those working class guys, they sure do. They don't shave all of their beard. They got a little stubble. I mean, this is fucking the aesthetics. This is the idea of working class, the idea of the proletariat, just reduced to a fucking aesthetic, right? There's so much wrong with this, right? There's not a virtue. Marx was not trying to claim a virtue in poverty or a vice in wealth, right? He was talking about the way the fucking world works, the way power works, and the way that the working class can make power work for them. That's what Marx was on about, all right? 6 minutes. Can you react to the meaning of life Islam video? I don't think so, Amos. I'm sorry. I don't even know what that is, and we got to at least finish this. I don't know. There's a chance, chat. We get an extra hour if we get to 200. We're about 90 points away from that anyway. You know how to make this number go up. Every time you support the stream in whatever way you do, the number goes up. If it gets to 200, we get an extra hour. Otherwise, yeah. Looks like I'm going to end up giving you 6, almost 7 hours nonetheless, just because I was so slow to start the timer today. But then again, I was a little late to stream, so I feel like I got to give you a little something extra for your trouble. I don't think it was even that deep to be an edgelord. It's just dumb Marine shit that they are thinking it's cool.
Guy, I do not want to concede that therefore he's probably a rapist,
right?
And that we need to just kind of cordon off all of those people from decent society. And so that's
right.
So I do not regret at all drawing that line. You meet people where they are, and then when new information emerges, you evaluate that information. You do not assume the worst about a person based on how they look. Like, this is America.
All right, okay. Emma says it's interesting, I promise you, and it is a rap video. I'll give you a rap. I'll play you out with a rap video, maybe.
Understand that for every
the most unexpected.
We have to also apply that to white working class men as well.
Yes. Oh my God! There it is! 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 What? And we're essentializing the working class as white men, even though, look, disproportionately women, non-white people, gay people, trans people, right? Immigrants make up the working class disproportionately, all right? What the fuck is this brain rot, and why are we still dealing with it? Anyway, I disagree with Ryan here. I think he's a great journalist. I'm not trying to cancel him. There's just certain things about his viewpoints that have come to light in the last year that I do not agree with, and yeah.
So
Right,
on the other hand, when people are like, well, yeah, but
wait, can get an instant replay? Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm pausing him too much. Let's do that. Let's do that. Good call. All right, just get his whole take on this without any interruptions.
The people who were saying there are red flags everywhere, beware, are obviously vindicated.
Yeah,
like that, their spidey sense went off. They sensed something, and now, so they can say, "I told you so."
Yeah.
At the same time, I do want to draw a line at where exactly were you getting those red flags. If it's that he codes as this gruff kind of working class guy, I do not want to concede that therefore he's probably a rapist.
Right.
And that we
nor should you.
and we need to just kind of cordon off all of those people from decent society. And so that's so I do not regret it all drawing that.
Ryan, it's not you are literally like, no, okay, you're a ways away from Elon fretting about white genocide. It's not that bad. It's not that reactionary, but it's in the same fucking spirit, right? That there's not a problem. White dudes with gruff voices or whatever the fuck he's saying are not fucking discriminated against, okay?
You meet people where they are, and then when new information emerges, you evaluate that information.
I think this is just somebody that's lived his whole life with a bunch of privilege that he hasn't exactly examined, going into spaces where that privilege is not the default, where he's not the default person, and reacting to like, oh gosh, I'm treated differently here. Wait a minute, I'm not treated quite as well. This must be discrimination. It's finally happening to me. I can be a victim too. Oh my God, Ryan, come on.
You do not assume the worst about a person based on how they look. Like, this is America. We understand that for every gender and race.
Yeah, except for white men. Oh my God, he had to do this. I don't want this, chat. I don't want this. Right? This is me. This is showing me I have not done enough yet. Like, there's not enough NCCs. There's not enough Sean the Blacks to point this shit out. All right, and I don't like doing it. Ryan Grimm once got destroyed by a recently graduated from high school hot girl for Zoran. On the topic of Natalie, if you can find that, we will put that on bonus content. That sounds like a beautiful video to watch. Good suggestion.
So apply that to white working class men as well.
Yes.
I don't want this to, for the record, chat. I'm not preying on anybody's downfall. All right. I'm not, I wish that Ryan wasn't like this. I'm not a fucking clout goblin, looking to wave my magic wand and do a cancellation on him. All right. I would rather not have to cover this aspect of Ryan Grimm and breaking points, but here it is.
Obviously. So
still on his bullshit. He's still on his.
If you look at some of the Reddit posts and you get deeper into them, you see some real dehumanizing language. And that is the red flag I'm talking about. So for somebody who says that, I'm like, okay, you know what?
Yeah.
That
right. Remember that New York Times
anecdote
where he's like, I want somebody to break in so I can rape them. Like, it looks a little different now. It's like, and I mean,
I don't know. I don't know. Like that one is not one of the more credible. That's one that I could see being made up. As lowly as I think of Graham Platner now, I'm not assuming that he, wants to rape a burglar. But not for sex, for power, not in a gay way, but in a dominance way. I don't know. Maybe it's real. Maybe it's true. I hope it's not, and I don't assume it is true based on the evidence, the scant evidence that they have for that. That being said, obviously, there's a lot more troubling stuff that's come to light, and it's really clear that dropping out. I don't think anybody besides Michael Tracy. Maybe just Jig Huger disagrees. God damn it. What is wrong with TYT? God damn it. Okay.
I think you're right. We have to meet people where they are. His story was one of redemption. This was 5 years ago, man. I'm not saying you can't redeem yourself, but it's like, dude, you're a full-blown alcoholic, obviously. You have problems, you have PTSD. We can all understand that. Anybody who has dealt with veterans. However, some behavior is genuinely, like, it's bad, right? And it's
thank you, Natalie.
Deep into his redemption. Obviously, redemption is not one day you wake up and you're a good person.
Right.
On the other hand,
we're running out of time here.
And it's pretty far into after having gone back and doing that.
Right.
He's oystering. He's with his.
And I made it way too hard to put time back on the clock.
So, and yeah, I do think it goes back to the self-medicating with alcohol and alcohol abuse.
Yeah.
And that,
which is not an excuse for what he did.
Not at all.
Yeah, we can see here. So I don't know. I mean, I really do, because I met some of them in Portland. They were so excited. That's
Portland, Maine.
I'm like, Platner, man, you're loathsome, because you fucked those people. Like they went out there literally in the pouring rain to go and to talk to people, and you told them nothing else was coming.
All right,
you betrayed their trust.
look,
a lot of other people stuck their necks out for you.
There's 1 minute left. I don't think anything that interesting happens in the last minute, although I did get a request to play a video. I'm not going to have time to play that either, but you did say it's a rap song, and we haven't listened to any rap in a long time, right? So I want to go out with a classic. All right. This right here is a classic, okay? And if you, like myself, are a fan of the Pathways, not the Pathways from AOT, not the paths from AOT, right? But the pathways of biochemistry, then I think this might appeal to you as well. All right, so just get ready. We got a soccer cleats, soccer uniform. Looks like we're gonna play some soccer. Looks like we got a game. But what happens when you reach into the cabinet and there's no carbohydrates?
Yo!
We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. It's time for the soccer match. Okay. We got no carbs. What are we gonna do for fuel, chat? What is a human body to do for fuel? I'll tell you what a human body is to do for fuel. When there's no glycogen left in the muscles, when there is no, there is no more carbs left in the body. We still got to make energy somehow. And how do we do that? Is through beta oxidation.
Beta oxidation. Yeah.
Oh my God, it's so good.
Where those fatty acids are?
Where those fatty acids?
And head into the mitochondrial matrix. Talking about that beta. Let's get this done. Need some ATP. Talking about that beta. Beta oxidation. Talking about beta oxidation is a pathway that breaks down fatty acid CoA into NADH, FADH2, and acetyl-CoA. Shortening each time by a 2-say, by a 2-say, by a 2-say. By a 2-say, by a 2-say. Talking about that beta, beta. Hey, talking about that beta, beta. Enzyme CPT1 on the outer. We got that CPT2 on the inner. And also on the inner, we got the antiporter protein. The antiporter. CPT1 catalyzes a combination of carnitine with fatty acid CoA to form fatty acid carnitine, which is a lot in
to the
protein into the
matrix.
CPT2 catalyzes the reverse. Catalyzes
the reverse.
Beta oxidation is a pathway that breaks down
Fatty acyl CoA into NADH2 and acetyl-CoA. And it's time by a 2C, by a 2-say, by a 2-say, by a 2-say, by a 2-say.
By a 2C, by a 2C. Carbon 1 is that CoA carbon, but oxidation starts at that third carbon. That's what we call a saturated beta carbon. And here's a list of enzymes for each reaction.
We gotta remember these. This could be on the test.
CoA hydratase, 3-hydroxyacyl CoA dehydrogenase, 4-beta keto acid CoA thiolase, so thiolase.
Thiolase.
Talking about a beta, beta. Say we talking about a beta, beta. Talking about a beta, yeah. Beta.
Reading into Bill Boneless.
That breaks down fatty acid CoA into
NADH2 and acetyl-CoA, shortening each time by a 2C, by a 2-say, by a 2-say, by a 2-say, by a 2-say. All right, get in that raid. If you're on Twitch, feel free to join the raid. If you're on YouTube, come over to Twitch if you want. Oh, this is my favorite part. These are the products of the reaction. Yeah. Electric transport chain. ATP. That's where the real energy comes from, chat. That matrix. Anyway, the matrix of the mitochondria. All right. Every stream, I like to shout out. I like to shout out my Patreon because they got me. They've gotten me through a few very lean months. So let's shout you out now. Shouts out to Neopergas. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Remix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandia. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moino. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Rachel K. Shouts out to Omega Star. Oh no, no, no. Oh my god, I don't know if that's gonna get me popped for... Will Rebecca Sugar sue me, chat? I don't know. I don't want to find out. Anyway, will Rebecca Sugar's people sue me? That's the better thing to ask about. It's fancy shouts out to Rachel K, Omega Star, Crystal Saphira, and Zara Xerex. Yes, thank you, Patreon. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, everybody that's liked the stream. And one of these days, chat, we're gonna hit 100. We're gonna hit 100, and that's gonna be a magic time. That's gonna be a magic moment. Usually, it only happens when I stream for a hell of a long time. But I'm gonna, I'm gonna hope that look, we got 100 votes. All right, if we get 100 votes, we could get 100 likes. And if we don't get 100 likes, well, that just means I'm not bullying you enough about the likes, and that's gonna get annoying. So make sure to like the stream. Like the stream on your way out. That's a great way to do it if you have not already. But much love, everyone. Take care of yourself and each other. And I will see you again tomorrow. Right? Yeah, tomorrow is Thursday for me, Wednesday for you. So yeah, we go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Right, starting at 7 p.m. Pacific time, ideally. I'm gonna try to actually make that a reality. Like get started exactly on time. It's tough, chat. It's tough when I wake up too late, because the phone is dead. But yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, skipping the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, on skipping Sunday. So yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. Those are the days that I'm on, and when I'm on, I'm streaming at 7 p.m. Pacific time, 10 p.m. Eastern time. And yeah, I'm gonna try to actually make that happen. Look, I got to bed on time last night, which is an accomplishment, right? Actually making myself go to sleep at 10 o'clock, it's a little bit difficult. But then I ended up waking up at 4 o'clock. And touching my phone, but then stopping myself from actually looking at my phone, because that means I'll like wake up for real. So I was like, oh yeah, let me get a couple more hours of sleep. But yeah, by the time that 6 o'clock rolled around, my phone was dead. I didn't get woken up by the alarm. So I don't know, just maybe remember to plug my phone in next time before I go to bed, so that won't happen again. But yeah. Anyway, I will see you tomorrow. I will endeavor to be on time tomorrow. And I don't know what we're going to be talking about, but I'm sure it's going to be interesting. Maybe that thing that, maybe we'll put what Natalie sent me in. That's crazy. So Brianna Joy Gray brought Ryan Grimm on to debate Hot Girl for Zoran on male loneliness. I mean, that's not going to be the main subject, right? But I will try to throw that in as a bonus topic. Reminds me, I used to listen to Mueller, she wrote, until I got tired of the whole Mueller glazing. Yeah, I mean, Mueller's a Republican, right? But that being said, like the findings of Mueller were not uninteresting. They were not. It did not clear or exonerate Trump on anything. A lot of people mischaracterized that. A year later, it was revealed that she was a conservative grifting to the left. Oh my God, I hate that shit. I hate that shit so much. But anyway, chat, I got to get out of here. And I will see you tomorrow. And then remember, if you like gaming, if you want to see the continuation of, a team of plucky teenagers and a photojournalist and a writer such as myself, against a cult that wants to, sacrifice the Maya maiden to create what they call heaven on earth. Sounds like a bad time. Sounds like an Epstein thing. We gotta pop their bubble, chat. And we'll be doing that this Friday after stream. I'll be playing some Persona 2. So trying to keep this mad bomber King Leo from blowing up the whole fucking city while we find out more about who this masked circle is and how we're gonna defeat them. So be looking for that on Friday. Much love. Take care of yourself and each other, and I will see you tomorrow. But until then, bye bye.